Stream is live and rolling. We should have the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams live and rolling as well. I see lots of friends already here. Welcome in, friends. Great to see you. A big W for being able to get a Sunday Sunday stream going. And I agree, Josie. Hail Doug, the Rock of Ages. Friends, thank you so much for being here. We're going to... Oh, I got to turn my phone down. There we go. Turn that down. Anyways, guys, we're going to be doing some cooking tonight. So welcome in. Bad Religion, good to see you. Jay Steele, good to see you, friend. Great to see all the usual suspects in the house. We should have a good time tonight. We've got a bunch of people streaming tonight. I saw Ian was going. Obviously, The Line and AXP are going to be going. I'm going off tonight. I don't know if Thinker is going to be going later tonight, but it's one heck of a Sunday, friends. One heck of a Sunday. We're going to have a lot of atheists teaching Christians how to read their Bible tonight, it sounds like. So welcome in, friends. Welcome in. All right, we're going to go ahead. I think we've already got a guest lined up ready to come in from the YouTube queue. Let me open up the guest box. I forgot already. Let me open up the guest box. On TikTok, I forgot to open up my guest box over here. We've got some people on TikTok that just filtered in. But let me grab our guest on YouTube first, and then we'll get the ball rolling here, friends. Oh, that didn't... What? Apparently they want to share their screen with us rather than their photo. That's fine. How you doing, Silva? Did you get up here on purpose or an accident? Looks like an accident to me. Okay, well, we'll take care of that. There we go. One down, folded like a lawn chair, scrambled like an omelet. That didn't take very long. Welcome in, friends. I thought we had one on the hook already. Unashamed, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Justin with Doug by his side, pan fried, the faithful with bride. He poached their defense, then carved through pretense and basted their logic fried, deep fried. I love it. That's a great poem. I can appreciate the artistry. I'm not good at wordsmithing like that, but I really appreciate that we got friends in the community that are. Really do. Let me read two super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Khan says, how many apologists does it take to change a light bulb? None. It's a gas. It's a gaslight. Got it. That is dynamite. I love that one, Khan. Thank you for that. Oh, man. And Nightman Coming, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I'm having Skyline for dinner and Justin is live. Hell yeah. Good chill Sunday. Oh, good chilly Sunday. Big W on the Skyline. What you know, you can't respond to me, but I'd love to hear what kind of Skyline dish you're actually having. I love me some Skyline. I think it's great. But I haven't had some in a while. I really love their vegetarian dish as well. That's just as good as the main stuff. Bad Religion, thank you for the heart me's. Big W, appreciate that, friend. All right, let's get our next guest on here. How you doing, Creed?
Hello.
Creed, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. I am 18 and a believer.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God.
Cool. What'd be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Like, what about empathy? Do you not think empathy is so strong it feels like otherworldly at times?
Empathy? Like the feeling?
Yes. Yes.
No, I don't believe that's otherworldly. I think it's something that animals and humans share in common because it's an adaptation that allows us to survive.
I know that, like, how don't you think it's all a coincidence that evolution just so happened to go where it is today? Like, creatures that can now think, talk, and create. Like, look at the other creatures around us. Can they do those things?
I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's the most inevitable result.
So, what reason do you think that would be the case?
because the whole point of evolution is that those that are the most fit to survive will survive. And sometimes, if you're not the biggest or the strongest, you need something else. In our case, it's intelligence.
Like, were you ever like? So you say you were an ex-Christian, right?
Hmm.
So did you not? Were you ever like baptized?
Yeah,
Were okay. So you never felt like you never felt like you felt the Holy Spirit inside of you.
of course I thought I did.
Like what happened? Did you not feel his guidance?
No, the Bible turned out to not be true.
It's like what's an example of something that's not true in the Bible? I want to see it.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. You want to start out like something simple, like numerical contradictions, or do you want to go to the good stuff to like theological contradictions?
Or like I want to like a flat out contradiction that I cannot deny, and if I can't deny it, I'll be honest.
Oh, like just something that's just straight up undeniable.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me grab one that we haven't done in a while. Let's see now. We did the perfumer last time around, but what about? There's a couple good ones here, but I'm going to get one that even you can't deny. Let's see. Oh, we haven't actually did this one before, but this is one I've been meaning to pull up. This is a fun one. All right, I'm going to put it on the screen. Oh, of course, there's an advertisement. Love me some McDonald's, but don't need it right now. John 7:7 is an interesting passage. Jesus speaking to the disciples says, "The world cannot hate you, but it hates me because I testify against it that its works are evil." So Jesus is suggesting here that the world can't hate his disciples. You already know the problem there, don't you?
Yeah, because a big part of Christianity is that people are going to be persecuted, right?
Yeah. Not only were they persecuted, Jesus said later on that they would be hated and persecuted. He says literally in the same exact book, if the world hates you, be aware that it hated me before it hated you. If you belong to the world would love you, so on and so forth. So did the world hate the disciples or not?
Yes, because allegedly they're all killed.
Okay, so then the words in John 7 are wrong.
It appears that couldn't you just be like exaggerating for effect, like how great his mission is?
No, it says the world cannot hate you. That's just a definitive statement.
I mean, I don't know. Jesus kind of speaks cryptic all the time, kind of like a Master Yoda kind of guy, you know?
So hate doesn't mean hate now?
No, it needs hate. Like, can't it also mean like love less? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. So I thought apologists say that once. Maybe I'm an idiot.
It's the same word. Right? He says hate
So
in one sentence and says the opposite of hate in the other.
okay, but like, okay, are there any like contradictions that are like number contradictions in the Bible, like
Oh, there's
events
definitely
that are described
definitely those.
one way and another?
Yep, got a bunch of those. Those are some of my favorites because they're actually really difficult to get out of. Let me grab one we haven't done in a while. Everyone already knows the one that I pull out between the 7 and 3 years. That's pretty classic, but let's do a different one we haven't done in quite some time. 2 Samuel 10:18 says, "The Arameans fled before Israel, and David killed of the Arameans 700 chariot teams and 40,000 horsemen, and wounded Shabak, the commander of the army, so that he died there." All right, so interestingly enough, it looks like we've got now 700 charioteers and 40,000 horsemen that were executed. Follow so far?
Yes, sir. I'm following, sir.
Right. Now in 1 Chronicles 19, when it tells the parallel story, it says the same thing. The Arameans fled before Israel, and David killed 7,000 Aramean charioteers and 40,000 foot soldiers. So it multiplied it by 10.
Couldn't that be like a scribal error?
I'm sure it could be, but you asked for a numerical contradiction. I found you one.
Okay, I guess I'm not gonna cry here because you kind of got me on that. But like, when you argue that,
I mean, there's a bunch
the
of
last
them.
thing
There's not the only one.
when you argue that the gospel's message is stay consistent throughout the entire New Testament,
I would, like throughout the New Testament, no, because In the New Testament, the law of Moses is a temporary schoolmaster, but according to Jesus' own words in Matthew chapter 5, the law is going to be in effect until heaven and earth pass away. So even in the New Testament, they don't even know what to do with the law of Moses.
Paul says it's a temporary guardian.
I know, I just said that. Paul, he quotes that in Galatians chapter 3, verse 23, I think. Saying that Jesus disagrees. Jesus says the opposite of it. Jesus says not a jot or tittle is going to pass away from the law until heaven and earth pass away.
I mean, couldn't that is kind of strange. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is an odd thing for these two to be at odds. Like, can you argue there's some would reconcile this? And there's like, maybe like the spiritualness of the old law is still around.
Doesn't say anything about spiritualness. It just says that the law, the one that came from Moses.
The law of Moses. Doesn't somewhere in the New Testament talk about how Moses was like the old Jesus and now Jesus is like the new Savior or something like that? I don't know.
It does not say that, but it is probable that Matthew is trying to paint Jesus to appear similar to Moses, which is why he has dumb prophecies listed about Jesus, like him coming out of Egypt. So if you go to Matthew chapter 2, verse like 14 through 16, we have this funny thing happening where when they have to escape, it says Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. So you might be inclined to believe, based on the words of Matthew, that there's a prophecy about the Messiah coming out of Egypt somewhere. But if you just like trace this prophecy back, it's actually pretty clear that that's not what's happening, because from Hosea 11, and it's not even a prophecy. So if you go to Hosea 11, God's actually giving a history of the Exodus. He says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me. They kept sacrificing to Baals and offering incense to idols. So this is not about a Messiah, much less a singular son of God. This is about the nation of Israel coming out of Egypt. So there's no prophecy being fulfilled here. Matthew's lying.
So couldn't technically, this is the way I always thought about it. Couldn't it technically be like Israel was the ultimate foreshadowing of Jesus? Like Jesus is Israel
No, because
incarnate.
no, because foreshadowings are stupid. Foreshadowings could be anything. Like I've got a whole list of prophecies that could be about me, as long as you go back and find random words in the Bible that sound like something I've done. Like foreshadowing is the same thing that the Mormons did with Joseph Smith. They're like, look at these parallels in the Old Testament pointing to Joseph Smith. You can make a foreshadowing of anything when you have a book big enough.
Like how come? Okay, if Christianity is fake, how come some people believe in it? They give their lives to it. They structure their family units around it. Like why do people give all the stuff to Christianity that's fake?
Because that's what humans do. The same reason why people do it for Islam, same why people do it for Hinduism, is because people want to believe that they're going to live forever. They don't want to accept the fact that death is the end, and so they appeal to some sort of structure, some sort of a higher power that alleviates the existential angst.
Like it's like you're not there's fear. Like what if this is a real God? Like what if like my actions had consequences and I'm gonna suffer forever for them?
I fear 0% of a God that would send me to hell for earnestly looking for answers and coming to the conclusion that I've come to. That God simply cannot exist. A God that's all loving, all merciful, and all powerful, and then provides a book that is supposed to be the evidence of its existence, and the book is hopelessly contradictory, full of failed prophecies and contradictions, and couldn't even have been preserved accurately.
There's a creed in Corinthians that originates like 5 years after Jesus supposedly rose from the dead. Like why are people
You
talking
have
about it so
literally
early
no
as it's
idea
fake?
when that was derived. So you're talking about Corinthians chapter 15, and we have no idea when that creed originated. All we know is that it came before Paul, because Paul is saying that it was handed down to him. It's also irrelevant. We have early
So
creeds
you
in
don't
Islam too,
like how early for Islam?
like within a couple years.
I mean, like but it had such an impact down in is like down in like what did down in like the Rome and like all these places like they were impacted greatly. Their
So
culture was impacted.
so did
So like
Islam.
unlike anything else, like Christianity promotes like true peace though. Like
So
when you argue that,
so does Islam. No, I personally I disagree. Actually, I think Christianity calls itself a religion of peace, but if you look at the history, they've murdered more people than any religion on the planet. They even murder their own.
like you're not one of those people that thinks the Bible is sexist, are you?
Well, the Bible is inherently sexist. God explicitly says over and over again that women lack autonomy and that they're supposed to be subservient to men.
Why does he say that? I want to hear. I want to see that exactly.
We can start at the very beginning, Genesis chapter 3. If you go back to Genesis chapter 3, after the fall of Adam and Eve, God says in verse 16, I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children, yet your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you.
Well, that's a curse though. It wasn't God's design.
It doesn't matter if it's a curse or not. God set it up. God said that men will rule over women.
When you argue that there's maybe some benefit for that in the ancient times,
No, I think this exists in the book because it was written by men.
okay. I'm not particularly saying that I agree with that. I'm just saying like when you argue that like that's just kind of like a common thing that happened back in the day.
I agree it was common back then because men ruled this society. They didn't rule all ancient societies. In fact, for a long time, there was a queen who ruled large parts of the Arabian Peninsula. There were societies
Well,
that treated women better. This society just didn't.
I know that like I know that like what like you know like the story of Dabbler and Judges. Like what other religions elevates women to that level?
Pretty much all
Like
ancient Near Eastern religions, like if you just go and read the Babylonian mythology, they have female goddesses that are just as powerful as the male goddesses. In the Ugaritic pantheon, Baal would be dead in the underworld still if Anath didn't go out down and save him. Like women have elevated status in a lot of these cultures, especially in the Hittite culture.
I feel like okay, here's the final piece. Most people cannot argue this out that it's a strange detail that the first person that Jesus appears to is a woman. Why would such a patriarchal society write a story like that?
Because the women were the ones that went to the tomb. So women had to go to the tomb to do the womanly duties like spicing the bodies, attending to the wraps and things like that. That's just how
So
the
you don't
culture
argue it's
worked.
so you don't think it's like revolutionary kind of like revolutionary statement
Not even
that was
close.
being made here.
In
I don't know how
Rome,
you
in
just
Rome, women owned businesses and owned property and even went to court.
are you sure?
I know exactly that to be the case. And in fact, Cicero writes about it. If you read the writings of Cicero, he documents women giving testimony in court.
So I guess I mean I don't know what I mean like there's a lot of prophecies though like
Not a single,
Ezekiel.
not a single prophecy fulfilled in Jesus. Not even one.
What did that Isaiah 63?
Isaiah 63 got nothing to do with Jesus. You mean Isaiah
I,
53?
yeah, like talks about suffering for the iniquities, like
Isaiah
according to Jesus.
53 has
Like
nothing to do with Jesus. Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. And the prophet tells you on a number of occasions, 8 or 9 different occasions leading up to chapter 53, that Israel is a servant. So when you get to chapter 53 and we hear more about the servant, I'm left to conclude the only logical conclusion, which is that the servant is the nation of Israel. I think your connection's getting weak. I see you went down to 1 bar. You know, we used to joke about the Mega Mobile, but there really is going to be Mega Mobile soon, unless Iran bombs our infrastructure. There we go. Well, anyways, at least he seemed like a nice young kid. I remember being young and thinking like the same things this young man was saying. but you grow and you learn and you realize that these are bad talking points. All right, let's grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Brianna, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, have you read and studied other religious scriptures such as the Book of Mormon, JW Watchtower? Brianna, actually only in bits and pieces. When I was in Bible college and in seminary, I took classes on what we call cults. They call them modern religious movements. And we covered a lot of the doctrines of these Christian offshoots. But I can't say that I've spent a ton of time reading their doctrines. I did finally get a copy of the Book of Mormon scriptures, like the Doctrine and Covenants, the Pearl of Great Price. So I'm going to be reading through those. It should be a lot of fun. When I was in high school, I read through the Quran. Don't remember any of it. Already forgot it pretty damn quick. I did get a copy of the Quran. So here in the near future, I'm going to be plowing through those texts and getting more familiar with them. But good question. And Andrew, thank you for sending out 10 DZ memberships. Big W, friend. Really appreciate that. That's super generous. And also Dr. Pizza is now a member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Thank you, Dr. Pizza. And Carnage Asada, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, would give money to force Christians to sit through a 5-hour debate stream between Jesus and Paul. Oh my gosh. I would pay to be there. I would love to see Jesus and Paul hash it out on the nonsense, contradictory statements that they make, because they are contradictory. It's wild. And Krill, thank you for the 65 SEK, says, nice, a midnight stream here in Sweden. Take my money. Well, listen, I will take your Swedish dollars. Thank you so much for being here and for supporting the stream. And Zakul, thank you for the super chat. Says, Sunday cooking, Satan is Lord. Hail the Dark Lord. I agree. The Doug abides. And Johanna, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. Also, for everyone who has a membership, I did upload 2 new emojis finally. I have a baby paste emoji. You'll be able to find it in there. I uploaded it on TikTok and on both YouTube channels. And then what else did I get? I got a baby paste emoji. Shoot, I already forgot what else. Well, throw it in the chat. Remind me what the newest one was. I already forgot. But anyways, a big W for all the subscribers. And Sarah, thank you for the 279, says, cook even as a vegan. I love my barbecue vegan. Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for helping me cook. And Robert Sadler, thank you for the $10 over PayPal. Big W, my friend. I super appreciate that. And Dex, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Dex. Great to see you tonight, my friend. I really appreciate that. You're always here supporting the channel. You're always in the stream. Thank you so much for your continued support. And Cheap Snack says, how would you respond to a Christian saying, no way the Father, no way to the Father, but through, in John 14:6, as a behavioral thought, verse Jesus into your heart? I may not fully understand your question, Cheap. I apologize. I mean, we all know that the shtick in the Bible is there's no way to the Father except through Jesus. I just dropped my pen. But I don't know what that has to do with behavior. I guess I'm lost there. I'm sorry, Cheap. I may not be able to answer your question. It might be past my level of understanding. Satay, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says there was an incredible racquetball player in our town. Racquetball's fun. I wondered what made him so great. Now I know his name. I kid you not, Doug Stone. Holy shit. That's obviously it. The name Doug Stone. He was blessed from birth to be a racquetball crusader. And he's just out there hitting the stone, and Doug rewarded him. Adele, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hope you're doing well, friend. Says, Creed, you're not one of those people who think the Bible says what it says, are you? As it turns out, I think the Bible means what it says. Happy Sunday, Justin. Good to see you, man. Well, Adele, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for super chatting. Great to see you. And we'll go one more super chat from Peter. Thank you so much, Peter, for the $10 Canadian, which is going to be worth double American dollars soon now that we're in the middle of a war again. Says, rip to Luna, my cat of 18 years. Oh, that's horrible. I'm terrible. Sorry to hear that. It's terribly a terrible situation. had to say goodbye to her 2 days ago. Hug your family and friends and pets when you can, folks. Never know when they're going to go. And congrats on going full time. Well, thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate that. And my condolences on Luna. I'm sure Luna was beautiful. My cat would, if she passed, would I'd be heartbroken as well. So my heart is with you right now, Peter. I'm sorry to hear that you're in this predicament. And Robert Sadler sent a message over PayPal. Says, Young Kook is still the one true God. And now I know, if I remember correctly, Young Kook is one of the those Korean pop singers, right? Did I remember that correctly? He's one of the Korean pop singers. I forget the name of the band. What do they call them again? Oh, well, we're going to get Nick in here from the YouTube queue. Nick, thank you for waiting and being patient. How are you doing? Nick? Nick? Are you with us, Nick? Okay. Nick is not with us. So we'll take care of that and move on to the next one. Thank you so much, Twisted Scriptures, for the jolly. Really appreciate that, my friend. And also for the cake. I certainly appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I see AK Borealis is with us and Spencer's with us. Good to see all the TikTok friends in the house. We're going to get our guest in here. We'll see if D can load.
Hello.
How you doing, D?
Yeah, I'm doing well. What about you?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. D, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 18, but I'm not a believer. But can I stay for a moment? Even though
Well,
I'm not.
we're just doing debates, my friend. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I would be ready to debate. I would take the opposite stance. Because I think that the best way to like learn about the other side, the other view about theism, is to try to argue for theism, even though you may not believe in it at the moment.
Sorry, we're not going to do devil advocate, but I appreciate you being here. Thanks for watching the stream. Okay.
Before you kick me.
Okay. All right, and we're going to try to get Silva back. Silva came back. How you doing, Silva? Silva, I don't know what exactly is happening, but when I pull you into the conversation, it just shows your computer screen. I can see your name. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if you couldn't fill in the prompt correctly. You've got Spanish set on your computer. And you've got a couple of different microphones and a couple different headphones to work with. So I don't know what's happening with your setup. Silva, can you hear me? Because I can't hear anything you're saying. Okay, Silva, you got to fix your setup, my man, or woman. I don't know if you're man or woman. Sorry. All right, we'll get our next guest in here. We're gonna get somebody in the box. How you doing, Diesel?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Not too much. How you been?
Yeah, we talked a while ago. You know, Nutra Advance.
I do remember hearing your voice, but I can't remember your other screen name.
Yes, I see you, Diesel. So basically, man, I wanted to tell you I appreciate you knowing the Word of God and telling all your people on your platform about the Word of God, because it speaks about these things that people that don't believe in God will preach to their people and tell them everything. So I gladly appreciate you doing this with your own tongue and mouth.
I'm definitely going to tell them everything. Okay, so you're a Christian. So what would be the most?
Yeah, you remember the angel story, the angel flying over me and everything, and you mocked me about the lottery and all that stuff? Or you just talked to too many people and you don't remember that?
I talked to a lot of people, so I don't remember the contents of every story.
Well, you remember the story I told you, the angel flew over me, sprinkled something on me, and I started to see my own future events before they even happened?
I vaguely remember it, but I don't remember the details. But I know myself well enough to know that if somebody told me that story, I would probably make fun of them. Yeah.
That's good, but that's what I'm saying, man. Like I said, like with your own tongue, you know the Bible better than most Christians, and it's like that's a gift that you have made. And now look
It's
at
not
all
a
the
gift.
259 people. Yeah, it is.
It's
259 people here that can understand the scripture through your own mouth.
It's
Like,
something
that's the power
that I obtained through hard work. Now, Let's get down to business. What would be the most compelling evidence that Christianity is actually true? I mean, I'm sure your pixie dust dream was compelling, but it's not to me.
Well, that's what I have.
Oh,
And snakes. Also snakes. Snakes when you burn them, they have feet. But besides that, I mean, tell me something else.
they don't. Whatever.
Yes, they do. Actually, look it up. Cornell University on YouTube right now. Snakes have feet.
Snakes don't have feet.
Yes, they do.
They
It
don't.
shows it on Cornell University, the whole anatomy. You're going to deny something a doctor just proved? And the only way you can see it is through the physical form of fire on this earth, which is spiritual fire. So look it up. Cornell University, snakes have toes and feet. So you're going to tell me something to my face that's true that a doctor said?
Literally doesn't say that. In fact, the first result says snakes do not have feet.
Look it up on YouTube. It shows the anatomy of the snakes through the doctor at Cornell University. Like, why are you trying to doubt something that's there? Like, you can't doubt.
You're lying now.
I'm lying, and you won't even look it up.
I'm going to show you the anatomy diagram.
A doctor shows the anatomy of snake
for a snake.
But you won't go to YouTube and show Cornell University showing the study on the snake though.
So here is the anatomy of a snake. This is an actual anatomical diagram. Can you show me where the feet are in here? Did I miss it? Is it in the pancreas?
Can you please? I'm giving you the source, and you don't want to look at it. It's like that's what y'all do. Y'all don't want somebody gives y'all the evidence. You want to totally.
I don't know if you know this, but Cornell might be a source. I don't know if YouTube is. So we can just do
Cornell University.
Snake feet.
Cornell University.
Cornell
University. Snakes have toes and feet.
All right. Let's see what it says.
And see, and like I said, I appreciate you teaching to all your non-believers around the world about God, because you are an excellent source with your tongue, with the power of God giving you that power.
Yeah, I'm an excellent source demonstrating the silliness of your belief system. So there is an article from Cornell.
Actually,
there's an article from Cornell. There's an article from Cornell that says mounted python. Cornell gets gift of what may be the world's largest snake skeleton. When I Google snake feet Cornell, nothing actually comes up. So you're gonna have to do better than that.
Cornell University on YouTube. It's a simple thing. Like, you don't want to type it in because I know it's going to break your heart. I really do know.
Oh, you want to go to YouTube? So there's no.
Yes, I know.
So there's no published article on it.
I know it's going to break your heart, and everything that you teach, and all your believers going to be sitting there like, man. It actually doesn't mean anything for my worldview if snakes have vestigial organs, because we already know that they have whales have vestigial organs from evolution. It's possible that snakes evolved from animals that had feet, and now they're vestigial. But let's see what the video actually says. It says, "Did you know?" Video feature explores a little-known, interesting fact pulled from the medley of human knowledge. Dr. Howard Evans, emeritus professor of anatomy at Cornell University College of Veterinary Medicine, presents an interesting discussion about the toes of a snake. Let's see what he has to say. Let me know if you guys can actually hear the audio. I appreciate you even showing that to your non-believers.
Well, it's kind of meaningless whether or not they have vestigial organs.
Snakes have toes? Snakes have toes?
No way.
Really? What?
Are you sure?
I don't
Oh,
think
come
so.
on.
The tree
I'm
hugger.
going to show you the toes of a snake. I'm Dr. Howard Evans at the Veterinary College of Cornell University. I'm in the anatomy department. And I'd like to show you the toes of a python. This is a Burmese python, about 12 feet long. And here's the tail end right here. And you'll notice at the tail end it narrows kind of abruptly, and it's right here that the toes stick out from the pelvis. They actually have a pelvic girdle inside. On a rubberized tail, this is a tail of a python.
It's weird, I didn't actually see any toes in
And
there.
I've rubberized it, so it's
Preach,
all rubber
doctor.
now, but you can see here's one toe here.
There we
Here's the
go.
other toe over there. So the toe here is very short. It's just the last half inch. And the rest of this is the pelvis. So the toe is attached to the pelvis. Essentially, the leg has been lost, but the toe has been kept.
The leg
If
has
we had a
been lost.
skeleton of a python or a
The leg has been lost and the toe has been
In
kept.
that example that he
because
showed, in that example.
the
that
leg
he
has
showed
been
with
lost and the toe has been kept because it's a vestigial organ. Just what I said.
Okay, well, I appreciate you. I'm gonna let somebody else get on here, but
So
thank you for
you
preaching
don't
to
have an
everybody.
argument then?
Yeah, I do. I have a lot of argument, but I won't give time for everybody else. I don't want to hold up your
Oh
time because
yeah, you're just being
I
modest.
want you to
Yeah.
preach more. I want you to preach more to your non-believers because it's exciting for you to know the Bible and your mouth is telling everybody about God and you recognize God
Okay,
and you approve of God.
so I see you. We're gonna do a test right here. Everyone put a 1 in the comments if you just converted to Christianity because you watched a video about vestigial toes. Put a 1. I want to
It's
see
your
how many.
mouth.
Want to see how many people converted to Christianity today.
You can mock them if you want to.
No,
It
I'm
doesn't
not mocking
matter.
him. I'm mocking you. Hold on.
You're not mocking me because I'm a man just like you. We all gonna be unalive and widow as grass. So it doesn't matter. You
Well,
mocking me doesn't
listen,
mean nothing.
Twinkle Toes and M's just converted to Christianity and atheist knowledge. So you've got 3 of them, maybe 4. Jam just converted to Christianity. You've got 4 people on TikTok that converted to Christianity. Maybe
I don't have
5.
no. It wasn't
Maybe
me.
5 in
It's you.
YouTube.
It's you.
Oh
I'm telling
man,
you, you have the power,
praise
brother. You
Yahweh.
have the power.
Praise
You have the
Yahweh.
power.
He couldn't win the war against the Moabite god Chemosh, but he can provide
But you
vestigial
have the power.
organs. So
But I'm telling you, hey, listen, one time.
I do have the power, which is why I mute you so I can talk. So, Diesel, I assume our last conversation didn't go very well, which is why you came up here just to talk about vestigial organs rather than actually debate me. So I think what I'll do is just move on to a guest that actually wants to debate, or you can just drop. He converted maybe 10 of us, maybe 15 of us. That's wild. Well, I guess we'll see you in church Sunday. Keena, thank you for Ken. Sorry. Ken, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, found the perfect shirt for our lives. That's what I do. I cook and I know things. Congrats on going full time. Well, thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate it. I've been thinking of slogans for t-shirts and mugs and stickers and whatnot. I don't fully know what I want to do yet. I've got a couple on the shop now. So let me know if you guys have ideas, because I'm certainly would love to get them integrated. And Adam, thank you for joining the Kraken Crew Elite, and retired Bomb Tech. Thank you for joining the Kraken Crew Elite. And also Saint Brush is with us. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. Hail Satan the Dark Lord. He says, giving my life to Christ after hearing about snake feet from Angel Dust Guy. Yeah, you heard it here. Angels have pixie dusks and snakes have feet. Well, toe. They have a vestigial toe. And that is proof that God is real. So there you go. Also, J-Cal says, hail Doug. I agree, J-Cal. Thank you for worshiping Doug. And thank you for the super chat. And Adam, my friend, thank you so much for the 25 PLN. Says, how is Jesus a Messiah when he doesn't come from the line of David? Is Mary somehow the necessary connection to that lineage? Well, the way they're trying to pin the tail on that donkey is by saying that Joseph came from David and Joseph was his adopted father. Therefore, he's from the line of David. But that's silly. That's nonsense. Also, the fathers of Joseph are contradictory. Her name is Lola. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Jason White, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W friends. And Edward says, hello, friend. I'm currently reading the NRSVUE. Cover from cover. What extra biblical stuff should I read after this? I would read alongside of it. I would get yourself a copy of the Oxford Bible Commentary and read it in companion with the text. I think that would be fantastic. Once you get through that, I've got a lot of very topical suggestions, but that's what I would do for my money. Like if I had time and money on my side, I would do that first. I think that's the appropriate method. So, and OC, welcome in, OC, says, thank you for the $10, by the way. It says, did not have snakes have toes, greater, therefore, my God. I think you mean snakes have toes, therefore God, on my Christianity bingo card. Actually, this is a new one. We'll give ICU some credit. He did come up with a new apologetic. It's not a good one, but it is new at least, and I appreciate a new apologetic. And OC, I'm glad that you agree. And Saint Brush, Saint Brush, we just hit that again. We got 3 more super chats. Joseph, thank you so much. Joseph says, you rock. Well, Joseph, you rock. And also Doug rocks. And that's why you rock, because Doug is rock hard for you. And I'm sure you're rock hard for Doug. And also rock hard for Doug. There he is. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Christians were warned way back in Deuteronomy 32:13. You deserted the rock who fathered you. Exactly. You forgot the God who gave you birth. Praise and honor to Doug and Sharon Stone. Hail the stones, the Redeemer and the Redemptrix. That's a tough word to say. The rocks of salvation. Doug and Sharon Stone. Nobody's better. Thank you for Fen Double Galaxies. Big W, Fen. Thank you so much, my friend. TikTok booming tonight. Judas also with the super chat says, Happy Day of the Rock. Today is a day we are extra rock hard for Doug. Also, did you make a foreskin emoji? Oh, I did not yet do a foreskin emoji. That's what I didn't do. Shit. That would be great. That's what we need is a foreskin emoji. But I did at least get the baby paste emoji in there. And Rockhard has a correction. Rockhard has a correction from the last chat. It says, oops, that was Deuteronomy 32:18. Doug, forgive me. Doug would never hold a grudge against you. Doug absolutely forgives you. You know this, my friend. You're a prophet of Doug. And Jason White, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I deconstructed my neighbor with your cheat sheet. Thank you. Holy shit. That's the kind of stuff I love to hear. You took our work, you put it to use, and you got results. Big W, Jason. Thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that. All right, let's get our next guest, Buddha, in here. See if Buddha can load. How you doing, Buddha Brands?
Oh shit! I'm sorry, bro. This is an accident.
That's all right. I'll drop you down.
I'm trying to go to how to golf. My bad, bro.
All right, take care. You don't get to debate with a lot of Buddhists. I was hoping to have an interesting conversation, but what are you going to do? You can't get everything that you ask for. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request down at the bottom of the screen and join the conversation. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description of the video. It's also up here, tinyurl.com/DZguest, and you can partake in the conversation. And with that, we'll get our next guest in here. We're going to grab FS from the YouTube queue. How you doing, FS? FS? Got nothing from you, FS. Okay, well. This is a wild day. Have we gotten a guest from YouTube working? They've got like a video loaded up. What is happening? Maybe I need to refresh my queue. All right, we'll try again with Nick. How you doing, Nick? Nick, your camera's turned off, but it shows that your microphone should be working, but it doesn't show that you're talking right now. But you've got the Walmart brand True Wireless ANC headphones. So big W. I used those before. They're pretty dope. Nick, if you're talking, it's not registering your voice, by the way. I'm going to refresh the waiting room. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. Let's see if we can get this working. We will get it working in a second. Okay, everything's set in the waiting room. Let me try Nick again. Nick, let's try this again. Nick, I can't. If you're here, no one can hear you. Ruby's here. I think Ruby's going to help us test. How you doing, Ruby? All right, I don't hear anything from Ruby either. Oh, there we go. I just had to open up the audio now that I refreshed. So Ruby, I think the YouTube guest room is working just fine. I think everyone's having hardware issues.
That's it. I could hear people back here, but I couldn't hear them on the video, like on the stream.
Yeah, that's weird. But your equipment's working, so it's obviously it's on their end.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hello.
So am I on right now? Or are we only speaking? Yeah, we're on right now, right?
Yeah, actually, we're on right now.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Like everyone could hear me.
Yeah, Ruby, we talked before, not that long ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We've spoken a couple times. First time we had a good conversation. Second time I just dropped by to ask some questions. But yeah, I'm back again, man.
Well, welcome back. What's in your mind?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I've been thinking about it, and I just feel like what do you think about the idea that maybe we've hit like a plateau in regards to like the evidence for God or against God? Like, I don't think we're going to come up with any new arguments. I think at this point we've already exhausted basically like everything there is to talk about almost, you know? So now I don't think it's a matter of like providing new evidence. I think it's a matter of like a change of hearts. And I wanted to ask you, I guess, just like, how do you feel now, like without Christianity? Because I know you were a Christian before, right?
hmm
Yeah. So that's what I think. I think there's not going to be any more evidence that has to be presented. I think it's a matter of like your heart now. And I guess I just want to make sure your heart's in the right place, bro. That like this is okay for you, you know?
So you doubt my
Um,
motives?
no, I'm not doubting. I don't even know what your motives are, to be honest. Um,
So my heart is that I believe things that I have reasonable confidence to be true in, right? So if there's no
mhm.
good reason to believe that Christianity is true, I'm not going to believe it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is there's 2.3, 2.4 billion people who think there is good reason.
Well,
But if you're saying there's not good
they
reason,
can't seem to find one and articulate it.
yeah, right, exactly. So it can't be articulated to the level that we're hoping for. You know, like I'm sure even me before I was like kind of hoping for a certain standard, but I guess I had to change myself more because I realized the standard that I wanted wasn't available.
Would you
And
accept the same argument for Islam?
no, because there's a lot of things that like just don't make sense with that. So like
Yeah,
an example
exactly.
would
Yeah,
be
yeah. So you
no,
think
no,
that
but I could give
Islam
you an
is
example for that.
right, but you think
Yeah.
that Islam is
hmm
incoherent, which is why you can't accept it as being true. And I'm saying the same thing about Christianity. I think Christianity is incoherent and therefore not true.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I would be honest then, like between Islam and Christianity, I would go with the more reasonable between the two of them. And
How?
I think
How's Christianity more
Christianity,
reasonable?
just a major historical fact is like the crucifixion of Christ.
So,
Even the Quran says that it was made to appear that he was crucified.
yeah, the Quran disagrees. The Quran thinks that Jesus didn't actually get crucified and killed.
Right, exactly.
So, like,
So
uh,
that's my point. Is
well,
like if it says that we saw it, but it denies that it's happening. So it's like, what is the spirit that's behind that? That is, why would you say that?
I think
Like,
it's the
why
same
would you?
spirit that was behind Christianity. I think people put together a narrative that bolsters their position, and then they go out and try to convince people of it. Now, is it possible that some people, some early Christians, literally believed that Jesus resurrected? I believe that to be the case. There's lots of people who probably believed he really resurrected. I just don't find there to be any evidence for that belief. For the same reason, I don't believe there's any evidence that Muhammad split the moon or Joseph Smith performed miracles or any of the other religious figures.
hmm But like, no other religion's theology is really based on just discrediting another religion, if that makes sense. Like
I don't know what that has to
Is
do with anything.
purposely set up. Well, Islam is purposely set up to contradict Christianity, which seems to go with reality. Like out of the two, which one really happened? Was Christ really crucified, or was it only made to appear that he was crucified?
Well, I don't really know if he was or he wasn't, but it's also kind of an irrelevant point if he was crucified. No one cares if he was crucified. Simon Bar Kokhba was
A
crucified, but that's not a
lot of
meaningful
people.
data point.
Right, but a lot of people like this is kind of important because 2.4 billion people and even like atheists believe that Jesus was crucified. I would say like the majority of the world believes that Jesus was crucified because even by Islamic standards, it was made to appear that he was. So I think that's a lie. I think that's fabrication. I think it's twisting reality. And so you want to go with something more grounded in reality, but hopefully the thing most grounded in reality.
Certainly not
Um,
Jesus rising from the
is
dead. That's not grounded in reality.
I think that's what the evidence points to.
I don't think there's any evidence pointing towards that.
I think there's what what more evidence would you like for it?
I haven't heard any evidence yet.
hmm
Zero. There's no
What about
evidence.
like firsthand? Like what about firsthand accounts of seeing?
What about the first-hand accounts of other people resurrecting from the dead?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Jesus
Like,
is unique?
I think he's unique in a lot of ways. Yeah.
He's not. Have you heard about the resurrection of Aristeas?
No.
He was documented by Plutarch, by Pliny the Elder, by Herodotus.
Mm-hmm. But the Bible also speaks about other people's resurrections, so it's not like out of this world for there to be other people who were resurrected.
Aristeas rose from the dead before Jesus.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm sure there were people.
So
in
then
history.
the God who rose Aristeas from the dead is real. So you believe in the Greek pantheon now?
I'm not really sure how it works, but
Well, Vespasian.
I don't know if what I'm saying is I don't know if there's like little gods who can. I believe there's something about that, like the Council of Gods in like the early Bible. I think there's only one God worthy of worship, but I think it alludes to the fact that there are like mini gods, kind of like small g.
Yeah, there's a bunch of gods. This multiple gods idea is kind of pulled from the Ugaritic mythology, which had this idea that El had 70 sons and a couple daughters with Asherah. And then they were referred to as the gods, but because they were children of El, they were like slightly lesser gods. And the Old Testament kind of taps into this idea. In fact, a lot of times when the angels are mentioned, they're referred to as the sons of God.
Okay.
Right.
That's fair.
Same phrase that
but
we get in Ugaritic.
Yeah, I still think it kind of like, you don't think it matters whether Jesus was crucified or whether like it was just made to appear, like if it was just a deception? You don't think that has any issue at all? You don't see any issue with that debate? Like you don't side with one side more than the
because he's
other?
not the Messiah, whether he was crucified or not. Now, listen, if it turns out that we found evidence that he was crucified but didn't actually die, like some opponents of Christianity would say he was crucified but he was taken off the cross before he was actually dead. Well, listen, if that was the case, that we had proof of it, that would be pretty significant. But for my position, it doesn't matter if he was crucified or not, because he still didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. The New Testament is full of lies and contradictions, so it's irrelevant if he was killed via crucifixion.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. I still think there's like, obviously I believe there is evidence for it. You've done your research. I think you would know, but there's evidence enough for me to believe,
Like
at
what?
least, and there's evidence for the Bible being true.
But it's clearly not true. It says things that are demonstrably untrue.
Yeah, like what? What's an example?
Okay. I think a great example is that in the New Testament, according to Revelation 21, it says that there's going to be no more death. So if you read Revelation 21, it talks about the New Jerusalem. It says, I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, the New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride, adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, see, the home of God is among mortals. He will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and will be their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Death will be no more. Mourning and crying and pain will be no more. This is a vision that taps into Isaiah 65. But anyone who bothered to read Isaiah 65 about the new Jerusalem and the new heaven and new earth would notice that there is still death. It says, I'm about to create a new heaven and new earth. The former things shall not be remembered or come to mind, but be glad and rejoice forever in what I am creating. Okay, interesting. We got the new heaven and new earth. And it says, I'm about to create Jerusalem as a joy. So we got the new Jerusalem. I will rejoice in Jerusalem, so on and so forth. And then he says, no more shall there be in it an infant who lives out but a few days, or an old person who does not live out a lifetime. For one who dies at 100 years will be considered a youth, and the one who falls short of 100 will be considered accursed. So according to the Old Testament, even with the new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem, there's going to be some people that die.
Mm-hmm. Isaiah 65 and Revelation
21.
21. Oh yeah, 65:17 and 21:4.
Seems like a pretty large theological issue.
Yeah, I don't know what it's talking about in Isaiah 65. New heavens and new earth.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Also, they can't seem to agree on whether or not you need circumcision, because according to Ezekiel, when the Messiah comes and you get the New Jerusalem, all the foreigners have to be circumcised. And according to Isaiah, I think 56, you still have to obey the sacrifices and the Sabbath. But in the New Testament, they say that the Gentiles don't got to do all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I believe as well. I think for the Gentiles, it's not really necessary.
Right.
But
that's not in the
yeah.
Old Testament, though. The Old Testament says the opposite.
Yeah, in Ezekiel, you said?
Yeah, Ezekiel 44.
Ezekiel 44. Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
you get the new
There are questions, man. I'll even concede that to you, that like there are a lot of things that like, you know, they either seem contradictory or
well, they are.
Like yeah, I guess so. They are I think we had this conversation last time actually. They are contradictory, but I think there is a way to understand them that makes sense.
I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
There's an answer for this. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah. But yeah, that's because my faith is already in it. So I believe that there's going to be an answer for everything that you have.
Sounds like wishful thinking to me.
It may be wishful thinking, but what's wrong with wishful thinking, even if it is?
Well, when it comes to beliefs that impact how you live your life, you should go on what seems to be true, not what seems to be wishful thinking.
Well, it doesn't seem to be wishful thinking. It just happens to be. It doesn't.
You just said it was. Well. Your own words.
That wasn't the primary thing. That was only secondary. The secondary is wishful thinking, but not. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, man, I think, like I said, I just think we're at a point where like there's not going to be any new information that comes out. No one is going to make like a better argument for or against God. I think we're basically at a stalemate where it's like at this point you either like believe if you want to, or you're like if you don't believe, then don't believe. Oh, I almost knocked my drink over.
So Ruby, I don't disagree. So when I was a Christian, you know, I had a religion teacher in high school. When we asked her about some of the difficult parts of the Bible, I think it was after we had a very difficult conversation about free will, and a lot of people were recognizing that the Bible doesn't give a clear answer about free will, and some people were in the process of, you know, questioning the validity of the Bible. And she said, well, you know, you can't prove this religion to be true. It's not a fact. It's a faith. You either have faith or you don't. And I think that's an honest approach. You can't prove Christianity to be true. You either are convinced that it's true or you're not. And I'm not convinced.
Okay. Well, here's what I would say. What helped me come to like the realization that it is true is comparing it to Islam and seeing like the historical claims that it makes. And like I don't understand why you would make an entire religion contradicting Christianity and the Bible, like twisting things that are inside of it, if you didn't have some kind of ulterior motive that was purposely against the God of the Bible.
Well, it's pretty easy.
Maybe
they needed a starting point, right? So at the time that Islam got popular, it wasn't in vogue to start completely new religions. You needed to start a religion that was rooted in some older, more respected religion. And so if you're Muhammad, you've only got two choices. You can use the pantheon of Arabian gods, or you can do something else that was popular out there, which was Judaism and Christianity. They viewed both of them roughly the same. And so they decided to build on Judaism and Christianity as their base. That's all.
Yeah, but then why would you contradict it if you were trying to use that as your base?
Because you need to be able to contradict it. You need to be able to contradict it so that when you are making points, you're making some sort of a distinction why that religion is either deficient or the book is deficient and you need this new thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if the old thing had everything you needed for the new religion, you wouldn't need a book and you wouldn't need a prophet. So in order to start a new religion, you have to find something about the old religion. We're like, well, we like this bit, but this other bit we don't like. We got to find a way to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. So then why do you have a problem when like the New Testament does that with the Old?
Well, because it's just a sign that they're all fake, right? So what Islam did with the Bible and Judaism just demonstrates that it's on bad foundation, right? And I would say the same thing about Christianity. Christianity has the same problem that Islam has.
Here's what I would say then. If, let's say you're following the Abrahamic faiths, you don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah, wouldn't it make sense that the next continuation or like the next religion in the Abrahamic faiths would be the real Messiah?
No, because I don't believe that Judaism's true. There will not be a Messiah. There never will be.
You don't think there's going to be any Messiah?
Never. Why would I think there's a Messiah if there's no God?
Yeah, I guess so. That's a fair point. But like, the way that you speak about it leads me to believe that you don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah.
I'm not Jewish.
But you believe that there is one that's going to come.
I get this a lot, but I am not Judas.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, Jewish.
Okay. Jewish, yeah. Okay. But just the way that you make your points, it kind of makes it seem like you believe in Judaism, but not Christianity as a continuation.
No, it's a jumping off point because you believe in the Bible, right? So I'm jumping into the Bible and I'm showing you how the New Testament and the Old Testament don't line up.
Okay.
Right, but I don't believe any of it.
They don't have to, like, I think they line up pretty well, but
I don't.
Like you said, they have to contradict at a certain point to make a distinction.
I agree. Yeah, exactly. Christianity needs to do something to differentiate itself from Judaism. And the thing that they do is they make up new prophecies that don't exist. And then they make up new theologies that they hope no one's going to call them out on.
Okay. Okay, so let me try to like come at this from a different way. So what about like a world leader? You don't believe there's like a global world leader is like whoever's at the top would be like the best leader, and that in some ways like God?
No, in fact, we know empirically that typically the leaders that end up on top aren't the most qualified. They're just the people that are willing to lose all of their privacy and anonymity by going into government work. Like, there's a lot of qualified people that could run a country or a listing of countries, but they will never go into politics because they don't want to be subjected to what politicians have to go through.
Okay.
I don't want to be a politician. That sounds like a terrible existence.
Yeah. Okay. So, and you don't believe in like anything like supernatural at all. You think it's just like Earth that's here, like just earthly things?
That's it. Yeah. If I believed in the supernatural realm or the spiritual realm, I would probably be a Buddhist.
Yeah, that's where I went first, actually.
It makes more sense than Christianity.
Yeah, well, I thought so too, and then I looked into it, and it didn't. Like,
well, it's not a monolith.
World, so it's kind of funny, bro. I don't know. So it's like, look, for like science and stuff, like I don't like dabble in science. I don't do none of that, but I trust them in their matters because they've experienced it. Like they've done the work. So I just think there's another side to it. I think there's another end to it that maybe you're not in tune with, and I don't mean that as an insult, but I just mean you're probably a lot smarter than I am on like intellectual things, but on spiritual matters, dude, I'm telling you, the spiritual world is real.
Well,
and
when you can prove it, let me know.
Yeah. Well, it's happening right now. Well, okay, so 2 Thessalonians 2, I could show you a real-time prophecy.
Sure, let's have it.
Yeah, cool. So 2 Thessalonians 2 is the man of lawlessness. I'm sure you know. He's going to exalt himself above like every object of worship or whatever.
So Nero.
And that he sets you could look at it that way.
Caligula.
I've done the research. There's not
Stalin.
Yeah, you could look at it as like any number of
could
things.
Literally be anybody.
Yeah, but it also says he sets himself up in God's temple, proclaiming himself to be God.
Well,
right?
It's certainly not going to get fulfilled right now since there's no temple.
I would say so. Check. Okay,
there's no third temple.
But where would the third temple be if there was one?
It would be in Jerusalem.
On the Temple Mount, right?
Theoretically, I think the Jewish people tend to agree that the Temple Mount is the right location, but there's some divided
Yeah.
opinion on that. Either way, I'm fine with saying that there's going to be a temple built on the Temple Mount, and we would call that the third temple.
Okay. And do you know what building is there now?
The Dome of the Rock?
Yeah.
It's not a temple.
It's close enough.
It's not.
set up in God's temple. If you claim it to be
Not
God.
even close,
I'm telling
because
you,
the third temple
I'm
has to abide by the
yeah.
measurements given in Ezekiel. Have you read about
I'm not saying it's
Ezekiel?
the real third temple. I think the real
This
third
is not the right
temple
temple
is Christ's
then.
body. But no, what I'm
Do they
talking
give
about is if
offerings
they
and
set it
sacrifices
up,
there?
I'm sorry?
Do they give offerings and sacrifices there?
I'm not sure, but it's a temple set up there.
Is there
Or
a
a
seat?
temple of sorts
Is
set
there
up
a
there.
seat there that he can set himself up on?
Would you agree that you don't have to like have a literal seat to sit down somewhere to set yourself up somewhere? You could set up camp anywhere.
No, he's taking the position.
Right.
What was the
Right.
seat?
Where the temple
What was the
the
seat
spot.
in the temple of the
Mhm.
Jews? What was the seat?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a bigger symbolism.
I'm talking about a seat. There's a seat in the temple.
Yeah, you're probably talking about a literal seat.
It
but
was
I'm
a
talking about, like,
literal
a symbolic.
seat. It was the
Yeah.
Ark of the Covenant. It was a cover of the Ark. It's referred to in the King
Mhm.
James Bible, I believe, as the seat of mercy. But when he's saying that he's going to be on the seat in the temple, declaring himself to be God, that's where God was in the temple. If you read the Exodus and you read the building of the temple and the Ark, God says, you're going to build this thing, you're going to build the seat on the ark, and I'm going to come and rest on the seat as God. So what he's saying is that there's going to be an actual temple, and the Ark of the Covenant needs to be there, and there's going to be a guy who sets himself up as God inside of the temple.
What are you saying? Where are you getting that information from?
Have you not read Exodus? The instructions for building the tabernacle and then eventually for the temple?
Oh, okay, I see. But that's not the point that I'm making. My point is that the Temple Mount is the holy place, right?
It's not,
We
though.
can agree on that at least.
It-
What do
it's-
you mean it's not?
It's the location where the future temple will need to be built.
The Temple Mount is where the third temple will have to be rebuilt.
Theoretically, yeah.
Right, but we agree that the Temple Mount is a holy place.
Well, yeah, we would say that the place is sacred.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So then when Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation sitting in the holy place, escape
Daniel.
to the hills.
When Jesus
Daniel
quotes
was quoting
Daniel.
it. Yeah, exactly. He quotes Daniel in Matthew.
So that was
Talking about the
Antiochus
abomination.
Epiphanes.
Yeah, but there's many layered like things in there. I think we talked about this last time. You always make fun
So,
of me because you
is
say, like,
Antiochus
why isn't there
the-
triple prophecies and
Yeah.
isn't Antiochus what?
Is Antiochus Epiphanes the Antichrist?
I don't think so.
There you go.
I do not. Maybe he's one of them, but he's not the Antichrist. I don't believe. I think the Antichrist is the one who's going to come in place of Christ. He's going to come and claim to be the savior of people instead of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But that's what I think, man. I think the Dome of the Rock is it's very like Antichrist. Even inside it says far above God from having a son, and it sits right in the holy place of Jerusalem where Jesus carried the cross through
So
the
what?
city. It's just like kind of spitting on him.
So
I think
what?
it's a mockery. I think it's a mockery. I think there's no reason to mock it unless it's true. Why did it? It's like
Unless what's true?
unless Christ really did carry the cross.
Who's mocking
Why
him?
would you deny it? Islam. When
So
they
what?
deny the cross.
It's not.
It's
It's
a
not mocking
mockery.
it. They're just making a factual claim. They don't mock Jesus. Islam reveres Jesus as a prophet. I don't know if you actually studied Islam. It sounds like you
Right.
haven't.
No, I
They
have.
revere
I
Jesus
have. But,
as
like, if I
the next
say-
highest
if I
regarded
said
prophet
Princess
after
Diana
Moses.
was just a regular girl, I'm not giving her credit.
Who's the highest prophet after Muhammad?
I don't know, but if he's not in first, then it's
Moses.
he's not in the right place.
It's Moses, and then who?
Probably Abraham or Noah,
Well,
and then Jesus. Like they put him pretty far down.
yeah, they do have a system of prophets, but Jesus is the only prophet that they say is an actual Messiah. They literally believe that Jesus was the Messiah for the
Yeah.
Jews and the Christians, but they just deny the resurrection nonsense and the crucifixion nonsense. But they're not doing it to mock
I know.
Jesus. They're just saying we don't believe that this actually happened.
Yeah, I don't think that they're doing it to mock Jesus on purpose, but I think
Well,
it's
there
a
you go.
mockery of Jesus,
Well,
and
I
they're
don't think
following
so.
it without knowing that.
So then all of the Muslims are the Antichrist?
No, I just think they're by a deceived spirit. They're under a deceived spirit. Yeah,
Yeah, and I would say that the Christians are deceived.
that's okay, and you're allowed to say that. You guys say that every day. I'm just saying the same thing, but I don't mean it in a hateful way. I just mean it as like I want them to come to Christ, just like I want you guys to come to Christ, because I think it's better here. I don't mean that like I don't think you guys are evil, but I think that the influences that you guys have had are not the right ones.
You mean like
That's all.
actual learning and critical thinking? Like actually
You could
reading the
call it
book that
that.
Christians won't read? You guys refuse to read this book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that it's okay to execute people for crimes that the pastor commits?
No.
Why not?
Execute people for the crimes a pastor commits?
Yeah.
Are you going for like the whole atonement for sins doesn't make sense?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Mm-mm. So like if a pastor commits a sin, should
yeah.
the whole congregation be held accountable?
Depends.
Depends.
If he was like sinning if he was sinning continuously and people knew it and they weren't doing anything, like weren't talking.
Well, I
to
didn't
him
say
to, like,
that.
correct him.
Now you're making stuff up. I
Yeah.
said if a pastor commits a sin, should the whole
No,
congregation be
then
punished
no,
for it?
No, they shouldn't.
Okay, and why not?
Because it wouldn't be fair for other people to really like pay the consequence
Yeah.
for what you did.
Because it's not how justice works. Unfortunately, God
Yeah.
is totally down with that form of justice. He says after the death of Nadab and Abihu, says he gives instructions. He says, Moses said to Aaron and to his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, do not dishevel your hair and do not tear your vestments, because that's what you do when you mourn your children dying. Do not tear your vestments or you will die, and wrath will strike all the congregation, but your kindred, the whole house of Israel, may mourn the burning that the Lord has sent. So God is saying to the priests that if you mourn the death of your brethren, God's gonna break out and execute a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's
Where was that?
a reasonable
What
thing
passage?
to do? Leviticus 10:6.
Do I think that's a reasonable thing to do? Just based off of what you said, no. The way that you framed it, I don't think it's reasonable.
Okay.
Then Moses said to Aaron and his sons Eleazar and do not let your hair become unkempt, and do not tear your clothes, or you will die, and the Lord will be angry with you. Whole community. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Isn't it weird that if the priests misbehave, that the whole congregation has to be held accountable for it?
I guess so. It is weird, but like I'm seeing something like kind of like what I said before.
Like what?
It's kind of our job as a community to like foster good things in people. So if one person does bad, it's kind of like a failure on the part of the community.
But should the community go to prison with the lawbreaker or not?
No, but it says
Oh, well, there you
the
go.
Lord will be angry with your whole community. I don't see.
Yeah, he will strike the congregation. The congregation is the community.
Mm-hmm.
So God would strike the congregation if the priest did something wrong.
Yeah, I don't see that. It says
says
you will die and the Lord will be angry with the whole community.
It says, do not dishevel your hair and do not tear your vestments, or you will die, and wrath will strike all of the congregation.
My translation just says, or you will die and the Lord will be angry with the whole community.
What in the world are you reading?
NIV. It's the first one on
I gotta get
Google.
rid of the NIV, man. I don't know why that thing's still hanging around.
Yeah, it's the default too when you look stuff up, because I never
On
switched
Bible
to this.
Gateway, it is the default. I know.
Yeah, Bible Gateway.
Yeah. I had a tiny Twitter conversation many years ago with one of the guys that was running the website, but I never did ask him about putting NIV as the default. I'm curious to know why they chose the NIV for that. Probably just because it's the most popular.
Yeah, I guess so. I actually have, oh no, mine's New World Translation. Whoops.
Oh,
I got it as a gift, actually. I had no idea.
you gonna be
It was a gift
JW?
from Yeah, it was from a JW. Yeah, she did give me it as a gift.
Yeah,
It was
that's
very
their
sweet of her.
translation. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I've been reading like the Mormon version, I guess, or JW.
Shit. Mormonism's
Yeah.
fun, at least.
Yeah.
So there's that.
They're always so nice. I like running into their like elders out in public, because they're always like they're always coming to talk to me for some reason. I don't know why, but it's funny. But anyway,
So to the point, like
yeah.
I find it hard to believe in a God that claims, like in Deuteronomy 32, that he's just in all of his ways, but then he's totally okay being unjust by punishing people for other people's crimes. That seems silly to me.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me. I just have like in my mind that at the end things will just be explained, and then like I won't have any more questions.
But that's the point, Ruby. Like you find stuff that's completely incongruent with the reality, and rather than saying, "Hey, that's problematic," you say, "Well, I just don't understand it. There'll be an explanation." But I could do the same thing for Islam. I could say, "Listen, this part doesn't add up. I don't understand it." But it's okay. It'll be explained in the end. You only do that for this religion. You don't do it for any other religion.
Yeah, there's problems with every point of view, though. Literally every viewpoint in the world, there's problems with. Even if I chose not to believe in God, there'd be problems with that view. I would have to explain where life came from. I would have to explain how the universe started. I would have to explain so many more things than I have to.
You actually wouldn't have to do any of that.
Well, not making a claim is just not participating in life. There's not like yeah, you could do that, but that's just death. That's not anything.
You don't have to know the origin of the universe to know if a God was the cause of it.
Right, but saying, well, I don't know what the cause is not an answer either.
Well, I mean, it's an honest answer.
Yeah, that's fine. And I've said that before.
I don't know is way better than saying, well, this God did it, even though this God is full of contradictions and things I can't explain. I think a more honest answer would just be, I don't know. I
have not known, and I have known, and I would choose knowing every time. It's a lot better than not knowing.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, Ruby, it was pleasant talking to you again. I got to move on and get some other guests up here, but thanks for coming back and chatting with us. Yeah, anytime. All right. Take care, guys. All right. Cheers. Oh, Ruby's always nice when he comes through, but he's really stuck in it. Ben Dova, thank you for the $10 New Zealand dollars, says, my granddad used to call bras over-shoulder boulder holders. That's a good one. The over-shoulder boulder holders. I appreciate that. Which is evidence Doug truly supports. Doug will absolutely support. Absolutely. Unfortunately, sometimes it comes with uncomfortable metal wires, but he does what he can. Thank you for the super chat. Cameron, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, why are passionate religious people passion out quickly? LOL. Good to see you, sir. Good. Let me make sure I'm understanding your question right. Why are passionate religious people passion out quickly? I may not fully understand your question, but I think the reason why a lot of religious people are so passionate is because it seems like the stakes in the religion are so high. For example, I had a good friend in Christianity who literally thought that God was sending people to hell. And if you didn't save them, they're going to burn and suffer for eternity. So you had to save them from the hell. So for her, the stakes were so high that she had to take it completely seriously and try to prevent people from getting tortured by this all-loving God. So I think that's why people behave the way they behave. Because of the doctrine. Silotax, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, an electron walks into a bar. I'm going to love this already. Barkeeper says, Why so negative? I love it. And for those who don't know, I appreciate a good ionization joke. I really do. I appreciate that, Silotax. I could say more, but I don't want to get sidetracked into a science discussion. But thank you. And Chip, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, to support our new full-time gig, is it better to give through super chats or Patreon? I think it's more of, if you give through Patreon, more of it goes to me. YouTube takes like 30 or 35% of the earnings and whatnot. And then Taxman takes a bunch of more. But the Patreon, I think they only take like 7%. So that's the best way to support. But listen, we love super chats here because you get to dialogue with the whole audience. Thank you for asking, though. I do have the Patreon, I think, listed in my profile now, maybe, or it's for sure in my link tree, though. Mike, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, merch idea, DZ themed donkey saddles, encouraging all to become their own messiah. Congrats on the full-time cooking. Well, thank you so much. And listen, if I could streamline saddles, custom saddles, I would do it. But the downfall of that strategy is everyone has to buy 2 saddles if you want to fulfill the prophecy of Jesus, because Jesus theoretically rode 2 donkeys at once. And Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, did you hear about the dyslexic homophobe? He was in Daniel. Wait, there was in Daniel's live stream, there was a dyslexic homophobe? That's interesting. I didn't hear about this. I'd be interested to know about it. I didn't know if you had a joke coming with this, but it sounds like it's a legitimate question. But no, I didn't hear about him. And Guts, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. It says, if there was a God, I apologize. If there was a God who sat in judgment but couldn't interact with us, that would mean all gods are a human construct. Then one would have to explain why to God why they defended a God that approved of grape slaver and schmurder. So this is actually a concept that I've heard quite a few times, which is, if there is actually a God that's going to judge everybody, it's weird that we would pick the God that does all these horrific actions. Welcome in, Sarah. Good to see you.
Hi. Everyone wants me to tell you that was a joke, and it was denial. Like that, the Daniel denial. There you go.
There's the joke. I just got, okay. He was in denial. Isn't denial with an AL?
I don't know.
IL.
That's as far as I got.
Anyways, I appreciate a good joke. Sorry. I think it's DANILE is denial. And now the dyslexic joke is setting in. I appreciate that. Okay, we got it. Thank you for that. Bill says, I love the silence of Christian when Doug makes points on their book. I love it that people think my name is Doug. Thank you, Bill, for the super chat. And praise Doug. We're going to keep cooking these Christians. And Atheist Truck Driver, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Ruby, if you slow down and comprehend what you're reading, there's no way you would believe if not for indoctrination. Well, you heard Ruby say it out of his own mouth. These things, they're actual contradictions, they're actual problems. But I just, even though I don't have answers, I'm just going to believe anyways, despite the text. To me, that just means you're not being honest. St. Brush, thank you.
Well, and I thought it was really telling that he said it feels so much better to believe. Like he likes the way it feels when he knows the answers.
Right.
Like, yeah, I'm sure it does. It does feel better.
Feels great.
That certainty.
I'd love to have that. I have to be honest though. That's my problem. Is I have to be honest. St. Brush says, have no idea what I'm reading here. It's starting to bore me. What else you got out that fancy book, Mr. Atheist? I think you're right. Listen, the young man is polite, but he has not been through the book. I wish he would read the book and then come back. But we're going to, we'll do what we can. Rez, thank you so much for the $20 Australian super chat. Says, not sure. Translation hum. Well, that doesn't make sense. But wait, the Bible has to make sense. Therefore, either I'm wrong or the Bible is wrong. But wait, the Bible can't be wrong. Don't panic. Don't panic. I think that's a good play-by-play, actually, because that's probably what was going through the mind of many believers at that particular moment was, uh-oh. And Rock Hard, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my friend. It says, Adele and I were going to get some Kraken before the cooking and got busy. Went to the decanter and it was miraculously full. It's a miracle of Doug. It is a personal experience for Doug. This is amazing. This is better than the feeding of the 5,000 as far as I can tell. Amazing. And Dr. Joe, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Good to see you in the club, my friend. And Dr. Joe, also with a super chat, thank you so much, says, guest is likable, but his logic is sus. Yeah, I agree. God exists and Christianity is true because of tenacity. That's a good way to phrase it, actually. Yeah. It's because people wouldn't allow it to go away because just like the guest, they liked it. They liked what it made them feel. And people love the idea that we're going to live forever and never going to die. Mostly Gizzards. Good to see you again tonight. Thank you so much for the $20. If the Bible was a book that was equivalent to a dinner, it would be a dinner of mostly Gizzards. That would be your Thanksgiving dinner, just nothing but Gizzards. Appreciate the super chat. It says, I honestly like Ruby. I know, I like him too. So I think he should do a deep dive into Mormonism. It doesn't try to put down OG Christian beliefs, but instead claims to put it back or pick it back up with new prophets and Revelation, Absurdity 2.0. So I've made this point before with Mormonism and Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't really contradict the biblical teaching. They're just looking at it from a different angle. Like you can look at what they're doing and say, oh yeah, that makes sense. So to me, I don't think that the Mormons and the JWs are crazy. It's just that Christianity, they love to think that every Christian is the only Christian doing it right. But 666 stand 666, thank you for the super chat. W666 says, Christians just admit the Bible is too boring to read. Well, I personally, listen, I appreciate the super chat. I personally love the Bible. Sarah has read the Bible. Do you think the Bible's boring?
Yes, it is often very boring. You are a weirdo who reads it for fun.
Okay, I'm the problem. It's okay. Atheist Truck Driver, thank you so much for letting us know that you finally got your new Oxford Annotated Bible, 5th edition. Let the cooking begin, my friend. I really appreciate that. And also, Brain Damage Songwriter says, you do bring us the gifted Doug. I'm trying. I want to bring Doug to everybody. And Phil Fun, good to see you, says, I didn't convert, but now I have a foot fetish. Well, listen, that's going to happen from time to time. Pray to Doug.
We don't yuck people's yums, right? Whatever, you know.
If it's a problem for you, pray to Doug. But you're right. Sarah's correct. We don't do we don't demean people for their kinks. Jacob says God is when vestigial organs or something. I don't know. Yeah. So Sarah, I don't know if you were here for it. We literally had a guy try to make an argument that Christianity is true because snakes have vestigial toes.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got a lot of vestigial organs that are great evidence for evolution.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of evidence for I can't say the word. Evolution. There we go. Silver Surfer, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And Carrie, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says it's a sad day. We lost Ems over snake feet. Yeah, so Ems, I don't know if you were following the vote. Ems converted to Christianity over snake feet. So,
oh boy,
it's a tragic day in the community. We got to make sure if there's a priest here that they don't mourn, or else God will break out against the whole congregation. Carrie, welcome to the Kraken Crew, though. And Danger Aware, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, shirt, don't try to convert me. I have read the Bible. Oh, this is a good idea. A shirt that says, don't try to convert me. I've read the Bible. I like this. This is actually a really good idea. I think we can make this into a thing. All right. Somebody, Crystal, if you're watching this, if you can put a design together and get it in the Discord shop, I would buy that immediately. Nick, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, they do baby paste for God. Does that mean a woman can get an abortion if God says so? So I don't dovetail that conversation into the abortion conversation, but I feel like it's a perfect segue. once you get them to admit that making the baby paste is okay, abortion seems like a really small stepping stone, right? That's not a major ordeal. And Recyclops, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, is free will a gift or a curse from God? I don't understand why I should appreciate God for allowing us to unalive and grape each other. So this is a good point. And I think a lot of people talk about this. I don't talk about it as much, but I'm with you, Recyclops. God could just not give us those evil desires. Like we can have other desires, right? But he could just design humans. So just like we desire food and we desire other things, he could just make us that we had the good desires and not all of the bad desires, maybe only some of the bad desires. Maybe not the desire to diddle children. You know what I mean? Like he could have done that, chose not to, you know? Drew says, this little snaky went to eat it. Went wee, all the way to the hole. Autumn says, check your notifications for a Jesus joke. I didn't see any notifications. It must be Venmo or Cash App, but I didn't see a notification come through. I apologize if I missed a notification with a spicy joke in it. If that's the case, I deeply apologize, but I don't see one in here. It could be Cash App. Cash App is notorious for not sending me notifications. I don't know why Cash App does that to me. But I don't see anything either, but I do see a Cash App from Reverend Carla. Reverend, I told you not to send me money. I love you though, but thank you for the for the Cash App, but you didn't have to do that. I love you and I support you. If you guys don't follow Reverend Carla, I highly recommend on YouTube and TikTok.
She's awesome.
Oh my gosh, is she not awesome? And she makes you feel good when you listen to her. You know what I mean? Like the day got a little brighter when you just went through Reverend Carla's live stream. Brian says, hi from Austin. Well, welcome down in the hot South. Says, congrats on your new full-time gig. Love the content and mission. Well, thank you so much, Brian. I appreciate that. And if it wasn't for supporters on TikTok and YouTube like yourself, I couldn't have got to this point. So thank you so much. And we're going to keep cooking. We got Sarah with us now. We're going to double cook. We're going to get 2 fires going. And Adele, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, just a super chat to check on the state of your heart, Justin. Think with your heart brain. I forgot about that. I was thinking with the wrong brain. Ruby really thought he was going to come in and what's the word I'm looking for? Like shame me into Christianity. Like, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. I was just one of those weird. But he was nice enough at least. And Texas says Christianity seems more reasonable because it's what most Americans grew up with. Sad they can't see that. So that's actually a good point I didn't think about when we were talking. The reason why Christianity seems reasonable is because that's what we know. The reason why Islam seems reasonable to people in the East is because that's what they know. When it's familiar to you, that's just the thing. Jim says, Ruby always asks, where does the Bible lie? You're right. That's exactly what he said last time I was here. And then I showed him contradictions and he had no answers. And I thought he was going to come back with answers and he came with no answers and got more contradictions. Atheist truck driver, thank you so much for the super chat, says, Ruby, they've been indoctrinated since birth. That's why they believe. Yes. If you slow down and comprehend what you're reading, there's no way you would believe. That's how I got here. I slowed down and I read it and I said, is this true? Should I believe it? And it turned out the answer is no. And Jeffy Peanut Butter says, congrats on leaving the job. Excited to see more culinary works and wish you the best. Well, thank you so much, Jeffy. I appreciate that. There's a lot of cooking coming up. As soon as the fall rolls around and my son's back in school, I'm going to be doing a lot of daytime and nighttime streaming. Brian, thank you for the $5 super chat. Big W. Appreciate that, my friend. And I've got more to read, but I'm going to get the next guest in here so that Sarah and I can do some cooking. And
Autumn says something is PayPal. If you were looking for some notification, something's on PayPal.
Let me check PayPal. PayPal does usually give me notifications. I'm surprised I didn't see it. Let me see what PayPal says. I hate that PayPal sends you advertisements now when you open the app. Like, why? Why is that necessary? But I don't. I hate the PayPal app too. By the way, there's no good way to just see your transactions conveniently. I don't see any Oh, I do see one from Autumn. Okay, sorry. There we go. From Autumn Watkins. Autumn says, "Hey, Justin, thank you for what you do." Well, thank you, Autumn, for supporting. It says, "I have a mom joke." Oh my gosh, yes. So we got a mom joke coming in. Okay, I can't wait. Okay. What's the most compelling evidence that Jesus was a woman? This should be fun. Fed a crowd at a moment's notice when there was virtually no food, kept trying to get a message across to a bunch of men who just didn't get it. Oh, it just popped away. Why? I don't need an advertisement, PayPal. I'm trying to read. I apologize. PayPal literally closed the chat window to show me an advertisement. Okay, try this again. Kept trying to get a message across to a bunch of men who just didn't get it. Even when she was dead, she had to get up because there was still work to do. Praise Doug.
Oh, no. It's not even a joke. It's just sad.
That's what I'm saying. That's actually just true. That's just factually true. If you look at the statistics, those are all the things that women constantly do and still bring in the bacon nowadays. If you took a sociology class in college, you would have seen some of these statistics, I hope. And it's unfortunate, but I think, obviously not during this administration, but I think we can move that needle in the future and try to change society. But it's a long road ahead of us, guys. But let's get our next guest in here. I think Creed has been waiting the longest, so we'll get Creed pulled in. So we'll see if Creed is still with us. How you doing, Creed?
Hey, I was here earlier. Do you remember me?
I talked to you one other time. I want to say on Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was just here. I cut me out earlier before I could finish talking.
Weird. Maybe your phone died or something.
It's hard to hear.
Yeah, can you speak up a little bit?
Do you hear me now? I
can hear you. Can you hear him?
It's a little quiet, but it's a little better.
I'm sorry. Am I talking loud enough now?
I think it's okay. So we'll see what happens. Creed, we already know you're a believer, so I don't need to go through all that. We presume you're over 18. So did you have something specific on your mind from the last time we talked that you wanted to cover, or do you want to start from a fresh slate?
Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time because I have just to say that would you not argue that there is some evidence for Jesus' resurrection?
I don't think there's any.
What about the Gospels themselves? Do you not think they seem reliable testimonies?
No.
I think last stat right now, aren't I?
Yeah, maybe. That seems likely.
Okay, think about this. John the Baptist is recorded having a testimony.
Where?
In the Gospel.
So?
With Jesus as baptized.
Did John the Baptist actually leave us written testimony?
In the Gospels.
Okay, so he didn't. Who is recording all of Jesus' secret prayers?
Well, I don't I go to a church called the Church of Christ, and we're taught that the Bible is actually breathed by God. So God knew about those things and put it in the Bible.
Gotcha. So God told them to write it down. So how come God couldn't tell them to write down stuff that wasn't contradictory?
Maybe you forgot. Okay, that's a joke. It's a joke. I'm being serious, so I'm not a troll. Well, I don't really think it does contradict.
You don't think the Bible has contradictions?
I mean the contradictions, they're just kind of like going to an ice cream shop. You get different flavor,
every time.
Flavor you want. Yeah.
Well, what flavor of contradiction do you want today?
Okay, I'll stop. Okay, I'm not being funny. Okay, I'm being serious. Okay, I'm just kind of nervous. That's why I'm laughing. I was trying to say that the Bible doesn't have a lot of contradictions when you really think about it. Like, the message is consistent.
I don't think that's the case.
And things are depraved. We need a savior. Jesus comes, he dies, sheds his blood, and the new covenant is ushered in.
There's not a single prophecy that predicts somebody dying for your sins, and the new covenant is a contradiction of what the Old Testament says about the renewed covenant. The new covenant, where the Gentiles come in, according to Isaiah, requires them to obey the Sabbath, and they're going to bring sacrifices, like dead sacrifices, to the altar.
I mean, if you think about this, Jesus, like, he is God in the flesh. At least
But
most
he's
people
not.
believe that. He's not God?
No,
Why do you not think that?
because there's no God.
I'm talking like Christian theology. He's God
Well,
because
yeah,
he
in
says,
your
I
worldview,
am the
you think
Father
he's
in one.
God. Well, but he also prays that the disciples would be one with the Father as he is one with the Father. That certainly doesn't mean that Jesus is God. John 17.
Yes, yes, but John, I don't know, what was it? What's John 1:1 talks about Jesus being the Word, and the
Hmm.
Word was God.
Yeah, the Word of
And
God is
so,
not the God.
don't tell me you're doing that Dan McClellan stuff, are you?
No, Dan McClellan is just factually correct on this one. In fact, we see the same thing. The wisdom in the proverb, Sophia, is personified as a human being. The word of God was an attribute of God that gets personified, just like wisdom. It's not that they are God; it's that they're an attribute of God that takes on like a life force.
I know that, like, in Christian theology, there's the Trinity. So if
Yeah,
Jesus is God, of course, he's just wanting to get something more unified with himself.
only if you're a
Like,
Trinitarian.
are you not a Trinitarian, or do you not believe in that to be accurate?
No, I'm saying that your view of Christianity isn't the view of Christianity. There are multiple ways to be a Christian. There are non-Trinitarian Christians.
Yeah, well, I'm like, the church I go to, it's like we're like special because we're like non-denominational. We don't believe in like creeds or anything. Just we go off the
Yeah.
Bible alone.
Why do you believe that Jesus is God?
Because people worship him, and he able to forgive sins on earth.
So
Only things that God can do.
the disciples were given power to forgive sins. You don't know about that?
Know that God himself is giving the apostles that power, Jesus.
Oh,
himself.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. So Jesus can forgive sins because he's the Son of Man, and God has given the Son of Man the authority to forgive sins, just like the Son of Man gave the disciples the authority to forgive sins. There you go.
Do you not think when you look in the Old Testament you can see signs of the Trinity?
Nope.
But like there's times where there's like there's like this part in Genesis where God comes to see Abraham and there's three people there.
Yep. Chapter 18. Mm-hmm. Yeah, two of them are angels, and one of them's Yahweh.
Can that be a foreshadowing for the Trinity?
No.
If the Trinity always was and always existed, why would the only way you see it in the Old Testament be these sort of stretches of a kind of foreshadowing? Why isn't it just in the Old Testament?
Yeah, but why doesn't he just say it? Good question, Sarah.
Well, I mean, God's ways are mysterious.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
God's always coy. He doesn't want to give too much away. He's bashful. If it's so
Okay, well,
critical that people follow Jesus, why wouldn't he just make it abundantly clear that he is a Trinity and that he has a physical manifestation named Jesus?
You mean God? Because Jesus did say he was God.
Also, this does, now that we're here, this does bring up a contradiction, a theological contradiction, and just a factual contradiction. So the New Testament says, to whose name is every knee going to bow? Do you know whose name that is?
Is the New Testament?
Mhm.
Jesus, right? In Revelations?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about Philippians, right? So if you go to Philippians, says God exalted him, referring to Jesus, even more highly and gave him the name that is above every other name, so that the name given to Jesus, every knee should bend. So every knee is going to bend to the name of Jesus. But ironically, if you go to the Old Testament, Isaiah has a very different idea. God says in Isaiah, by myself I have sworn, from my mouth has gone forth in righteousness. From my mouth has gone forth in righteousness a word that shall not return. To me every knee shall bow, every tongue shall swear only in Yahweh. They will swear the name of Yahweh, not Jesus. This whole bowing to the name of Jesus is a heresy. That's why he's a false prophet predicted in Deuteronomy 13.
I know that Jesus Jesus does say "I am," and like Yahweh says "I am," so they're one and the same. So this isn't really a contradiction. They're
But
still
Jesus's
Jesus is
name
Yahweh.
is Jesus, not Yahweh.
Oh, they're one and the same.
If
And does
if
Jesus be the
Jesus
same?
if Jesus was Yahweh, he should have showed up and said, "I'm Yahweh."
I mean, the Old Testament is a very different kind of like. I mean, I won't say story, but the different kinds of the Old Testament is much more like a God. He had to go through a lot of bloodshed to get peace with Jesus.
He didn't have to do bloodshed.
He did because there we can there were like I don't really know like prove all the murder in the Old Testament, but like it got to Jesus, and Jesus is like a son of God, and he is God too.
No, what
And
I said
they
is
say,
that God didn't have to do any bloodshed.
why not?
Why would he have to?
Well, he's all powerful. He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have
Like
like all powerful entities don't have to do anything.
that if you're like a just one who knows that justice has to be served, you can't just cheat your way out of it. You need to do it right.
So then the people who gave flour as a sacrifice didn't get their sins forgiven.
Well, did God ask him to do it?
He said you can give flour, no blood. If you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you shall bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for a purification offering. Yeah, there's no blood there. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think flour bleeds.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that's. I wouldn't be not done enough to say flower bleeds. Don't worry. But that if you really do think about it, like it's still just temporary atonement. Like God says, is setting that for then, so then Jesus can come later on and shed blood that God will truly set everyone's sins
So
forgiven.
all the people in the Old Testament don't actually have their sins forgiven. They're like sort of forgiven for a little while, and then they're not forgiven, and then they get forgiven again.
Yeah, so
Well, they couldn't be forgiven forever, and God chose not to kill them then.
are they in
They
hell?
still died. No, because a lot of Christians believe that when Jesus, died, he went and freed a lot of people in Sheol, I think it was called.
Well, did they go to hell though? Were they there when Jesus died and went there?
So you're saying that they die in the whole Old Testament and go to hell?
Yeah, with the Jewish people, when Jonah died, did he go to hell?
Did he? I think he repented, right? Of what he did.
I'm just asking, did he go to hell? And any Jew that followed the Torah, did they all go to hell?
Well, I think if they died before Jesus came, I think their sins were probably forgiven if they chose to accept it.
Okay.
In the afterlife.
So if God can forgive your sins without Jesus, then Jesus didn't have to die.
Well, I mean, like God's a just God. He had to do something about it.
Do what?
Right? There had to be a.
He's not just if he requires innocent people to die.
Okay, well, I mean, this is one of the more uncomfortable parts of Christianity, that there's this belief that there is no innocent person.
So Jesus wasn't innocent.
Oh, he was innocent because he's God. He was pure. That's why he had to die. He's the
Oh, well, he's not
creature.
innocent then, because God can't sin.
Jesus didn't sin.
So it's just like a category error, basically. Like if God can't sin, then describing Jesus as sinless is silly.
Well, he had the chance to sin multiple times, like in the wilderness.
No, he didn't.
Sinned anytime he wanted to.
No, he can't sin. He's incapable of sinning.
Incapable of sinning? And
Jesus didn't overcome any sin. James says that God can't even be tempted. James chapter 2.
Jesus is God and he was tempted, though.
Well, he can't be tempted then. So either he's not God or he wasn't really tempted.
I think I can explain this.
Give your best shot.
Well, I think what this is trying to say is, since Jesus came to earth in an earthly form and chose to leave his like divine image in heaven, he was able to kind of get into the mind of the human being, and being in a regular human being's body, he faced the temptations.
But was he God?
Yes.
Did he know he was God?
Too. Yeah, it appears so.
Did he know all of the words of God?
Yes, he seems to know scripture.
I mean, you would hope so if he literally is the word of God. You'd think he'd have every last word of it memorized in the Old Testament, right?
Yes. Are you one of the people that argues this?
Do you think that he knew that God couldn't sin?
would think so, because he talks about how the Father is incredible all the time.
Okay, so if he is God and he knows he is God and he knows that God can't sin or can't be tempted, well, then he knows he's not going to sin.
I know that Jesus clearly clearly God has altered his memories, because they ask him, like, he doesn't know the day or the hour, and
God altered his memory?
well, it had to be fair. Like, I think about this, like, it's like Satan and God are playing like a game of racquetball. Like, to play the games like correctly, Jesus had to have some of his design status wiped away so he could truly be the perfect offering.
So he wasn't fully God.
Only
But he
partially
is.
God.
I mean, he's still fully God. God sent him. He's still fully God.
Well, he
He's
can't be
somewhat
fully
altered.
God if he didn't know he could be tempted or couldn't be tempted. Because to be fully God means that you would know the mind of God.
I know that, like, there's times where Jesus clearly knows scripture. For example, I can't remember, was it the Sadducees he gets angry at for not understanding that in heaven there's no marriage? Like, he understood that verse better than any other did.
But that doesn't answer the question. If he
So,
doesn't know what the Old Testament says, then he surely isn't God, and he's certainly not the Word of God. Like if physiology, if the field of physiology manifested into a divine entity named Sarah, I would expect that Sarah would know everything about physiology. There wouldn't be anything lacking if she was 100% physiology. Like if you're 100% God, that means there's nothing about God that should be excluded to you.
well, in the time that Jesus is baptized, God says, "This is my son who I am well pleased," clearly saying that he's God himself.
No, he didn't say that. He says my son, meaning it's adopted, like King David. King David was the adopted son, and God says the same thing about Solomon. He'll be my son.
Yes, but
There you go. The angels are called sons of God in the Old Testament too. Do you think the angels are God?
No, that they are like, like we're all kind of sons of God. Like any creature with a soul is like a son or a daughter of God.
Okay, so then Jesus is the same as all of us, just adopted, figurative son of God or daughter.
Well, he's not a girl, sir. He's a man.
Well, he's trans. Jesus is clearly trans in your worldview, not mine.
Okay.
Let's get this straight. Jesus only had chromosomes from his mother. He had no male chromosomes. So first of all, he doesn't fit your definition of a man. Second of all, he's part of a Trinity, and the Trinity includes a feminine character, the Holy Spirit. Ruach in Hebrew is feminine, not masculine, which means the Trinity includes at least one feminine character. God himself, the Father, has no masculine identity whatsoever. He's completely immaterial, yet chooses to call himself with male pronouns, which leads you to the obvious conclusion that the Trinity is fundamentally a trans entity that is perfectly okay with using pronouns subjectively.
Well, I mean, this is gonna sound a bit bizarre, like when you say God and Jesus is trans, but he does have some feminine-like characteristics.
He had long hair and a dress.
That's not what I'm saying. Everything good comes from God, and like the kind of sweet, nurturing love also comes from God. So what you're trying to say doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. So we agree then. Jesus is trans. W.
No, I didn't say that, sir. No, sir, you're taking that out of context.
So just to sum up, you worship a trans deity with long hair and a dress.
No, sir.
Where'd I go wrong?
Well, okay, this is just getting kind of silly, sir. I thought we were talking a serious conversation.
We actually are having a serious conversation. I'm helping you to understand the ridiculousness of the Trinity.
Okay, I'll slow down for a second. I'll calm down. I'm not trying to be...
Wait, what about Jesus being trans makes you upset?
It just feels like you're trying to make me look stupid on live and say something dumb.
I'm not doing that.
I've been trying to have a good faith conversation with you, and I don't want to look like a moron and have your live stream audience attack me.
You listen, live stream. Don't attack the guest. He's been polite. I don't want them to attack you.
I get what you're trying to say. Like, I understand that it's complicated. It's not easy to understand. Like, what doesn't make it feel more divine for how complex it is?
Do you believe in transubstantiation or transconstantiation? Is that what they call it?
I don't know.
That's a Catholic belief. I'm not Catholic.
Right. Well, there's two of them. There's transubstantiation and now I gotta look it up. Make sure I got this right. There's transubstantiation and consubstantiation. There we go. Consubstantiation. So do you believe that you're not Catholic, so you don't believe that Jesus' body turns into the Eucharist, or the Eucharist turns into Jesus' body?
No, because there's not anywhere in Scripture. It's just like something that was added later on in tradition.
No, John chapter 6 describes it, but that's the side point. We don't have to worry about Catholic doctrine. If you were Catholic, I had some fun things to ask you, but okay. So Creed, I think we've gone around a few points. Is there anything you want to say before we move on to another guest?
Do you not think that the Bible is scientifically accurate at all?
Oh, it's certainly not.
It talks about the Earth being like a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
I think Isaiah.
Isaiah 40:22 doesn't say that. It says it's a disc.
What does it?
It says God sits enthroned above the disc of the earth.
Well, couldn't that still technically be a sphere?
No, disc and spheres aren't the same shape. This is a disc right here. It's not a sphere.
So in the original Hebrew, it says disc.
Yeah.
I need to get the heck out of here. Justin, it was a great call, buddy.
All right. Good to hear from you, buddy. Well, he gave it his best.
Poor guy.
He's a good kid. He means well. Let me grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We'll keep the oven hot. Jason says, could long-haired Samson beat up Jesus? Here's my theory. Thank you for the 666. I think if Samson had his long hair, he could definitely take Jesus. He did push down the pillars of the Colosseum, and that seems like a pretty serious feat. Although, I mean, at the time Samson theoretically lived, they didn't have Colosseums, but whatever. I'm sure there's some translation nuances there, but yeah, I got my points on Samson. Samson took out 1,000 men with the jawbone of an ass. I mean, come on, that's pretty.
It's impressive.
It's pretty impressive. Yeah, I wouldn't be ashamed or jealous if some ladies in the chat got hot thinking about Samson killing 1,000 men with the jawbone of an ass. Just saying, I think there's a romance novel about that somewhere. Benji, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says he's wrong about future proof of God or no God. We just recently discovered RNA and DNA on meteorites in space. We could and will discover more about the universe in the future. I do know, Benji, that we found amino acids on meteors. I don't know about RNA and DNA yet. I'll have to look into that. But man, if we actually found actual assembled, even like RNA or even like a protein on a meteorite, man, that would be wild. That would change the game. Amino acids is one thing. A protein would be another big step in there. Brian says, have you ever done a Jesus was a woke liberal, prove me wrong? I would love to do that. I talked to Polypolitics about doing that live stream before, and we thought it would be a fun idea to do it. We just haven't done it yet. But yeah, actually, this is a really good idea, Brian, and I do plan to do this eventually. But it says, just to get mega folks worked up. Praise Doug, my rock of salvation. Yep, we're on board with you, and we like this idea. Pat says, old red beard entered the pretzel. I need to rename my live stream to the pretzel zone or the cognitive dissonance zone. Jim Nasty says, I want Ruby to leave his mother's basement. He did look like he was in a basement, but listen, do not despise the day of small beginnings. We all started in a basement at some point in time. My twin brother started a web programming business out of my mom's basement when he was a teenager. Now he owns $1 million company. Broke the Seal, interesting name. It says bro couldn't get cooked. He was already Already baked. You might be right on that. Only get stoned for Doug. Don't get baked for Yahweh. That's not what you want. Also, Magic says each lie he tells, a new red hair grows on his mane. Oh boy. You might be right. And Benji coming in again. Thank you so much. Says fallacy from AdPop, you mean Ad Populum, 2.4b Christians, 2.4 billion Christians. Most are Catholics, but how many actually know the Bible? This religion was spread through violence. Ruby probably thinks Catholics aren't real Christians. 1,000,000%. I agree. He definitely doesn't. Here's the funny thing, though, is if we're going to do an Ad Populum argument, then he should be Catholic, because there's way more Catholics than any other denomination. And if having a lot of people believes it, if that's meaningful, then shoot, praise the Pope. Magic. Oh, sorry, I just read that. Mindforge, thank you for the super chat, says, I'd rather claim I know than actually be honest. Most theists. Yeah, that seems to be the point. They'd rather say they know something than actually just be honest that they don't really know it. Jason, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, my friend. I appreciate that. And if you got the membership on the Kraken Crew Elite, that means you got access to the cheat sheet. So big W. And Jared says people are deceived by spirits, abhorrent language. So this is the case. 2 Corinthians 4:4 mentions it, that God allows basically Satan to deceive people from receiving the gospel. Elsewhere, he sends out lying spirits. God is really weird in that he all the time is acting on people's disinterest. In fact, when he refers in Exodus, with the Amalekite situation in Exodus 17, later he refers in Deuteronomy to that war and says, God says that, it says either in Joshua or Deuteronomy, I have to remember, it says that God changed their hearts to draw them out in war. God hardened their hearts to bring them to that war, which is crazy to think about. And Nightman Cummins says, by the way, my Skyline order is a 5-way and an order of chili cheese fries. Oh, the chili cheese fries from Skyline are amazing. I love a good 5-way. I still think my favorite Skyline dish, though, is just a chili cheese sandwich on the bun. I haven't convinced Sarah to try one. Working on it. Pray to Doug. See if we can get some movement.
I don't think anyone should eat anywhere where you put noodles in chili. That's blasphemy.
It's good.
Ridiculous.
It's just as good as ketchup on hot dogs.
No, what is wrong with you?
It's good. It's delicious.
That's terrible too. No ketchup on hot dogs.
Philtech says, a Proton walks into a bar. I'll have a beer. Barkeep, are you sure? Proton, I'm positive. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Now we've got a proton and an electron joke. And for those who don't know, it's actually the electrons that do the traveling, the negative charged particles that do the traveling that makes electricity possible. The proton, even though it's positively charged, is not the thing doing all the hard work. Justin says, I discovered you a few weeks ago. Legendary stuff. Well, Justin, amazing name. Appreciate that. And thank you for letting me know, and thank you for supporting the channel. Big W. Thanks for being here. And Cheap Snack says, duty right on me. 22. Oh, Deuteronomy 22 changed my life. Hot Carl. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Deuteronomy 22 is one of those passages that I think is the best passage for shocking people. Once they read not just that it's biologically inaccurate, but that women literally get stoned for not being virgins, it brings a little bit of shock and awe to the conversation. And Kyle, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, have you ever heard of the testimony of truth, a gospel that I didn't make it into the Bible? I believe it suggests that the serpent was Jesus. I actually never heard of this one. This is new to me, the testimony of truth. Send me a message, Kyle, on Discord. Send me a link to it. I'd love to read up on it and find out. It sounds really interesting. All right, let me grab our next guest. We're going to get Rod into the conversation, I think. How you doing, Rod? Rod? Rod?
Sounds like an accident.
Rod, are you up here by accident, my friend? Yeah, Rod's up here by accident. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. We'll get K2F in the box. How you doing, K2F?
Hey, I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Kay, can you talk a little bit closer to your phone because it's really
Yeah,
quiet?
absolutely. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's a little bit quiet. What do you think, Sarah?
Quiet.
It's a little bit quiet. Yeah.
Quiet.
You may have to put it right next to your face.
Yeah.
When you're outside, the sound doesn't travel all that well.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, definitely can
Little
hear
better,
you
yeah.
now. Yeah.
All right.
Much better.
So I have a word from the Lord for you. In 3 days, you're
Wait.
going to be cooking Christians, and there are people sitting here who will see you cook Christians before the Lord comes back. So just take heed and follow this word and this revelation. It will come true. And if anybody doubts me, watch them in 3 days. Watch them between now and when the Lord comes back.
It's a
gonna
testable
happen.
prophecy. It's precise. It's testable. It's got a deadline. I feel like
Really?
we've got a new prophet.
Okay, well, good. This is a Prophet K2F. I am actually a humanistic Jew. I know that makes no sense, but it's a real thing. Look it up sometime, folks. It is a real thing, actually. Anyways, guys, thanks for having me on. Have a good day. I will be out of here.
All right,
Bye.
cheers. Good to hear from your friend. He's definitely rock hard for Doug, if I had to guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right, we're going to get Christian Apologetics 101 with us. How you doing, 101?
Hey, good evening. How y'all doing?
Good, doing good. Can you talk a little bit closer to your phone? It's a pinch quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Well, I can hear you. Can you, Sarah? Can you hear him?
If you can get closer or make it clearer and louder, that would be great.
Is that better?
I don't know if it's better.
Yeah.
We can hear your keys in the background and everything else, though.
All right, can you hear me now?
That's a little better. Yeah.
Okay.
So, 101, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, for both.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
You call me Tony if you want to.
Tony? Okay. Tony, which
Your
God do you
name?
believe in?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Christian God.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Have you ever heard of Ravi Zacharias?
Yeah, the dead pervert that was accused of assaulting women. Yeah, I know about him.
Mm-hmm. So I believe that Christianity answers the questions that we have about life, and it falls in line with empirical evidence, consistency, transformation.
What question about life does it answer?
As far as our purpose, significance. Well, I guess it's the same thing. Sorry. Purpose.
How do you know it has the right answer, though?
Because of I would say, the impact, the transformation that it does.
So when Islam is more popular than Christianity, does that mean that Islam is true?
No, I'm saying the transformation, not the popularity. It doesn't have to be popular. Christianity wasn't popular when it first started.
Well, Islam did transform the world.
Mm-hmm. But I guess it's about the impact of the transformation.
So what? Islam has an impact.
Yeah, that's it. Whether it's for good or bad, correct?
Well, they think it's good.
Okay. All right. My question to you is, are you, if God was real, would you believe in him? If like he came down and had evidence?
I wouldn't have a choice. If God was real, I would believe that God is real. Do you have an argument that ends with God being real?
Yeah, we can go down it, but I'm just trying to figure out where you are before we go further. So
if you discovered that God wasn't real, would you be an atheist?
Yes, I would have to admit that's what Paul talks about, that if Jesus didn't resurrect.
Yep, chapter 15. If he wasn't raised from the dead, we are to be pitied most among all men.
Agreed. Yep. We have to take that L. It'll be a big L.
Okay. Now, what evidence do you have that your religion is true?
Well, you have the fine-tuning argument, if you want to go there, but I'm going to go to just the logical consistency.
Logical consistency of what?
That we have, I think, over 40 writers in the Bible.
It's bad.
all
You're,
point to.
at least your name is honest. This is Christian Apologetics 101.
And I know you keep bringing up contradictions, and my question that I pose to you and other people is, if you were to come up with that, if they were to know that people were to say, "Oh, this is a contradiction. This is a contradiction," why do you think they still allow that to be in the Bible?
Who?
I believe the council, the church fathers who put the Bible together in the first place. If they knew that people like you were going to say, "Oh, this is a contradiction. This is a contradiction," why would they not take it out?
They knew there were contradictions. They said the same nonsense that you apologists say. They say it appears to be a contradiction, and I'm sure there's an explanation for it. I just don't know what the explanation is. In fact, Origen says the same thing when he talks about the contradiction of Judas, the way Judas died. He goes on length and discusses on how there probably is a good answer for it. He just doesn't know what it is. Well, I don't think there's a good answer for it. We've had 2,000 years and no one's got one.
No, I don't know if you understand my question. My question is, why would the church fathers not take it out?
Because it's scripture, and you aren't supposed to tamper with scripture. That's evil.
They took out other scriptures then.
They didn't.
They took out other scriptures.
No, they didn't.
No, other scriptures didn't make it there. They had to be led by the Holy Spirit on what to put in there.
Well, I disagree with that entirely. But what I'm saying is the church fathers who were passing down the manuscripts believed that changing the text would have been a sin. Obviously, they're not going to change it.
No, I'm not saying.
Well,
I'm not saying change.
I think I understand what you're asking here, but you are making it sound like there was one group of people at one time who looked at all of the books and just decided which ones would count, which would be the Bible, but that's not quite true. I mean, the more ancient scriptures, the Old Testament, that had been set as a thing way before the New Testament. So they actually, you can see, I'm sure Justin will do a better job at this than me, but they do have in the Gospels ways that they are sort of wrangling the words of the Old Testament to sort of try and make Jesus fit things. And I think that is evidence of trying to make it work, even though it really doesn't.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah, so
what the New Testament authors were doing was dishonest.
And why do you say that?
Because they said things that were factually untrue, and I'm inclined to believe that at least some of them knew that it was untrue.
Can you give an example?
Yeah. For example, have you read the book of Zechariah before?
Some of it, yeah.
Have you read Zechariah 9?
And it says, let me see, I'm pulling it up now. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you go down to 9, verses 9 and 10, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off, shall be cut off, and he shall command peace of the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." Now, Matthew 21 says that this was fulfilled in Jesus when he planked across 2 donkeys riding into Jerusalem, but it certainly wasn't fulfilled in Jesus. This included a real actual king that put down Israel's enemies, which Jesus never did.
And I believe you're hitting a good point. I think that's why Jewish people don't believe Jesus was the Messiah.
Yeah, because he wasn't, because the New Testament's lying.
Well, that's the argument, you know.
Well, prove me wrong. He didn't fulfill one prophecy.
I believe he fulfilled a number of prophecies.
My count is at 0. In fact, I'll make you a deal. Within this conversation, I will Venmo you $100 for every fulfilled prophecy you can find me.
So what about, I guess, Isaiah 7:14?
Not even close to being about Jesus. Isaiah 7:14 is about a child born during the reign of Ahaz. You want to read that one with me?
I'm on Isaiah 7:14 right now, yeah.
Yeah. Isaiah 7 is about the war between the Arameans, Israel, and Judah. It starts out, says, "In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. When the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So there's a war going on. There's an alliance between the northern kingdom and the Arameans, and they're going to go to war against Jerusalem and try to overthrow King Ahaz, and it doesn't work, but they're terrified that it's going to happen. God sends 3 different prophecies. The first prophecy ends with, if you do not stand firm in faith, you will not stand in all. The second prophecy starts in verse 10, where it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, as a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So it's a child who's already conceived, is about to be born, and by the time that child is old enough to know right from wrong, King Ahaz's enemies are going to be wiped out. That's what the prophecy says.
Where are you? Because I'm reading the New King James, and I see, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son.
It doesn't say that in
He shall call
Hebrew.
his name Emmanuel.
The King James and the New King James spuriously add in the wording of the New Testament there, which is not in the actual Hebrew Bible. It refers to the woman as an alma. Ha-elma hara means the pregnant young woman in Hebrew.
I would have to see that in Hebrew before, because I'm going off. I only can go off of what the New King James tell me.
I don't know.
I can't go off of
I don't know why you're trusting the King James Bible for this. My English translation was actually honest. Why does my English translation disagree with yours?
I'm going off of just the translations that I'm reading.
Right. Why does my English translation disagree with yours?
I'm not sure. I don't know which. That's why I asked which version you're reading from, so I can follow along.
I was reading
Isn't
from.
that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that interesting that you believe that this is God breathed and this perfect word, and yet it is not translated the same? That one of our English translations says one thing and the other says another thing.
Well, things do kind of get mixed up in translations. Like when you I try to learn Spanish, and it's totally different when
Right. That's a huge problem, though, because if things get mixed up in translations, how can you trust that any of the English has been translated correctly?
I have to go off of what I'm reading, and if
Why? Why do you think what you're reading is perfectly correct, but the other English translations are not? If you just said that things get mixed up in translation.
If we take several translations, we have to line them up.
But you haven't done that. You're just reading your one translation, right?
No. I read NSAB. There's NIV. There's that's what you're reading. I'm sorry, NSAB. So I'm reading several ones that I'm checking out right now to see if it says something different. And I see the same thing, that it's child. It's not saying that it is with a child.
Right, but that's not what is in the Hebrew text, is what I'm saying. That they're using Matthew in the passage because they want you to think that's what's in the passage.
So you're saying this is an example of them changing something in the Old Testament?
They're lying.
Is that what you're saying?
Your Bible translator is lying to you. On an actual Jewish website, Sefaria, they've got an actual translation with the Hebrew sentence. They said, "My sovereign will give you a sign nonetheless. Look, the young woman is with child and about to give birth to a son." And the reason why they do that is because it says ha-elma hara. Ha-elma is a young woman. Hara is an adjective. It just means to be pregnant. That's all it means.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to just research that myself. Honestly, if you bring that up to me, I'll have to double check. I guess I would take another one, Isaiah 53:4.
Well, Isaiah 53 is certainly not about Jesus. It's about the nation of Israel.
It's talking about the suffering servant.
Israel, yeah.
That's the suffering servant. That's where you get that from.
Yeah, Isaiah tells you who the servant is. Want me to read it to you?
Yeah, we can read it together.
Yeah, pull up Isaiah 41, 8 through 9.
Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. Hold on.
Justin, can you tell the audience the name of the Hebrew website you used?
Oh, yeah, the name is Sepharia, and let me see if I could put it in the chat. I think I could put it in chat. It's Sefaria, Sepharia.org is the website. They have an app for the phone as well, and I must say the app is phenomenal, and it's free. So I highly recommend using the app. I use it almost every day.
So I don't get. I see what you're saying, but you're saying Israel is my servant. But on 53,
Well,
gets
hold on.
personal.
You're getting way ahead of yourself. So the prophet says, according to God, you Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen. Okay, so in Isaiah 41, then the servant is who?
Israel.
Okay, cool. Do you leave your computer? Why do you sound like you're in a cave now?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Isaiah 43:10 says the same thing. You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen. So again, the servant singular is a plurality of people. It's the nation of Israel. It's 44, 1 and 2. Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel whom I've chosen. Thus said the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb and will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant. So the servant Israel, 44:21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me. Isaiah 45:4. For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. Again, it's Israel. My favorite one, 48:20, says, go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. Because the entire arc of 2nd Isaiah, chapter 40 to 55, the entire theme is that God's servant is going to be set free from captivity in Babylon. The entire narrative is about the nation of Israel, every last word of it.
But now on 53,
he can't help himself. Can you actually address anything I just said, or do you just want to? You just want to move on. You just want to move on to the one. You just want to move on to the one sentence that sounds like Jesus. Ignore all the context.
well, it's actually I actually agree with you. I think.
Okay, so what is the context of 2nd Isaiah?
I said you're right.
I know I'm
you're
right.
Spot on.
I know 1,000,000%.
So now I'm going to where on 53 it's a paragraph of something that he's prophesying that he's seeing.
No, it's not. Isaiah 53 is what the nations are going to say once the Israelites have been freed from captivity.
And what is it? What is it?
You already know. It's in front of your face. Chapter 53 is the voice of the nation.
So who is that? Who does that sound like then? If we go down from
it sounds like Israel.
Rejected.
Israel.
So he took up our pain and bore our suffering. Israel took up the pain and bore the suffering, stricken by him.
Yep. And if you bothered to read all of Isaiah rather than the one chapter that you like, you would see where God explicitly tells you that's what he's doing with the nation of Israel. He put them into captivity. They paid for their sins and they paid for the sins of the others so that when God frees them, the Gentiles will see his salvation through the rescue of the Israelites and come to know Yahweh as the one true Lord. This is the problem that you have, is you've only read one chapter of Isaiah. That's it. You've read chapter 53, and it sounded a lot like Jesus. And you said, well, shit, it must be about Jesus. If you bothered to read all of Isaiah, especially 2nd Isaiah, you would know it's clearly not about Jesus, but you haven't put the work in.
I believe that Isaiah is receiving different prophecies.
I don't
And
think he
he's
is.
writing them down.
Okay, so all of the prophecies in Second Isaiah, every last one of them is about the restoration of the nation of Israel, except for this one section. For one reason or another, in just this one chapter, God's going to give a cryptic prophecy that nobody can test, nobody understands, and they're going to argue about for the next 500 years, and it's going to actually be about Jesus. Christians tell me day in and day out that context matters. You have to interpret the passage in light of the context. But when it comes to the prophecies, all of a sudden you want to throw the context completely out the window.
No. So it's still the restoration of Israel, but now
I agree.
It's now a
prophecy.
Is it? I think Sarah nailed it. Is it a dual prophecy?
If you want to call it that.
Yeah, that's exactly where you're going. Yeah, we hear that one quite a bit. Jeez, that is a shocker. Why should I or anyone believe that a prophecy has two different interpretations and that the second interpretation is divorced from the context of the actual text?
Because that started like in Genesis when God says, "If you eat after the apple, you surely would die,"
which was the first line in the Bible.
But I'm saying they didn't. They died a spiritual death.
It didn't say spiritual death. It says you'll die.
And Rob brings up the point: how can a prophecy be in the past tense?
Exactly.
Because he's seeing it, and that's how he's writing it, I believe.
So this is actually a really good point because Isaiah 53 is not even a prophecy, by the way. Isaiah 53 is a personification of what the nations are going to say. It's not making any predictions.
So how come the New Testament fathers, how come they came to that? How come the people who believed in that, they pointed to Isaiah?
Because they were gullible just like you.
So remember this, hear what you're saying. Before Jesus was crucified and all that, they pointed to Isaiah before any Bible was ever created.
Oh, you have literally no evidence of that.
We have that in Matthew, Mark, Luke. They're pointing
that
back
was written
to
after Jesus already died.
Well, I'm saying that's what they're pointing back to.
Yeah, but that was written after Jesus died. You said before Jesus died.
Yeah, before he was crucified, people were believing him. People were following him. Correct.
I agree. Yeah, he had disciples. Yeah, and Jesus probably did teach them that Isaiah 53 was about him. I'm sure he did. It's irrelevant to me. Jesus is wrong. Jesus is wrong about a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
He couldn't even predict his own second coming properly. Waylon, thank you for sending out 5 subbies on TikTok. Appreciate that. Are you aware that Jesus told you the cutoff date for the second coming?
I know where you're going with this, but you can go ahead.
It's funny. They always know where I'm going, but they don't have an answer for it.
Because I know you guys don't like to answer this answer, but it is a mystery. Trinity is a
there
mystery.
it is.
You know, it's cool. But let me ask you this.
If I read you something in the Quran that seemed nonsensical, would you say, well, it's just a mystery?
If the Quran is meeting the four questions, the 3 questions about life.
Just having an answer for the question doesn't mean that the answer is right. If I wrote a book, that gave you the answers to life or whatever your 3 questions was, doesn't mean that my book is true. It just means that I was able to provide the answers that you were seeking.
Well, I'm saying origin, meaning, morality, destiny. Those are the 4 questions that everybody battles with.
I don't know if that is the case, and I don't believe there's such a thing as destiny.
Okay, that's fair. Hey, that's your choice. But I do have to ask you this. When it came down to the Christian movement or Jesus, most movements die when the leader died. Can you?
Oh, that's certainly not the case. There were lots of people that died and had cult followings for a long time.
Or to be put to the death? Those cult followings, were those people put to the death?
Yeah.
By the government?
That can increase your cult following.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me an example of someone? Can you give me an example of a cult following that was persecuted by death by the government and they kept going?
Yep.
Joseph Smith.
There you go, Joseph Smith. Easy one.
So Joseph Smith is Latter-day Saints, correct? No?
Yeah.
and they were put to the death by who?
They literally fought wars over it.
Joseph Smith was like what, 1800s, I believe, when he came out. So who? I'm
He
saying
was
who?
persecuted and eventually killed, right?
I don't think Joseph Smith was killed, but he did have people that came after him. You're thinking of David Koresh, probably.
No. Who's the other guy? The
Jim Jones?
No. Still in Mormonism.
Oh, in Mormon, Brigham Young?
Yeah. One of the.
How did he die?
I don't know.
Is that another Christian guy?
So
Oh,
these
yeah.
are two leaders.
So anybody besides Christianity? You have anybody else besides Christianity?
Wait, you think Mormons are Christians?
Well, they have some fundamental beliefs, but that's up to God to determine.
Have you not met the Islamic world?
Mm-hmm.
You know that they fought wars and died for Muhammad, like literally the first thing they did.
No, I'm saying a small group that was persecuted to death by the government that continued to grow.
Well,
I don't think Islam was
persecution by the
I don't think-
government is a needless standard.
No, I'm saying I don't think Islam was persecuted
They
to
were
death by a government.
they were
and
persecuted by other people groups and by other ruling parties. They went to war with other cities and conquered them, and then other countries.
Exactly, heard you said they conquered them.
Yeah.
But why
Christianity didn't blow up like
by
that
the
in Rome.
government your standard here?
Yeah, it's really weird, and I pointed out, and Sarah notices too. It's really weird that your standard here is that it has to be a small group and it has to be specifically persecuted by the government. That has nothing to do with whether or not a cult is true.
No, my point is that most cult followings they die when the leader dies.
That's not true.
Christianity. I said most cult. We don't have any.
Islam is still here.
Islam,
I don't know if you know
that. Islam also follows. It's an Abrahamic religion, so they're kind of in the same.
They're not Christian.
So you're counting them? You're taking them under Christianity?
I don't know the early. I can't speak for the early history of Islam as far as if it had the same history. Would you? Are you guys comparing? They had the same history as Christianity in Rome.
The point is, you are saying how unique you think Christianity is, but you are very unaware of how similar it is to a lot of other things.
So are you saying that Islam had the same growing history, the growing pains that Christians had in Rome?
No one said that the scenarios were the same. I don't know why you keep bringing this up. What I'm saying is the relevant factors, like people that were willing to give their lives for what they believe, is the same.
I think he's really on the leader dying.
Right.
But there are many cults where the leader dies and the cult continues. And the growth of Islam is relatively similar to the growth of Christianity. Not exactly the same, but it's similar.
Well, okay, so now that I guess we disagree.
It's also, just to be completely clear, it's also the most worthless talking point on the planet. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if early Christians practiced the same cognitive dissonance that you practiced. In fact, if you read the early church fathers, all of them are literally preparing for the imminent end of the world. All through church history, the church fathers are preparing for the imminent end of the world. Any day now, it's going to happen. It's never going to happen. The book's not true. Jesus is a liar and a fraud.
So here's the okay, now that we agree or we disagree with the cults things, but what I wanted to touch base is those cults or Islam or whatever, they don't have the claim that our leader came back to life.
Christianity is a cult.
I'm saying
Christianity is a failed death cult.
All right, can I get my point though? My point is,
well, your point is stupid. It doesn't matter if those religions claimed in a resurrection. The individual beliefs of the religion being unique has nothing to do with whether or not it's true.
Totally, that's my point. That if you know it's a lie, if my leader said he's coming back physically, and he came back physically, I saw him. Now I'm willing to die for it, but a lot of people are not willing to die for a lie.
So what? Millions of people are willing to die for the lies that Muhammad taught. Millions of Muslims literally believe that Muhammad split the moon in two.
Yes, you heard you said they believe it.
I know, and your religion believed similar lies. All religious leaders teach lies, and their people believe lies. That's what they do.
So if people check the tomb and the body is there, do
They
you
don't even
think
know where the tomb
Christianity?
was.
We do. Hold on, you might be right on that, but I will say, did you see the Jewish people trying to check, put guards there?
That didn't
They
happen.
wanted to make sure, huh?
That didn't happen. It's fabrication.
I thought we have the Jewish laws
No.
to not steal, to not grave rob.
There's no Jewish law. There's a Roman law against grave robbing, but they didn't typically set guards out in front.
I believe the Jewish people asked that, and I think
They didn't.
that's another thing I want to touch on. That we have Roman
So you
historians.
can't even demonstrate that he was placed in a tomb. You only believe that he was.
Because I gotta go off the scriptures. But
I know,
if we go off of Roman,
and I can demonstrate that the scriptures tell lies, which is why I don't go off the scriptures. How many lies does the Gospels have to tell you before you just stop trusting them?
well, we have to pair that up with the Roman historians as well.
The question is, how many lies does the New Testament has to tell you before it's no longer trustworthy?
It would have to say that Jesus isn't.
That's not my question. My question is, how many lies does the New Testament have to tell you before it's untrustworthy?
How many lies? I think it depends on what the lies are.
I don't think that depends at all. If the New Testament lies to you at all, shouldn't that be cause to doubt it? That's crazy.
I think because it's all about perspectives with the Gospels.
I didn't ask about perspectives. Yeah, we're talking about lies.
So I'll say none. Then. Let me say none.
Okay, there's a better answer. The New Testament shouldn't lie to you at all if it came from God.
Correct. Yeah. Let me go with that. Yeah.
Okay, you want to read a lie with me?
Let's go.
Okay. Mark says, in the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I am sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way, the voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight. Can you show me in Isaiah where he said, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way?
Hold on. I'm sorry.
I know it's one over there, but it don't say text on it.
Yeah, I don't know where it is.
All right, thank you, sir.
No problem. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, wait. Pull it up again. I'm sorry.
It's just Mark 1:1.
Is it I see. I am. My messenger ahead of you. I have to check that. I will send my messenger.
Click on the footnote in your Bible, on your online Bible. Click the footnote. Tell me what it says.
I don't have a footnote. Behold, I sent my messenger. He will prepare the way for me. Yeah, I don't have a footnote though.
Footnote should say, let me see. Do I have my footnotes and references turned on? Cross references, turn those on. There we go. The cross reference should say Malachi 3:1. Oops. Isaiah didn't say it. Malachi said it.
Mm-hmm.
So that means Mark was wrong.
That's I think that's grabbing at straws there.
What did he say something true or untrue?
But we get what he's trying to say.
No. Did he say something that's true or untrue?
It's incorrect. Yes, it's correct. It's
Okay,
incorrect.
so he said something that's not true.
But that's like me just getting a name wrong. But I know what I read.
But I'm sorry.
If I talk about,
Did God inspire him to put the wrong name down there?
I want to say God inspired him, but that's something that if that's
what's it
something
doing
that
there?
he thought, he just I believe he just misput the name.
So why wouldn't God prevent him from putting wrong stuff in the book?
because I believe we're smart enough to understand to point that okay, it's in Malachi, and again, it goes back to the question I said before. If they see
So
that, just like you
so how much of the Bible
hold on,
has to be wrong before it's not trustworthy?
hold on,
Because initially you said it shouldn't have any lies. Now we found one, and all of a sudden you're okay with the Bible lying.
Okay, somebody said Isaiah 40:3. Bam.
What about it?
It says exactly what it's saying.
Isaiah 48:3, it does not.
40 verse chapter 40 verse 3. A voice is one calling. Make
It
path.
doesn't say that. Isaiah 40 gives you the second half of that quote. If you go to Mark chapter 1, where we just were, the second half of the quote is Isaiah 40. The voice of the one crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his path. That is a quote from Isaiah 40.
Okay.
The first part sounds similar, but it's not. It's a quotation from Malachi, which is why every Bible cross-reference agrees with me that it's Malachi 3:1.
So if you
He'd read in the comments, he thought he got one.
No, it's still right there. If it's in Isaiah 43,
It's not.
It's right there.
It's
that
not in
talking
Isaiah
about.
40.
A voice of one calling in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord.
Yeah, that's the
Like,
second half of the
he's-
quote. The first half of the quote is from Malachi.
So does that mean we're missing a scroll? They just found the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No.
Or is that what we're missing?
It
Or
means Mark screwed up.
Mark screwed up.
Yeah.
That's okay. So you have another lie?
I got a bunch.
Because I don't like that one. That one's kind of, I think, weak, to be honest.
But it's true, isn't
And
it?
just to keep
No, I don't-
track of what we've said, you've already agreed that translations are, things go wrong in translation, so we can't totally trust the English translation. And now we know that some of the writers of the New Testament are mixing up the details, and they're getting some things wrong too. Just to keep track.
Okay.
Let's go to a section that you might be familiar with. This is like a two-pronged situation. It talks about Judas betraying Jesus. It says, one of the 12, who was called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests and said, what will you give me if I betray him to you? They paid him 30 pieces of silver. Cool. Okay. Easy enough. And then later in Matthew, it says, for this reason, I'm sorry, this is referring to the field that was purchased. Is not the, was it the verse I was looking for? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that was the right one. Let's see. Matthew says, after conferring together, they used the money, the 30 pieces of silver, to buy Potter's Field as a place to bury foreigners. For this reason, that field has been called the field of blood to this day. Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And then he quotes Jeremiah. And he says, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. Okay, so this is a quotation from from Jeremiah.
Mm.
Can you show me in Jeremiah where that shows up?
That's fine. Let's see if we can find it.
It's gonna be a long search.
Jeremiah. Okay, I see that it's actually in Zechariah.
Yeah, bingo. It's actually a quotation from Zechariah chapter 12, I believe. Is it chapter 11 or chapter 12? I don't remember. It's one of the two, but it's from Zechariah, not Jeremiah. It's almost like the gospel authors aren't very good at what they're doing.
It sounds like they're actually human and they're making mistakes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's almost like the Bible was written by people and not by God. You got it. Yeah. Congratulations.
They are the Bible is written by people, yeah.
Okay, so So we just found two things the gospel authors got wrong.
I think it's just misspeaking.
How many things do the gospel authors have to get wrong before I can say maybe I shouldn't trust this? Maybe this isn't from God.
I think it would be worse if you couldn't point to
I'm
it
going
at
with
all.
4.
12?
I think it would be worse if you couldn't point to it at all. If you pointed to a scripture that's not found at all.
So it's okay that it's kind of wrong.
No, it's kind of like if I'm explaining to you a movie or something, or even whatever, and if I get a person's name wrong or a part of the movie wrong, you kind of get the gist of what you kind of can remember. Okay, I know what you're kind of talking about.
So I just want to clarify for my own. Do you think the Bible, as it is right now, is inspired directly from God? Like this is God's word?
Yes.
So God essentially wrote the Bible and he told humans what to say?
No, God didn't essentially write the Bible. The Holy Spirit led the people what to.
Wait, no, that's what I just said. The Holy Spirit told people what to say, right?
So the Holy Spirit didn't know who said it?
It's not the Holy Spirit. It's some things are what we call informative, descriptive, and some is prescriptive. So if
no, wait, hold on. He's directly quoting a scripture.
Correct.
And so there is nothing about the style of writing that would make it reasonable for him to quote the wrong person. Like that's not a style of writing.
So I put that onus back on you guys that if
the onus. We didn't make the mistake. Your God did.
But that's my point. If you could catch this, if anybody could catch this, why are they not editing it and changing it? Because they don't want to.
People have been catching it for ages. Have you not read any of the early? Have you not read any of the early church disputations?
I'm in agreement with you. My question is, why did they not fix it?
Because it's scripture to them.
It's not a good argument for why it's correct. Like, what is it about this that makes you think that God actually wrote it when it has all these errors in it?
Because I believe I believe as long as we get the gist, because like right there, like what you're bringing to me, if I could point it to another scroll, then hey, he misspoke.
Well, but these aren't just like little details. These are prophecies about whether or not Jesus is the Messiah.
It's kind of
like this is not a little thing. So if they have the prophecies about the Messiah incorrect, that is a huge deal. And you think like that should be absolutely.
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example of what you're talking about. In Acts, we have Peter.
But
hold on. No, I want you to address what I just said.
I'm finna. And Peter admits that he forgot something about the gospel. Even though he told somebody something earlier about the gospel. In Acts 2, he said, hey, be baptized, repent in order to receive the Holy Spirit. In Acts 10, he admits, oh, snap, I forgot something.
So?
I thought that they had to receive the Holy Spirit through this. But no, I remember what God said. So we have emphasis of remembrance. We have emphasis of error where they're admitting to it.
But the authoring of the text, theoretically, who just blocked Dr. Josh from the live chat? Guys, first of all, he sent me a text message. He was joking. If people are in the comments talking smack, let them talk smack. That's what we do here. If I love you moderators, but you don't have to kick anybody or mute people unless they're going to get my live taken down. Let people talk smack. It's half the fun of being here. Sorry about that. Sorry, Dr. Josh. So listen, Sarah made a good point, and I'd actually like to hear an answer to the problem. Like if the Holy Spirit is uttering to the disciples or whoever's writing what they're supposed to write down, there's no memory lapse. They're there with the pen and paper writing what they hear, are they not?
Well, I don't think we don't have a full breakdown of how each book is written. I think like in the first 5, we do have explanation that the Holy Spirit led Moses to what to write because he was not there.
Yeah.
As
God
far
told
as the
him
letters, we
he
have the
he
letters
wrote
of
as
Paul.
God spoke in Exodus. As God spoke to him, he was writing it down. That would be
You know what I'm saying?
the
That's
proper
one
way of
example.
dictating a text.
You know what I'm saying? That's one example, but like in New
So
Testament, we
did
have
God
Paul's
not know
letters.
that? Did God not know that you have to dictate the text?
I think he does, but I'm saying in the New Testament with the Gospels and even Paul's letters, that's men writing it, and
So
So
God
maybe
did.
it's wrong.
So God didn't direct it. Yeah, Sarah. You're saying that the Bible says things that are wrong. It's untrue.
I'm
So
not saying that. I'm
okay. So
saying
how
that
do I know if the Bible says things that are made up by man? How do I know which parts are made up by man and which parts are from God?
as long as the consistency. This is why I say.
There's
That's
no
why they were.
consistency. There's
That's
none.
It's inconsistent.
it has.
Paul's not even consistent among himself.
So when I say consistency, I mean consistent with the message because that's how they were
There is
able to
none.
determine the book. That's how they were. How are they able to determine the book of Judas should not be in here?
Jesus
The book of Jasher
said,
should not be in here.
Jesus,
The book of
the
Enoch
book
should
of
not be in
Jasher
here.
didn't exist when they were doing the Council of Nicaea. So Jesus said to follow the laws
I'm saying all
forever.
the other books. I'm saying all the other books.
No one cares about those. We're talking about the books we have. Jesus said to follow the laws forever. Paul said, no, it's a temporary law. That's a huge disagreement.
Where you said Jesus said follow the
law
laws
until
forever.
heaven and earth pass away.
So you're going into the Old Testament or the Old
No,
Covenant?
Jesus isn't in the Old Testament. Jesus said
says
in
until the law is
Matthew
fulfilled, correct?
to follow the laws until heaven and earth pass away. It says, in fact, I'll read it to you. I don't know why I assume you know it. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. What does it mean to abolish?
To remove, but he came to fulfill it.
Oh, okay. Does remove and abolish, is that the same thing?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Okay. Did Jesus come to remove the law?
No, he came to fulfill it.
Okay. Did he come to abolish the law?
No.
Did he come to get rid of the law?
No.
Okay. Good. We agree then. He says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I'm not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Has heaven and earth passed away?
No, but all have been accomplished.
It literally hasn't been accomplished because all includes the heaven and the earth being renewed. That's part of the all. All being accomplished is what he's talking about in that phrase. Namely, heaven and earth passing away and all things becoming new again, like Revelation 21, which is why he says in the next verse, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, which means Paul is least in the kingdom of heaven.
So we have here where fulfill. I don't know if he came to fulfill the old covenant.
Fulfill doesn't mean abolish. We already went through that.
But so if
he didn't come to get rid of the law.
If you were to order something,
Can I add one caveat to that?
Yeah, go ahead, Rabbi.
Just to say that when fulfill in the Hebrew text is lishmor, to guard or to keep, when it's saying fulfill, it's meaning to keep the law. It's not saying that you should not keep following the law. The argument that Christians should be making is that the claim was that nobody could fully keep the law, and so Jesus is going to help you fill in the gap. That's what you should be saying if you were really arguing along with the text.
I'm going to also,
as your attorney, I advise you to make that argument instead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I will also go to the parable of the wineskins.
Well, we need to address Matthew 5 first.
Okay, that's what I'm.
So, according to Matthew 5, is the law in effect until heaven and earth pass away?
No.
We'll try this again. Truly, I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished.
The law is
So
there because the law has a purpose. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. The law
well,
has a purpose.
okay, so
The purpose is to
let
show us
me
our sin.
well, that's not true according to the lawgiver. So Jesus says, whoever breaks one of the least of the commandments and teaches others to do so will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Why would he say that if he actually was intending to get rid of it?
I believe Jesus came to put more emphasis on things. That's all.
That's not an answer to my question. Why would Jesus tell his people to follow the law? And if you don't follow the law, you'll be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Why would he say that if he knew immediately upon death they shouldn't follow the law?
Because he's talking to the Jews, and the
I'm
Jews are
aware
trying
of
to
it.
trap him. And the Jews are trying to trap him.
We all know it.
So he's not trying to give them a pass. He's not trying to say, "Oh."
Why
he's
does
trying to
he
actually put
tell
emphasis.
people to follow the law if he doesn't want them to follow the law?
But he also tells us how to follow it, which is love God.
That's irrelevant. I'm saying, why does he tell people to follow it if he doesn't want them to follow it?
Because at that time he has not passed. He did not start the New Testament
He,
yet. That's what I'm
he
trying to tell you
didn't
about
say the law is going to go away when I pass. He didn't say that. You want him to say that.
did.
He didn't say
No,
that.
he did.
Show me where he said it.
did. In the parable of the wineskins.
He didn't say that.
That you can't pour new wine into the old wineskins.
I'm aware. That has nothing to
You
do
have
with the
to
law
bring
going
in
away.
new
It
wineskins.
has nothing to do with the law going away.
It does, because
It certainly does not.
You can't bring in a new covenant without the old one being done. And
New covenant has nothing to do with new laws.
It is.
Can I ask one question about that as well?
Go
Is
ahead.
that okay? If there are texts, do you believe that God can change or cannot change?
I don't believe he can change, no.
And do you think that God is the same God from the Hebrew Bible as it is in the Christian Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so then if God says that this should be a law for all time for you, was God JK?
No.
So then, how do you define all time then?
So from my theology, we have it that all is accomplished with the new covenant.
That's not an answer to his question. You keep saying things that aren't responses to the actual question. And
I'm sorry about that.
It's beginning to be a little bit annoying. Like, I know that you have a script that you want to run, but throw your script away and just try to answer the question. Can you give the question again, Rabbi?
Yeah, if a law is for all time and God is not changing and it's the same God from one testament to the next, then how is it that you see yourself able to do away with a law that should be for all time?
So, okay, I don't try to do away with the law. The law has a purpose, even though we in the new covenant don't adhere to all of the 613 laws. So the old covenant or the old law was to point out sin and to show us that we could not save
This
ourselves.
has nothing to do with his question. The question is, if the God of the Old Testament says to follow the law forever, was he serious when he said that? Did he mean it?
As your attorney, I would advise you to say that you're not of Israel and therefore you're not bound by the 613 commandments, only by the Noahide laws.
I like that. Hey, good. Hey, that's nice. Okay. Hey, who is this guy?
Unfortunately, that's still a wrong answer.
I like where he's going.
He's letting you know that this is your best answer. This is not a good answer, though.
So, because you're saying that because Jesus says that
just keep in mind, if you do accept this answer, we'll both cook you on it. But it is the only answer at your disposal.
I don't think it's the only answer at my disposal.
Well, the right answer would be the right answer would be that Paul was wrong and Jesus and God was right.
I think that you guys don't accept my premise, which is that Jesus was speaking from before his new covenant came into being.
Wrong. That's a bad answer because Jesus says until heaven and earth pass away, And then he instructs all of his hearers to follow the law. What he should have said, if he meant just for now, JK, just for the next 2.5 years, he should have said, until I die, you must follow the law. That's what he should have said. He didn't say that. That's what you want him to say.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take the L. I'm gonna take the L. That.
And I would point out to Rabbi Bert's point, even if Jesus did say the law was temporary, he would still be a liar, because God says the opposite. Says you must neither add anything to what I am commanding you, nor take anything away from it, but keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am giving charge of you. Then he says in 11:1, you will love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his commandments, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments always. 12:1, these are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. There's dozens of passages of Yahweh in the Old Testament saying you must follow this law forever. And then you even get it to the prophets, and the prophets tell you in the end times, like Ezekiel and Isaiah, in the end time when the Messiah comes, even the Gentiles will be following the law of Moses. So when I get to the New Testament, I hear this nonsense about the law of Moses being done away with. I say, these are people who have not read the Hebrew scriptures.
So when we get back to the fulfillment,
he can't help himself.
No, I'm really being genuine about trying
Chris,
to
why
like
do you
touch.
do this to yourself? Are you a masochist?
No, I'm really trying to touch on what he's talking about, which is do you know what the purpose of the old law was for?
To keep them righteous. In fact, God says he's exactly what the Bible says. God says when he gave them a law to follow this law, because in doing so, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. And he says, I'm giving you this law so that you will not be like the nations before you, which I am driving out to give you their land. So the law was intended to make them righteous. He says in Deuteronomy 30, he even says, this is not too hard for you.
So, no, do
you want me to read it for you?
Yeah, you just read it, but the point of the old law was to point to Jesus.
Wrong again.
I would like to know, Christian apologist, is was it Tony or was that?
Yes, it's Tony.
Tony. Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't want to mix you up with somebody.
You're right.
This idea of like, well, the purpose of the law was to point out our sin, or to show us we couldn't do it, or to give us some sort of foreshadowing to Jesus. I want to know where that conclusion came from. Is that something your pastor told you? Is that something another Christian told you? Because it's not actually in the text. The text says something else. And so I think it would make sense to really think about, well, where did that information come from? Why do I think that's the purpose of the Old Testament or the old law? Did I just hear that and it sounded good? Or where did I actually get that information?
I believe in Galatians, I'm trying to pull it up now, Galatians 3:19. Let me see, hopefully that's the right one. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Justin, I have to go. I apologize, but I do want to throw one really quick wrench if you're okay with me.
Yeah. I'm ashamed. I'm sad you had to go. I wanted to pull up Psalm 110, but that's okay.
We have Paul saying, why then was the law given at all? It was added because of the transgressions until the seed to whom the promise referred had come.
Yeah,
the law was given through angels and entrusted to a mediator. Mediator, however, implies more than one party, but God is one.
Which is actually interesting because Paul's wrong here. He says it was ordained through angels. In fact, there's multiple occasions in the New Testament where it says the law was given through angels, but it wasn't. It was directly given by Yahweh.
The law was given through
Again, the New Testament authors did not know the Hebrew Bible. They did not.
That's what you.
They're really bad students. Like there's a lovely tradition of midrash and Beit Midrash, and they are like basically the midrashic texts are the rabbis having like erudite pissing matches, and it's very clear that the Christians who are also engaging in this genre of midrash are just not up to snuff. Like it's just not good midrash.
I could see how you guys could feel that. Definitely. I was just answering her question as far as where I get the purpose of the old covenant
Well, it
from.
didn't give you a purpose here. Didn't say
It said, yeah. It said why? Why was it that it was given?
but
It was added because of the transgressions until the seed to whom was
it
promised
doesn't say
come.
anything about pointing to Jesus.
The seed that was promised who to come.
But it didn't say
That's Jesus.
anything about the law pointing to Jesus.
It says why then the law?
Yeah, why?
It was.
Why do we need the law?
Because it was added because of transgressions until the offspring would come.
Exactly, because they needed what?
Because of the transgressions.
Because they needed
She
what?
doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the concept of sacrifice as a totemistic ritual. Like every time a transgression was made, it created pressure on the system, and that the only way to do that would be to unalive animals. That it was the detergent of the blood that would cleanse the animals. And by the way, the entire Christian belief is in response to the destruction of the Second Temple, which is asking the question, now that the temple is destroyed, what do we do that there's no sacrifice left? For Jews, the answer is prayer 3 times a day, maintaining the sacrificial schedule. For Christians, the answer is that there's no need for sacrifice anymore because this final sacrifice is made. Which, by the way, is completely undermines the entire Christian Bible, which claims that it all happened before this destruction of the temple.
It's true.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
So, according to Paul in Galatians chapter 3, Jesus is replacing the law. It says the law was a temporary schoolmaster, right? Until Jesus came. He didn't say that the law was there to point you to Jesus. He didn't say the law was the thing keeping your butt in line until Jesus came. That's all. Well, what's that noise?
I'm sorry, that's me. I'm at work. I'm sorry.
So I'm going to read one more passage with you that I think is quite damning if Rabbi has a minute.
Yes, sir. I'll stick around.
Matthew 22 is a popular whipping boy for me, but I don't think it gets enough love. So Jesus questions the Pharisees here about the Messiah, and he said to them,
got a verse? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Matthew 22, 41 through 45.
Okay.
So he's having a discussion with the Pharisees, right? He says, what do you think of the Messiah? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. He said to them, how is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. If David thus calls him Lord, how can he be his son? So what's Jesus suggesting here, Christian?
Justin, I gotta go. Thank you for having me.
Sarah, thank you so much for being here. Guys, make sure you're following Sarah on YouTube and on TikTok if you're not already. It was great to have you, Sarah. I'll be live again soon. Come on up.
Will do.
I'm sorry. He's saying that how can David, how can he be his son and call him Lord at the same time? I'm assuming.
That's basically what he's suggesting, right? But there's a subtext in here that Jesus is trying to pull out. What do you think that is? He's trying to suggest that according to David, the Messiah is going to be a divinity. It's going to be God. Because David refers to the Messiah as Lord. That's what he's suggesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying if David refers to the Messiah as Lord, then obviously he can't be the son of David. He must be another God, right? So he's pointing to his own divinity right here, right?
Yes, I would say that, yeah.
Yeah. Now, the problem, of course, with this interpretation is it shows that Jesus not only couldn't read Hebrew, he didn't even understand what was happening in the Greek edition of the Old Testament. In the Hebrew Bible, I'll pull it up real quick for us. It doesn't say what Jesus said. If you go to Psalm 110, it says it in the Greek, but we'll touch on that. In Psalm 110, it says Le Devi Mizmor, so a psalm of David, about David, whatever. Ne'um Yahweh, which means an oracle or an utterance of Yahweh. Now, when Jesus quoted Psalm 110, he changed it. He says, Yahweh said. Interesting. Theoretically, that's plausible. If you get rid of all the vowel pointers, you can make that a reality. It could say Yahweh said. Fair enough. But the next line is curious. It says, Le Adoni Shev. So really interesting thing that we have here is the phrase Adoni, or the word Adoni. What do you think that means? You've probably heard the word before, right?
I think it's God, right? It's another word for saying God.
Have you heard the name Adonai?
Yeah, I guess I'm getting that mixed up.
Well, you're not. You're not confused. I'm going to explain it to you. So Adoni and Adonai come from the same consonants, but there's different vowels added to it. Adonai is technically a name. It's a conjugated name. Adoni just means my master, right? So what we have in the text, it doesn't say that the Lord said to my Lord in the actual text. What it really says an oracle of Yahweh to my master. Now, why would that make more sense than what Jesus said it said? Because if you just read the entire psalm, the psalm are about the promises made to King David from Yahweh. It's a prophecy and a psalm from God to King David from a prophet in his court. And every last word in Psalm 110 is about David. It reflects his life. Putting your enemies under your feet, that was the promise made to David, and it came true. 1 Kings chapter 5. Solomon even says that it came true, right? So Jesus couldn't read Hebrew, or else he would know that this isn't David speaking. It's a prophecy about David to David, and it's suggesting that Yahweh is giving a prophecy to David. But the problem is when they translated it into Greek, they did the same thing in Greek that we do in English. So in English, you notice here it says, the Lord saith unto my Lord. Well, in English, rather than saying Yahweh, because we want to protect the divine name, give it reverence, we just say the Lord rather than Yahweh. Now, the reason why we do this in English is because it's an old tradition. In the Greek Septuagint, they did the same thing. They would replace the name of Yahweh with the Lord, Adonai, or Adoni. And so when Jesus is reading the Greek and not the Hebrew, not only does he not know the Hebrew, but he doesn't even know what's happening in the Greek. He doesn't know that in the Greek, it only says Lord as a placeholder for the name of Yahweh. And he has no idea that the other Lord, the master, is King David. He's a chump. He has no idea what he's doing.
Would you say that's not an issue with Jesus, the issue of the people translating it?
No.
You only get this distinction in the Hebrew. If you translate it as like, and you get the distinction, you notice that in that second line there, it's Lord capital L and then Lord lowercase l in the English. Adonai, Yud He Vav He, Adonai is like capital L Lord, like the Lord spaketh, like that would be Adonai.
So if I'm sorry.
But if it would say like my Lord, like M apostrophe lowercase Lord, that would be Adoni. And we say that in modern Hebrew as well, like Adoni, like sir, my, sir. But in prayer we say Adonai for Yud He Vav He.
So are we able to read the Matthew 22 verse 43 in our same Bible to see how it looks?
He's quoting from the Greek. Yeah, if you go to Matthew 22:44, I'll show you. It's going to match word for word what it is in the Greek. So we've got Ipin Kyrios Tau Kyriou Mu in the Greek. And this is exactly how it shows up in the Greek Septuagint. So if you go to, I keep hitting two keys at once. There we go. Psalm 110 Greek. we've got the same thing in Greek. It says to David or Tau, and then the actual part, Ipin ha Kyrios to Kyrio mu. Sorry if it's too small to read.
Yeah, I can't. But
So he's quoting it from the Greek. The problem is the Greek was doing something with the Hebrew text, namely protecting the divine name, and he had no idea what was even happening in the Greek. The Hebrew text is very clear as to what's happening. The Greek text muddies the water, and I would expect that if Jesus was God, he would have known this.
and you're saying that you're caught up on that first sentence, correct? The Lord said to my Lord, when it
Well,
should be saying the oracle.
what I'm saying is the entire passage is clearly a prophecy to King David. And Jesus had no idea. He couldn't read it. He had no idea what was happening there. He thought it was actually the words of King David, and that King David was speaking to two different lords, two different gods. Which means he's a dunce. He didn't graduate from school.
I don't. I see it here. How is it then that David speaking by the Spirit calls him Lord?
He's not even speaking. That's the problem. David's not even speaking in this psalm.
Because in the Hebrew, you're saying that it says oracle is speaking to David. Is that what you're?
It's clearly an
what you're
oracle. Yes, it's an oracle to the king.
And that was, I'm sorry, it was Psalms 41, I believe.
Psalm 110.
Oh, I'm sorry, Psalm 110.
Yeah, it says Neum Adonai Le Adoni. So like Neum is this oracle, and then Le Adoni is to or for my Lord.
So, I see here that it doesn't state specifically who's speaking.
It's an oracle from Yahweh to David. An oracle of Yahweh to my master. Obviously, someone from King David's court, which is why the entire chapter is about King David. We could just read through it. If you just read through Psalm 110, it's very clear that it's about King David. Where it says, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. That happened. In fact, if you click the cross reference, I bet it'll say 1 Kings 5, right? No, it doesn't, but I can show you that later. 1 Kings 5 says that the Lord put David's enemies under his feet. It says, verse 2, sorry, my scroll's crazy. The Lord sent out from Zion your mighty scepter. Well, who has scepters? King David does. Rule in the midst of your foes. Who ruled in the midst of their foes? Literally, King David did. That's quoted again in the Old Testament. On two different occasions says David ruled in the midst of its foes that I can think of. On the holy mountains. Well, who ruled on the holy mountains? King David did. It says, from the womb of the morning, like dew, your youth will come to you. The Lord has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. The Lord is at your right hand. He will shatter kings on the day of his wrath. He will execute judgment among the nations, filling them with corpses. He will shatter heads over the earth. He will drink from the stream by the path. Therefore, he will lift up his head. These are all things referring to King David's life. These are all promises made and reiterated.
I'm not denying that.
Right.
I'm
So
not denying that.
when I'm reading this and I hear Jesus come along and say, no, this is actually like a secret hidden prophecy about me, he's on drugs, man.
Well, would you? Well, I guess you're not in agreement with it, but would that explain why the Pharisees responded the way they did? No one said a reply, and no one dared ask them any questions at that point.
Well, I think that's
Because they
fan
knew what he was
fiction.
referring
To be sure, I don't think Jesus ever said these words. I think Matthew made them up.
to. Okay. All right.
Just like he made up all the prophecies about Jesus. All the prophecies about Jesus are out of context quotations from the Old Testament.
Okay.
But
I will say I appreciate the conversation. You seem pretty genuine when it comes down to the conversation and stuff. I like that. I have to do some more homework. It seems like you would believe in God if he was true, but you don't believe it based on indiscretions. I can't even say it right. Indiscretions in the Bible.
Well, that's why I don't believe that your God isn't true. Like your God clearly isn't true based on the book. You have to do different work to get to the other gods.
Well, I believe that God is. He doesn't need a book. It just helps. Like I don't know if you heard of.
I think it makes it worse, actually.
Have you heard of the early Christians in China? They only had like maybe have a whole Bible, but yet you have people in Islam who they have dreams. So I don't think God is limited to the Bible. He doesn't need the Bible to show himself.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The Bible is hurting the cause. The Bible clearly is full of things that are untrue. If the Bible didn't exist, more people might even believe this mythology. Unfortunately, the Bible does exist, and it makes lots of false statements.
I think the Bible. I think it's just the story of how to reconnect us, our relationship. Like that's why it's.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a book of lies and a book of horror shows, but we don't have time to go into that. But listen, thanks for coming up and talking to us. Spend some time looking over some of those passages. Come on back sometime, and we'll do round 2. Okay.
Gotcha. Have a good one.
All right. Cheers, friend.
Yeah.
You ready for my wrench?
Yeah. Let's have it.
Okay. So, can you go to the place where it says, would you mind going to Safaria just so we can use the full access of Safaria for the, where it says that you shall surely unalive, on that day you shall surely unalive?
Yeah. You pulled up your Psalm 110 in Safaria. 1 second.
Oh, not Psalm 110.
I'm sorry. Where are we going?
Genesis, when God says on that day you shall surely unalive.
Oh, Genesis, what, 2:17? Is that right?
It's 2:17. I think that sounds right.
Yeah. As for the tree of knowledge of good and bad, you must not eat of it, for as soon as you eat of it, you shall die. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Great. Okay. So I was preparing for a Torah study a couple weeks ago, and actually I just read it in this last week's Torah portion as well. The phrase mot tamut, or met tamut, like the phrase, the doubling of the mavet lamut. It occurred to me that I think it actually means that you shall be condemned to unalive. And if you actually end up clicking on the verse and go to commentaries under Ibn Ezra, his first comment, so if you click on the verse and then click back on resources, then go to commentary, and then click on Ibn Ezra, his first, you shall understand it as condemned.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's the same thing the Christians say. What's the grammatical argument for that?
Well, I think I'd have to look at the other verses in Exodus where I saw it, but if you were to do a search in the Hebrew, mem vav tav, tav mem vav tav, in the search bar, you'll see the other instances in which it comes up, and the semantic range is often talking about court cases. And so the idea is that God is judge and jury in that moment. The issue that I still have with my own argument is bayom, like on that day, that you shall surely unalive, or on that day you shall be. So in other words, I think if I were to make an apologetic about it, it would be that on that, like, there was no trial. It was just absolute judgment. Like, there was no waiting period. The trial was that day. Like, the judgment would be made in that moment.
Yeah, I'd love to hear a grammatical argument for why that's the case. Hit me up on Discord and we can dig into this, because I'd be curious to see what all's out there from some of the grammarians. I've heard a lot of Hebrew grammarians, just go to the default. It's an infinitive intensifier. So if there's a better way to read it, I'd love to know about it. Yeah.
I guess, yeah. So again, like, I think you know me pretty well. Like, I'm not interested in like making excuses or anything, and like I'm happy to read it.
We lost you for a second. We can't hear you, Bert.
Sorry,
there we go.
Phone call.
We got you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm like I'm not trying to be like throwing wrenches or whatever too much, but it was nice that Ibn Ezra also confirmed my thought based on the other iterations of that text. And I guess what I would do is what I'll do is I'll compile a semantic range of it and see how it works
Yeah,
throughout the
for
rest of the
sure.
text, and then that way. Anyway, that's my big douche, my big innovation. So
Well, listen, I'd love to hear about it. If it's a compelling argument, I'll adopt it.
okay, sounds good. Challenge accepted. Keep up the great work, man. Good to see you. Sorry it's been a
Also,
while.
I'll give you a little bit of homework, only because I'm currently
Yeah, please.
in a Hebrew dispute that's been going on now for 8 years with my friend Chet. You don't have to give me the answer now, but think about it and come back. Did Moses have horns, or does Karen refer to the light rays shining off of Moses' face? Something to think about.
So, yeah, I mean, definitely rays of light, but Michelangelo certainly thought otherwise. And my dad's first day of college, he walked in and his roommate goes, "All right, show me those horns. I've been waiting."
Yeah. So listen,
so we can thank Michelangelo for this. Yeah.
We're
Are
gonna
you on
have a
Team
discussion
Horns
on
or Team
this.
Rays?
I'm on Team Rays. Chet's on Team Horns,
Okay.
and he's got some good arguments. We're gonna have to hash this out eventually.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe a little nerd live at some point. Feel
Can't
free
wait. We'll plan it out.
Great, awesome. Sounds good. Talk to you soon.
I see you, buddy.
Kick
W
me-
for
kick me-
Rabbi Bert. I got you, buddy. Rabbi Bert's great. He's amazing. A good friend of ours. Oh, let me close this. All right, I'm going to read some super chats. We'll get our next guests loaded up, friends. Sorry that was a long one, but I think we were having a decent conversation, and he sounded like he was listening. And so I'm okay with that. Chip, thank you for the super chat. It says you need to add Patreon link to DZ Debates profile. I didn't add it. Oh, shoot. Did I add it to my main profile? I don't know if I even did. I do have a Patreon, though. If you just look for Deconstruction Zone, you'll find it. It's also in the link tree on my profiles. I'll make sure it's added to both channels tomorrow. I'll make sure tomorrow morning I get it all added up. Thank you, Chip, for letting me know. I thought it was already up there. Scotty says, do you, what made Jesus so holy? I think you mean, do you know? Do you know what made Jesus so holy? The nails. Rock hard for Doug. Great joke. Yes, it was the nails that made Jesus holy. We can agree on that. And Jam and Jay says, why can't non-reactive circuits lie? No cap. Oh my God. Oh my God. Great electronics joke, by the way. And a play on words. This is a capacitor joke for those who didn't get it. Yeah. I mean, we can dig below the surface and talk about reactors and not capacitors, but listen, I love it. I love the joke. I'm going to run with it. I appreciate it. Big W, Jam and J. I love a good electricity joke. And Fierce Interaction, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. This very generous friend says, congrats, Justin. So happy for you. Your live streams have inspired me to read the Bible and appreciate the text for what it is rather than what religions claim it is. Much love and success to you and yours. Well, thank you so much, Fierce Interaction, for the super chat, for supporting the channel. And that's my goal. I think the more people read this book, the more they're going to deconvert. That's why when they're going to make the kids in Oklahoma read this book, I was like, oh shit, yeah, make them read the damn thing. We'll deconvert all of them in mass. And Ekta says, leaving faith guest appearance. Well, at least today had one nice surprise. Yeah, Leaving Faith is amazing. Sarah's got a great channel. Guys, if you're not following Leaving Faith on YouTube and on TikTok, just do it. You won't regret it. And Herbie, thank you for the $10 super chat. I just want to say how much I'm enjoying your content. I've been binging your videos, and I'm constantly baffled by the callers and their wild ideas. I'm in the UK, so I'm off to bed now. Well, thank you for saying hello to us all the way from the UK, and thank you so much for watching and supporting the channel. The more videos that you guys watch, the more the algorithm pushes me out and the better support that I get for the station. And Jennifer says, Popeye says, I am. You're right. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Popeye says, I am what I am. Clearly, Popeye is a prophet. I think we need to include Popeye in the pantheon. Clearly, Popeye is God. Jennifer says, no hell in the Old Testament. So this is a really good point. We don't talk about it enough. I do bring it up from time to time. The concept of hell in the New Testament is nothing to do with the Old Testament. It's not there. Oh, Spiky found them. Yeah, guys, we've got baby paste emojis finally. If you're subscribed on TikTok or YouTube, make use of the baby paste emojis. I love it. That was sent by Noah's lions, 8 dead babies on the ark. She did that. It was awesome. Yeah, we're getting close to 50,000 subs, guys. That's the goal for July is we've got to get way past. We got to get past 50,000. We got to do it. We're so close. We might be able to do it before the end of the month. We might be able to get through it all the way before the end of June. We'll see. Iziterin, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Justin, I came back and I still have nothing clever to say. It's okay. You don't have to. You just got to be here and be you. It says, I could swear I've been learning, but here I am, smooth brained as ever I've been. Thank you so much for the stream. Well, thank you, Izzy, for supporting and watching and being a member. We really appreciate that. And big W to you for learning. Remember, guys, readers are leaders. And Fry says, could you do a stream against atheists, best anti-apologetics? Helping us develop better arguments might be fun. Devil's advocate stream. So this is really funny. I've actually wanted to do a stream like this for a while, and I haven't got around to it, where I will... the initial idea, I forgot where I got it from, but I thought it'd be really fun to just do a debate stream where I will just debate any position that's not the guest position. I'll debate flat earth as a flat earther. I'll debate Christianity as a Christian, just to see how well I can do. But in the same vein, I would love to do a debate stream where, and Sarah's really good at this, where we take atheist talking points and we bend ourselves into pretzels, justifying it just like the Christians do. It's actually not all that hard. It's really fun to do. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for the idea. And Jennifer says, but Balaam's ass. Listen, Balaam had a saucy ass. I know that much. Design, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, my friend. And OC, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I've asked Christians who claim to have an intimate relationship with Jesus what details they know about him outside the Bible, and crickets. That's actually it. The Bible is your only gateway to God in Christianity. I mean, they tell you there's other methods, but it never seems to work. An apostate exam says Samson would nail Jesus to the cross with the jawbone of an ass. Nobody gets gains from fasting for 40 days. You're right. Jesus was skinny and scrawny, and you can count his ribs. Samson was a stud. He would have crushed Jesus in a fight. And Jake, my friend, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Jesus said some are least in the kingdom of heaven. So it's basically a subscription plan. Saints get heaven premium, but the rest get heaven basic. Sounds like a song, Tears in Heaven. Great Eric Clapton joke, by the way. You don't hear references to EC all that often. Unfortunately, he turned out to be a horrible human being, but big W on the play on words. I appreciate that. But yeah, you're right. There's going to be tears in heaven. And apparently not everyone's going to like their position, if I had to guess. Cameron says, interesting point, Justin. Jesus had only female chromosomes. Who would have thunk that? Isn't that interesting? Like, you have to assume as a Christian that he had no male chromosomes, or God magically gave him the male chromosomes. But for the sake of the Jesus was trans argument, you just kind of forget about that for a minute. Marcus, good to see you tonight, my friend. Says, just popping in to show a little love before Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Ketchup doesn't belong on hot dogs. Skyline chili spaghetti is delicious. We agree on one of those things, that Skyline on spaghetti is delicious. We disagree on ketchup on hot dogs. It's okay. Unlike Christians, we can disagree and still be friends. We don't have to start a new atheist denomination over ketchup on hot dogs, and I'll stand on that. I'll support your opinion to not put ketchup on hot dogs, but I'm going to keep putting it on. Adam says, let's talk about potassium. Okay. Table of elements joke. I love it. That is a fantastic joke. Totally appreciate that. Heavy joke. Satcom with the $10 super chat says, I popped in to say, I hope you have a nice cookout. I'm going to have to catch the video later, sadly. By the way, Doug seems nice. Doug is nice. He's awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat, Satcom. Thank you for popping in and saying hi to us. We appreciate that. And definitely watch it back. Afro says, praise Doug, for he rocks both the venue and the boat. He supports the water and sound waves. His nature is to erect the truth. He shan't skip any pond. Amen. Amen. He is the rock solid truth, and just accept his goodness into your heart. He will rock your world. And Terrence, thank you for the super chat. Justin, he sounds like a cafeteria Christian to me. Take verses you want, throw away the ones you don't want. That is kind of the thing, right? The other thing with the Christians is just don't read most of it. As long as you don't read the book, you don't have to be accountable to what it actually says. And Mike, thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And Jason, thank you so much, says, if suffering can be explained by God choosing the maximally good overall timeline, then nobody can deviate from that idea timeline with free will. I agree. This brings up a really good point, Jason. We talk about this sometimes, is that means that prayer is useless. It doesn't do anything. It's nonsense. If God already predetermined the timeline, we shouldn't be curing cancer. We shouldn't be rescuing people in harm. We should say this is obviously God ordained. We should let the timeline play out. It's crazy. Adam says, L. Ron Hubbard died, then David Miscavige took over. Cults are tenacious. I agree. They're super tenacious, and that's exactly what happened. And David Miscavige might be worse than L. Ron Hubbard. He might be even worse. I don't know. Afro coming in again. Thank you so much. Says, oh, glorious Doug, please bring Hadassah to this glorious stream for a hilarious cameo, Rockman. Listen, she's hate watching me all the time. You know she's going to show up soon. Don't worry. She'll be here. We're going to get her back. And Infinity says the Holy Spirit sounds a lot like Tom. Completely normal Tom. Actually, that's a very good point. If you look at what the Holy Spirit inspired, it's not miraculous. It's not interesting or unique. And coming in again says, Doug sent the Bible to troll Christians. Could you imagine? What a great scenario that Doug would write the Bible just to fool Christians. That's the same nonsense like the New Testament says that God is using the Gentiles to make the Jews jealous. I do appreciate that, though. It does bring up a good point. In Deuteronomy 13, God says he's going to send false prophets to test his people. Canbest, thank you so much for the $27.99 super chat. Says, ugh, hurry up and fade away these dumb beliefs already. Listen, beliefs are hard to shake, Canbest. You know this. Really appreciate the super chat, though. And we're going to cook as many of these beliefs as we can. Benji says, Bangkok, Thai, there is a Buddhist hell themed park. I didn't know that. And the people in this park getting tortured look Asian shows how human these religions are. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was like a Buddhist hell. I need to know more now. If you have information on Buddhist hell, DM me on Discord. And Edward says, if the curse of God is specific in Genesis 3:14 through 21, why do Christians say that the fall caused all other evils? Well, they kind of have to, right? So when they like what it says, they have to say, no, it's very specific. Words absolutely mean what words mean. Unless it doesn't cover your theological viewpoint, then you have to change the meaning of the words to mean something else. And therefore, when it says that God cursed the ground, you now have to say, no, he cursed everything, because words can't mean words. Mindy says, hey, Justin and chat, hope everyone is staying cool in this hot weather. Trying, Mindy, I'm trying. Just had dinner, so I'm showing up for seconds. Cheers. Well, thanks for coming to the barbecue, Mindy, and I hope you get your fill. Rory says, congrats, Justin, for becoming full-time theist chef. Thank you so much, Rory. It's because I've got such good supporters like the YouTube, TikTok, and Patreon supporters that I can actually do this and cook as many people as possible, as often as possible. So thank you guys for making my dream come true and cooking as many Christians as we can. Holla Furphy sent 20 DZ memberships out. Holla Furphy, thank you so much. Everyone who's got a Kraken Crew Elite membership gets access to the cheat sheet, and you can go, like others have already said, and deconstruct your friends, family, and neighbors. And Joshua Shell, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, do you believe the universe would have died out with Big Bang, Big Crunch model due to entropy? But if so, there must there must have time not infinitely before Big Bang leaning towards ex nihilo. So I don't believe entropy has anything to say about whether or not the universe is eternal. I've heard the argument. I don't find it compelling. I don't think entropy can run out. If you have a system that contains a certain amount of entropy, eventually entropy is going to even out between all the bodies, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to dissipate and leave. You're still going to have entropy in that system. And Dion says, Christ is a lie told for access to your money and kids. Actually, I don't know if that's why it's told originally, but that's why it's told now. Right? The hierarchy is after your children and money. Master Machete, you're good to see you, my friend. It's been a minute. Says a small amount for the full-time fund. Well, thank you so much, friend, for supporting the ministry. I am now an atheist missionary full-time. Phil Fun coming in again. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, just for clarification, the foot fetish super chat was referencing the snake vestigial organ chat conversation question. I don't yuck others' yums either, but I don't get that one. Yeah, actually, I'm with you, Phil Fun. I don't find feet compelling. That can't be a good thing for a fetish. But yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, with the snake conversation we had earlier. If you missed that, if you weren't here for the snake feet conversations, watch that on the playback. It's a fun one. And Decal says, literally wrote blackout drunk boner in the margins of my Bible the other day, Lot and his daughters. Yeah, I'd say we've talked about that before. The fact that Lot could get it up and impregnate his daughters blackout drunk is a preposterous story. There's no way that's true. It's not happening. And Iggy, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Says Philippians 2:7 says, Jesus abandoned all supernatural powers in his incarnation, becoming a slave to the natural world order. Doesn't this rule out him ever having performed miracles or exorcisms? So this is a good point, because if he did abandon all, if he gave up all of his divine powers and status, that means everything he did was not because he was God, but just because God gave him the ability. And if that's the case, he's no different than the judges in the book of Judges. They did the same shit with God's power. And Kyle J with a $10 super chat says, where is the next part of the Sarah and Justin Bible study? I'm sorry. We've got 2 episodes that we've recorded and I haven't edited. I'm editing them tomorrow, actually. I'm going to edit them and drop the one of them as soon as possible, probably tomorrow or Tuesday. And then I'll start working on the second one. I apologize. It's my bad. It's hard over the summer because I was working and my son was here, and extracurriculars. It was just, it's hard. I've got the next week and a half, 2 weeks off to get stuff done. My son's with mom for 2 weeks and he'll be back for a couple more weeks. And, we do some summertime exchanges. Ops says, if Jesus died for my sins, aren't I obliged to sin as much as possible to make it worth his sacrifice? Yeah. If you don't sin, Jesus died for nothing, friends. Never forget that. If you don't sin, Jesus' death was meaningless, completely meaningless. All right, let me grab another person from our queue. I've got more super chats left. I'm going to have to get them after the next guest. I apologize. I know I've got a little bit of a backlog going, but we've got lots of time tonight. I'm going to get to all of the super chats, and we're gonna make super chats great again.
Stop your antics.
Fen, how you doing?
Really, what is crime is
Fen, are you in the right place?
corporations, then truly.
Okay. Well, we're just gonna take care of that and get rid of Fen. We'll try FS again. How you doing, FS?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome back.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm alright.
FS, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm at least 18 and I believe in Islam.
Sure. And what'd be the most compelling evidence or argument that Islam is true?
Well, do you want to start from why God is real and then why the Islamic God is real, or is it just straight to Islamic God?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever argument you think ends in Islam being true, if you think you have to give a pre-argument before the argument, go for it.
No, that's fine. Well, I want to see what you believe when it comes to how you understand the contingency argument.
Sounds like you already know it. Go ahead and give me premise one.
Well, obviously, what I'm saying is that all things within this universe, including the universe, are dependent and are contingent.
How do you know that?
And therefore, well, because they're limited.
So?
And because they're composed.
So?
What do you mean by so?
What are they contingent upon?
They're contingent upon something else in order for it to exist.
Like what?
For example, a phone is contingent upon its parts and a maker in order for it to exist.
No. A phone is a thing that we manufactured.
Yeah.
All right. It exists because it exists because we make them. We know that's how they come about. Well, what about Mars? We didn't manufacture Mars. What's Mars contingent on?
Mars was contingent on its environmental scenarios.
Okay. Which is contingent on what?
So therefore, there you go. That's where.
Which is contingent on what?
What do you mean?
What's the environmental scenario contingent upon?
The environmental scenario is therefore leads to contingency of how the galaxies came to form, and then the galaxies come to form. How the galaxies come to form, therefore also contingent upon other galaxies and other greater forces such as black holes and stuff like that.
So you're really just describing the process of causation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's an endless cycle of causes. There's an infinite number of causes in the past and the future.
I mean,
so the contingency argument assumes it's similar to the prime mover argument or the Kalam argument. They're all roughly the same dumb argument. You're basically just assuming that there has to be something that's not contingent. I disagree.
And why do you say that?
Because you can't substantiate that needs to be the case.
So when you understand that all things are limited, do you believe that even though that all things within this universe, including the universe, are limited, that it could exist by itself and be formed by itself?
Yeah, universe exists necessarily and has always existed forever.
But science does suggest otherwise.
That you're wrong on that one. Science has no opinion, no definitive claims as to what shape the universe was in prior to the Big Bang. And there was a recent survey of scientists, physicists specifically, that state that the Big Bang model says absolutely nothing about what was before the Big Bang.
But what preceded the Big Bang could have not been the universe.
I agree. It is a universe. I mean, I disagree. It is a universe. And I believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch model. And I think that model makes the most sense. Yeah.
Model to me?
Yeah. The universe is an infinite cycle of bangs and crunches. It bangs and then eventually it contracts back into itself and then it bangs again. In fact, the newest black hole data seems to confirm this.
But when you suggest an infinite of reactions, that isn't possible.
Yeah, it is.
From
why is it not possible? So FS, I'm just going to give you a head start. I've had this exact argument or this exact debate 100 times. I already know that your entire argument rests upon infinities not being possible. And I already know that you have no way of defending that claim. So how much time you waste on it is up to you, but I can guarantee you whether you want to waste 5 minutes or 5 hours. Hold on, FS, hold on. Whether you want to waste 5 minutes or 5 hours, it's going to end the same way.
Okay. When you say that I cannot, when you say that infinities, because obviously, as you said, I believe that infinities cannot exist.
I agree. Yeah. Why is that then? Why can't they exist?
Because there's no example of them existing.
Wrong.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, I mean, literally, if you believe certain shapes of the universe, you believe in an infinite universe.
Well,
can you count negative?
Yes.
Can you count negative forever?
Yes.
How many numbers are there?
Infinite.
Well, there you go. Got an infinite number of numbers. So
that's
there we go. There's infinite
theoretical.
numbers.
That's not real.
You just said it. Thanks, FS.
No. I understand that, but that's theoretical, and that's not.
So give me a
in
reason why
reality.
infinites can't exist.
Well, hold on. Let's get to your point about the universe. You said that the universe is infinite, but something that is increasing, or that is because we actually understand that the universe is expanding. Something that is increasing by definition cannot be infinite because you cannot add on
Wrong.
to infinity. What was your killing? How do you substantiate that?
So I've already told you I believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch, which means the universe is expanding and it'll eventually not expand. It will contract.
And what's your evidence for that?
The black hole data and the DESI data. The latest DESI data shows that the acceleration of the expansion is slowing down over time. And the latest black hole data that we have, there's an interesting paper demonstrating that the universe, the what we're going to call the cause of the Big Bang, can be easily illustrated through black hole bounce.
Black hole bounce being?
When there's a reaction within the black hole that causes it to bounce out material.
To bounce out material, and how were they able to prove that this was the case?
Well, you can't prove what happened. Like that's not a thing you can do. So all of these are models.
Okay. So all of these are models, and you're suggesting that this model is how you understand the universe currently.
Yeah, I'm saying according to the scientific data that I have access to and my level of education, this is the scientific model that makes the most sense to me. And there's a bunch of other physicists and cosmologists that agree with me, and I agree with them. But that being, hold on, FS. That being said, I could be wrong. It could be another model of the universe that's correct. It's up to you to demonstrate that somehow a God is responsible for it.
No, but the thing is that what you're suggesting, because you said that infinities are possible in reality, and I'm suggesting that you would have to find evidence.
So there's not infinite numbers?
No, but infinite numbers exist in theory.
So they don't really
They
exist.
exist in reality. Yeah.
So you don't believe in immaterial existences?
Of course, I believe in immaterial existence.
Do you think that numbers like are platonic forms?
They exist only in the mind. They don't exist
So
outside.
you believe the same as an atheist then? You believe that numbers don't actually exist, that they're just abstract concepts from the mind?
Of course.
Cool. I think that's what God is. I think God is just an abstract idea from the mind that you can't prove to exist in real life, which is why you have to go to nonsense contingency arguments rather than having real evidence. So keep in mind, FS, that the evidence that you're trying to lay as my burden to meet is to be able to give you a real world physical example of an infinite. Meanwhile, you can't give me a real world physical example of your God. So you're saying because I've never seen an infinite with my own eyeballs, they can't exist. But there's no FS. I don't know why you keep interrupting me. So my inability to provide you a physical infinite that you can see or touch is irrelevant to whether or not they're logically possible. The question is whether or not it's even possible.
Okay. Are you done?
As it turns out, when I'm not talking, that means I'm done. I know talking can be difficult for some people, but usually the way conversations work is like when you're not talking, I should talk. When I'm not talking, you should talk.
But the only reason why I say that is because in certain instances when I'm interjecting, you pause briefly, and then obviously I speak, and then you say that I'm interrupting. I'm just trying to clarify, but that's fine. We're just being semantic right now. I'm saying that it doesn't have to be just within the five senses. It has to be in any sense measurable.
So that requires the five senses if it's measurable.
I mean, sure, you could say that, but okay, let's say so. within the five senses, is it possible for you to measure?
I'm sure there's somebody who has an example of a physical infinite. I've never gone out to look for one because it's kind of a silly endeavor. That being said, if you believe that the universe is infinite, you've got one, but it's untestable, it's unfalsifiable. But again, my inability to bring you a physical infinite is irrelevant. The question isn't whether or not I can bring you an example of it. The question is whether or not it's even logically possible. That's where we're at right now.
Okay, and I'm saying that it's not logically possible.
Why?
Because of infinity within reality only
That's
leads
circular.
to. What do
You're
you
just
mean?
begging the question now.
How? Could you explain in this scenario?
You said it's not logically possible because
Okay.
you can't witness it.
Okay.
I'm asking logical possibility, not material possibility, not experience. If your level of proof is I've never seen it, then guess what? Your fictional kitty diddling God is just as fiction because no one's seen your God.
Okay.
So that's a bad bar to set.
Okay. Okay then. Okay then. Okay then. Let's. Okay. Clearly, I'm not expert enough on this field, but I will digress onto why I believe Islam is true.
Mm-hmm.
And I say Islam is true because like I said, I'm not an expert enough on this field. I would definitely have to do my research. I concede here. Obviously, I'm not conceding to say that, oh, there's no explanation for it, but I'm conceding because I don't have the knowledge. I will say, in my instance, I believe Islam is true because what has been revealed to us does not contain contradiction. And
you sure about that?
It's true. Yes, I'm sure about that.
Can you tell me at what stage in embryonic development the bones and the flesh are formed?
At the same time.
At the same time?
I mean, yeah, go on.
We have a.
Interested. Can we take it from the beginning?
We have a medical doctor with us that's going to fill in the gaps for you. Go ahead, Ems.
Go on.
If you mind, I'm just going to take it from the beginning.
Yes.
Where does the Quran say that semen comes from?
It's well, what it articulates is that it's from the backbone.
It is between the backbone and the ribs.
Yes.
Could you please explain that to me?
Well, yes. Essentially. Wait. So hold on. So we're digressing from embryo and we're moving on to semen.
Correct? I know. I said I'm just going to take it from the beginning because again, you can build a connection between semen and the embryo developing.
Yeah, yes.
They're linked together.
Okay. So, from how it was explained to me, because I was discussing and is a Muslim regarding this, and as of right now, I wouldn't be able to explain this part because I forgot that part, but I'm able to explain the embryology part.
So you're going to skip the point about the semen coming from between the backbone and the ribs.
No. I'm not saying that I'm skipping it.
You were literally saying that you're going to skip it.
Okay, yeah. I would say that I'll skip it, but not because it's not possible to explain.
It is impossible to explain.
No. Because
if you've read all of the tafsir again, Bara Single Tafsir gives a valid interpretation of this that matches up with reality.
Okay. Is it possible for you to bear with me, and so I can find the explanation for you, or would you like the explanation right now?
Could you do it? I mean, we can skip to the next step.
Okay, let's get to the next step now. Whilst I search
for how long? You're Sunni, by the way, right?
Yes.
For how long is semen collected in the womb?
For how long is semen collected in the womb?
In the womb, according to Islam.
I'm honestly, I'm not able to hear that last part that you're saying.
I said according to Islam, how long is semen collected in the womb before it turns into the blood clot?
Could you enlighten me?
It is 40 days.
40 days, yes, okay.
So
40
is semen
days.
collected in the womb for 40 days before a woman is pregnant.
Okay.
And then it turns into a blood clot?
For 40 days. So between days 40 to 80, it's a piece of thick red blood.
Yes, okay.
So is semen, first of all, is the first step of embryology, semen being collected in the womb for 40 days. And is this semen then turning into blood for 40 days?
Could you repeat that again? Because I'm actually not catching you.
Yes, so is the first step of embryology, semen being collected in the womb for 40 days. And then, after those 40 days, is semen then turned into a piece of blood, a congealed piece of blood for 40 days.
Okay. Yes. So so your point is that
I'm asking you, does that happen?
To my knowledge, I have no problem with that. If you could explain why that was problematic.
Because semen, again, it is not collected in the womb for 40 days, as the Quran says, or as the Hadith says. Again, you're going to have the sperm fertilize the egg, and then the egg is going to, again, form the zygote, form the morula, etc., and then get into the... What was that? I can hear you guys.
I'm honestly, I apologize for this. We're having a really hard time hearing you clearly and concisely. If it's possible for you to
Can you hear me now again?
It hasn't really changed, but I'll bear with it. Go on.
Is the problem like with the volume?
I did turn your volume up. I think for some reason it sounds echoey, which usually your mic doesn't sound echoey.
Okay. Yeah, how about now?
Might be the same.
I don't believe it's changed, if I'm being honest.
It doesn't.
Let me try something.
It doesn't sound like your usual mic. It's almost like your mic isn't plugged in.
Do you?
I can hear you, but it does sound the same.
Okay, let me just jump off and come back in.
For me, the problem isn't necessarily your volume, but it's the clarity.
Right? Yeah,
You
yeah.
sound very.
All right, he's going to reload, but so basically, the embryonic development in Islam is essentially that there's semen that comes from between the backbone and the ribs, which it doesn't, that enters into a woman for 40 days, then turns into a clot of blood, which that's not how that works at all. And then the embryo develops, and then it says that the bone developed first, and then the flesh fills out around the bone, which isn't how that works either. All right, he's back.
That part. See that?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, that's better.
Okay.
Regarding that part about the bone forming around the thing, if you go to the,
I would rather take it step by step again.
Yeah,
and
that's
also,
fine. I want to just clarify
go
the point
ahead.
there because that's the
Fair
point
enough, go
I'm
ahead.
most informed with. That part there specifically, where it says the bone is formed around the thing, in the Arabic language, they use the word umma.
It doesn't.
Here it comes.
Okay, no, it doesn't. It doesn't say ثم. It says فكسونا العظام لحما. It doesn't say ثم. And also ثم is temporal. It says
It's thumma conjunctive.
ثم is temporal. It is literally implied temporal. And additionally, it doesn't use the word ثم. It says fa. And fa is causative.
Hold on. It's thumma conjunctive.
Wait, let me ask you a quick question.
I'm familiar with that in the Arabic grammar.
FS,
And also, it doesn't use the word.
Are you a native Arabic speaker, FS?
Did he hear you?
No, I'm asking you, FS. Are you a native Hebrew or native Arabic speaker?
No.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, Ems is a native Arabic speaker. It's his mother tongue.
Okay. I understand that.
Okay.
However,
And I'm telling you, FS, the point is, it doesn't even say thumma. And thumma is literally temporal. That is number one. Number two, it says fa. And fa follows a causative chain. So again, we have the idam, and then فَكَسَوْنَا الْعِظَامَ لَحْمًا. So we have clothed the bones with flesh. It is a temporal line, and also in the hadith, it mentions that each stage is each stage takes 40 days, and then it is followed up by 40 days.
Can we read the verse?
Mm-hmm.
The verse
Yeah,
regarding
it's
the
23:14, right?
It doesn't say thumma. Again.
Okay, cool, perfect. That is fine. Can we read the verse? Within the Arabic and the translation, just so that way you can prove it
Sure.
completely wrong.
Even though, I don't think you're going to understand the Arabic, but sure.
Okay.
Now, the thumma is in the beginning. ثم خلقنا النطفة علقة فخلقنا العلقة مضغة فخلقنا المضغة عظاما فكسونا العظام لحما. There you go.
Perfect.
It says fa. It doesn't say thumma.
That translates to?
It translates, we did this and then this and then this and then this. And it is backed up by the hadith in which the Prophet says that everybody is collected in the womb for 40 days as semen, and then the semen turns into a blood clot for 40 days, and then the blood clot turns into a piece of flesh for 40 days, and then the soul is breathed in. So each stage is 40 days.
Okay,
it is temporal.
Perfect. Hold on. Let me try to find the verse myself, because when I was reading the verse,
I mean, I can literally play it for you.
Yeah. Sure.
This is the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to the part.
فخلقنا المضغة عظاما فكسونا العظام لحما.
فكسونا العظام لحما. It doesn't say thumma. And thumma is still temporal.
But hold on, just to clarify, is thumma conjunctive?
You would have to define that for me.
For it to be conjunctive, meaning that it can describe two actions happening at once.
That's not necessarily what conjunctive means. A conjunction is just any modifier that combines two things, like an and or a but.
Okay.
But this is.
No, you said it not necessarily.
It's following a temporal line. Thumma literally means and then.
Okay, cool. That's fine, because.
And also, I would rather take it step by step again.
Okay, yes.
Again, the beginning of pregnancy is described as 40 days of semen laying in the womb.
Yes.
And then the semen turns into blood. When does this happen?
This happens anywhere between the 4 weeks to.
So the first 40 days, so the first 5 weeks.
Yes.
The fetus with the embryo at this stage is just semen.
It's not saying it's just semen.
It literally does in Bukhari 3208. The stage right before the blood clot. He says the human is collected in the womb for 40 days.
Hold on. But when
in another narration, he says he's collected as semen for 40 days. And then in another narration, it says that semen is collected for 40 days in the womb. In another narration, it also says the same thing.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. But where does it specify that it is only semen and it is not developing?
So if it says semen and it doesn't say anything else, why would you add something to it?
No, I understand that point, but has it said that is it saying that is not developing?
No, it says it's semen.
Exactly.
For 40 days.
But that's exactly
but it's
what
not.
I'm saying. But anything can remain.
It's not though. That's not how that works.
What do you mean?
It's not semen for 40 days.
But that's what I'm saying. It is developing.
But it didn't say it's developing. It says it's semen.
See, but now that's an argument from silence. Just because I understand what you mean.
If it says it's semen, it means that it's semen.
But it can be semen developing.
Isn't crazy? Yeah, I can hear you now, Ems.
I had a call. Yeah.
Oh, you got a call?
So, what happened? What did I miss?
He's saying in the passage where it says that the semen will be there for 40 days, he's saying it must mean something other than semen.
It doesn't. Literally, if you go to the interpretations of the scholars, it says semen. And also the Prophet himself says semen. He says, or something.
I understand that. But he's put a word in my mouth. I never said it is something other than semen. I said it is developing.
Sure, we can say that it is developing, but the Prophet uses the word, he's collected in the womb. So what does collected mean?
No. Perfect. It's collected. The semen is there 40 days inside the womb. Has he said that the semen has remained semen and that it does not change state?
That is usually what
Did you
collected means.
understand?
I mean, sure, the beginning
Did
semen
you understand
is.
that it was
Go ahead.
developing? Oh, sorry to cut
Sure.
you. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's okay. So, I'm just going to grant it because I do not want to like get into the semantics of collected. But how does semen turn into blood?
Semen turns into blood. What do you mean?
Yeah, how does semen turn into blood?
When it says blood clot, it does not mean. It does not mean blood clot in the sense that
It literally does. It literally does. If you go to every single tafsir, again, Ibn Kathir, Qurtubi, Al-Tabari, Al-Jalalain, Al-Baghawi, Al-Sadi, all of them say it is the red, thick
can
blood.
can you give the narration for that one where it says that it is thick blood and then that thick blood is blood and not what is
If you go to literally every single interpretation of the scholars, literally every single interpretation by the scholars says the same thing.
Interpretation.
Literally every single one. I've read through all of them.
Tafsir name for that? I mean the tafsir.
Literally every single tafsir says this. Every single one.
So tafsir.
You can go to Ibn Kathir. It is 2314. You can go to Ibn Kathir, Qurtubi, Asadi, Al-Tabari, all of them say the same thing. They specifically tell you that it is the thick red blood. So it is red, thick blood.
Okay.
Like literally every single one.
Yeah, actually, here's a really interesting tafsir. It says,
Go on.
Referring to then we made it into a clot, meaning then we made the nutfa, which is the water gushing forth that comes from the loins of man, i.e. his back and the ribs of a woman, i.e. the bones of her chest between the clavicle and the breast. Then it becomes a red clot, like an elongated clot.
You're reading Ibn Kathir, and in Arabic he says specifically them, and it is the blood.
Yeah, he says this is blood. The last statement says this is blood, but it's not.
Okay, so when they do they elaborate when they say blood?
Yeah, some of them say it is red, thick blood.
Red, thick blood, and what do others say regarding it?
Literally, all of them say the same thing. You can literally go through all of them, literally one by one. I did this. As you've seen, I literally had it memorized in Arabic. All of them say it is red, thick blood. Some of them say it is just blood, red, thick blood. It is congealed blood, it is thick, it is frozen blood, etc.
And do they not elaborate on blood, or do they just say blood?
Why would you need to elaborate on blood?
Words don't mean words. Come on, you know this, Ems.
Of course.
Okay.
And also, at the stage in which they describe it as a congealed piece of blood, there is no, like, in embryology, that would be between weeks, 5 and 10. The embryo / fetus here, because again, the cutoff between embryo and fetus is 8 weeks. It doesn't look at all like a congealed piece of blood. It has the characteristics pretty much laid out. And also, additionally, what it says, it is a featureless piece of meat between the 10th and 15th week. That is, again, it literally has all of the features of a small human being.
When you say features,
give me 1 second to make a quick little announcement. Prophet Daniel, I see you in the comments of the horizontal stream, just like you were in the last one, claiming that you want me to bring you up and have a conversation with you. Everyone knows if you were in my guest box, I would have pulled you up already. You're not in my guest box. You're a liar. If you want to have a conversation with me, don't go into the comments claiming I'm afraid of you. Get in the actual guest box. You'll be the next guest, but I assume you're too cowardly. Go ahead, guys.
Apology. Thank you for that. Yeah, could you just elaborate on that one more time? Because
yeah, Justin, I sent you a picture from my book again. Could you put it again on the big screen?
Yeah.
It's on Discord.
Let me pull up Discord real quick.
When you're showing this, will this show on the Do Ninja thing so I can see?
I'm not sure.
I can do that. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah, because I'm looking from the Do Ninja thing. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I can make that happen.
Yeah, so what you're going to see is, again, the 5th week embryo, which is supposed to be the transition point between the sperm collection and the thick red blood. It is not going to look like a piece of congealed blood at all.
Okay, sorry, I just got into the Discord. Give me a second to open up the image. All right, I'm going to open up this image, and then I'm going to share it as well. If you give me just a second, FS, I will share it with you. Let's see. There you go. You should be able to see it.
I'm not seeing anything.
You should see an embryo.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
Oh well, I sent it. I sent it to you. If you can't see it, I don't know what else to do.
Could you?
It is not visible on Ninja.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Sorry about that. If could you relay the contents of it for me, if possible. I don't wanna.
I mean, it's an embryo. What do you want to know?
I mean, you could literally just go on, like, you came here through YouTube. You can pull up the stream if you wanted to, but pretty much what you're seeing again is a long embryo with the limb buds, like in the attached umbilical cord, and then the pericardium membrane, and the fetal liver showing off, bulging from the chest. It doesn't look like a congealed piece of blood, and also, 40 days after this, you're supposed to see a uncharacterized piece of flesh. A piece of flesh that is described by the scholars as having no characteristics. In the Quran, the word that is used for it is a mudra, which means a chewed substance. A substance that has been chewed to the point that you do not see characteristics. That is not what we're seeing here.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna have to do more research on this. This is because it seems like, and of course, this may sound like, no, obviously, let me just make my point. Obviously, the thing is that I had points for this contention. However, obviously, I'm not well versed as in Arabic, and I wasn't really expecting to do such a debate. I did have points on this. I had points memorized, or at least
Well, I'm telling you.
Yes.
I'm telling you, as somebody who, again, has gone to medical school, somebody who was a Muslim, somebody who speaks Arabic, I've not seen a single person provide me an adequate explanation of this.
Okay.
The only way you could make it work is if you change the meaning of the word mudra, and change the meaning of the word alaqa, and change the meaning of the word nutfa, and reject all of the hadith, and reject the meaning, the Arabic grammar of the word. And reject the meaning of.
Yeah, go on. Sorry about interrupting you. Sorry about that.
So I'm telling you, it's okay. I'm just telling you, you would have to reject every single step. The Arabic meaning for it, an Arabic grammar for the word fa, again, which relays a temporal causative relation, and then reject all of the hadith, just to make it work.
Okay, could you again give me that verse regarding the word where I've believed, where I originally thought that thumma was there and it wasn't there?
So it is 23:14.
23:14. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Let me ask you one more question before we move on to the next guest.
Yeah.
A couple countries have lowered at least one of them, I believe now, took up measures to lower the age of marriage to 9. Do you think that 9-year-olds should be getting married?
In this day and age, no.
Why not?
In this day and age, no. Well, because I don't think they would be able to. I think I don't think they're able to meet one of the requirements that exist.
And what are the requirements?
The 3 requirements are physical maturity, mental maturity, and no harm.
Could you show these requirements in the Quran or in the Hadith?
Yes, there's a hadith regarding
The better, yes, but no, not for the physical and mental maturity, no.
There's no hadith regarding that.
No.
Hold on.
I'm 100% sure because we have fiqh books that literally say that the scholars have come to the consensus that physical maturity and mental maturity is not a condition of marriage because they have allowed the marriage of the prepubescent and the crazy.
Hold on.
It's also worth noting that young women reach puberty earlier today than they did back in Muhammad's day.
Are you able to substantiate that?
Yeah, it's a well-known medical fact.
And also the scholars of the time, actually I'm going to send it to you, Justin. The scholars of the time said literally that the average age of menstruation was 15. This is Ibn Qudama.
15. Are you sure about that?
I'm going to send it to Justin so he can put it on the screen.
Because regarding the hadiths, they were able to prove that Aisha at her age menstruated.
Show me, go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. Let me show you.
It doesn't exist, by the way, but go ahead.
It doesn't exist. Hold on, let me see.
Did you send it over Discord? I'm waiting for it to come in.
I'm going to send it.
Gotcha, okay.
This is in Sahih Bukhari. Sahih Bukhari, where it says,
where?
Aisha further said, okay, yeah, hold on. Let me find the number.
Is it 476?
476, hold on. Let me see.
I'm asking you, is it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because that's what I'm saying, hold on, because it's not
That's the one.
Justin, I sent it to you.
Yeah, that's the one he's looking for. Yeah, so in the hadith, it says puberty exists in 15 years and it was not prevented from existing before it.
So a better translation is that puberty usually occurs at 15 years of age, but there is no problem of it occurring before.
Okay. Okay, so how is that problematic for the
It is not problematic for you. I'm just saying that puberty used to happen later on than today. And I showed you a scholarly book again from Ibn Qudama in which he says that puberty usually happens at 15. Now, could you show me that Aisha menstruated? Because we have scholarly books again from Shafi'i, in which he says that Aisha was prepubescent when they consummated marriage.
It's also true, Ems, that there's a passage in the Quran that gives you parameters for how to divorce your prepubescent wife.
It says here, Aisha further said, I got my periods, mens, and kept on menstruating till they are araf.
Could you send me the number?
Yeah, hold on.
Because I think I know which one that is.
Okay.
Because they have a hadith, by the way, in which they and this is for literally everybody else. It said in the English translation that she had her menstruation, and in the Arabic it doesn't say that.
Okay, it is 298. It starts from 294. The entire regarding it starts from 294. This is the and then it goes on all the way to 298. This is it says here, Aisha said, we set out with the sole intention.
Oh yeah, no, this one.
Yes.
This one wasn't when she was 9. She stayed with him until she was 18, and the scholars say that she probably got her period at 14.
She probably got out 14, is what you're saying.
And there's other hadiths in which she said that the Prophet used to hug her and kiss her when she had her period. This is not the contention. My contention was after they got married, or before consummation. Because she lived with him until she was 18, so she had her period with him.
Hold on. So you're saying that regarding this hadith, it's not it's at her menstruation is at a later date.
No, I'm asking you, where can you show that the menstruation happened before the consummation? Because again, she was laying with the Prophet, meaning that this happened after they consummated. Probably by years. And the scholars literally say that she didn't menstruate at the time they had intercourse. And I can show that on the screen too.
Oh yeah, sure. If you can show that, is it? Do you think you can show it on here?
I would hope so. I think you can just watch the recording again, and I'm gonna send it to you just in again. I sent it to you.
Oh, there we got it. All right, let me put it on the screen. So this is in the Arabic.
It says, so if somebody says, this is a Shafi'i talking in his book Kitabum, he says, if somebody says, why did you make that claim that fathers can marry off their children prepubescent? And then he says, it was said that Abu Bakr has married off the Prophet, married off his daughter to the Prophet when she was a daughter of 6 or 7, and then he slept with her when she was a daughter of 9. In both cases, where there was the marriage and the consummation, where when Aisha was a prepubescent girl who had no say upon herself.
Is it regarding the scholarship? Is this by someone who's a renowned scholar? Someone who's
you don't know who Shafi'i is? The founder of the Madhab Shafi'i.
Could you repeat the name? I didn't hear the name.
Shafi'i.
Okay, yeah, I'm not too familiar with him.
Do you know the four madhab?
Yeah.
Could you name them?
Oh, I'm aware of them, but I couldn't name them.
Yeah, he founded Madhab Shafi'i. He's one of the 4 biggest imams in Islam.
Okay, and he said, can you repeat that?
In both cases, in which the marriage and the consummation happened, where when Aisha was prepubescent, in which she had no say upon herself.
Okay.
This is why I asked you, do you have a hadith in which, before she consummated with the Prophet, she got her menstruation? Because we know that she menstruated during the lifetime of the Prophet, because she lived with him until she was 18. He died when she was 18. So she definitely got her menstruation. And we have hadiths of, again, her mentioning that the Prophet used to hug her and be nice to her when she had her period.
Okay.
That doesn't negate the fact that she didn't have her period at 6 or at 9.
No, of course we're not saying that she had it at 6, but it's whether it's at 9. That's the.
I'm asking you, could you show me where she had it at 9?
Okay, I mean, regarding the hadiths, they don't really specify age, so
they don't
have to be events.
Sure. Do you have an event? Do you have an event that would have happened before 10 years of age of Aisha in which she menstruated?
I would say the hadiths that we were talking about, those probably would have been the closest to the age that we are currently talking about. So
then how do you know that?
Because this is regarding their first. This is regarding their first pilgrimage together.
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that. Hold on, let's see this again.
And also, when would have been the first pilgrimage? It would have been after the invasion of Mecca.
It's hard for me to imagine a world in which I would believe in a religion where I have to spend the majority of my time justifying why a grown-ass man can have sex with a 9-year-old.
And also, yeah.
No, but that's the thing, though. The thing is
a 9-year-old getting puberty does not allow you to sleep with her. And also, it would have happened, the conquest of Mecca would have happened in 630.
No, but the thing is that the thing. Sorry to digress, although I'm not trying.
Yeah, she would have been 16. So yeah.
So the problem regarding that statement is that just because this scenario happened doesn't therefore mean we justify all scenarios, because all scenarios are not synonymous and all scenarios are not the same. So in this scenario, of course, she's 9. We're saying that she had her puberty.
I know, the conquest of Mecca, again, based on what you said, the conquest of Mecca would have happened when she was 16.
Conquest of Mecca would have happened when she was 16, okay.
Yeah, 15 or 16.
So let me get to the point then, though. If there was a young woman today that was 9 years old, already hit puberty, was mentally and physically matured, would it be okay to marry her?
That's a good question.
It's an easy one.
The fact that you have to think about it tells me everything we need to know.
But see, that's the thing, though, because
this is why your religion is problematic, because you can, because of what's in your book and what's in your history, you can justify statutory rape.
But that's the thing, though. Wait, your wording is what makes it problematic.
No, my wording is precise. What's problematic? What's problematic is that you think 9-year-olds should be able to consent. That's what's problematic.
But that's the problem.
And Justin, I sent you another thingy. If you could read it, it's in English.
Yeah, 1 second.
But the thing is that when the thing is that anything that is good could be worded poorly.
Well, I didn't word it poorly. I worded it precisely.
Even instances of preciseness can be, in fact, poorly.
I didn't word it poorly. I worded it a way that you didn't like it. Let me read the thing that M sent, though. It says, the majority of jurists did not stipulate puberty and sanity for the conclusion of marriage, and they said that the marriage of a minor or an insane person is valid.
Or an insane person.
So you can marry an insane minor.
An insane minor. Okay. Now, once again,
it's almost like this book was just written by perverted old men.
But that's the thing, though. We revere women, and
you certainly don't.
No, you don't. Wait.
That's the biggest lie you've told all night.
Yeah, just for a second.
Yeah.
Why is, for the majority of scholars, why is the aura, or the thing that should be covered in a slave woman, between her belly button and knees? And why do we have hadiths of Umar and the guided successors of the Prophet beating women because they were covering up?
They were covering up, you say? As in, they were covering up appropriately.
Yes. A woman put on a hijab, and then Umar struck her and said, why do you imitate the free woman? That is number one. Number two, the scholars have said that a slave woman, she only covers between her belly button and her knees, and she can pray with her, pretty much her tits out.
Well, the first thing we have to discuss is how the word strike is used, because
he literally beat her with a rod. He beat her with a rod and said, why do you imitate free women?
Okay.
I can put it on the screen too.
Okay, yeah. I really do need to get this. I really would be beneficial if we could get this working on the ninja thing. Yeah, okay.
Justin, you should see this one. I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah.
So when you say, so let's put it in perspective like this. What does the Quran say? If the Quran says something,
so you reject the Sunnah?
No. Of course I don't reject the Sunnah. But
then where does the Quran say that a woman? Again, the Quran tells you that you can rape a married woman who you've captured as a slave.
No, it doesn't say that.
It does. It says it in 424.
So
it says, and forbidden upon you. It says, and forbidden upon you are married women except those captives in your possession.
So now, where does it say, therefore, you are allowed to rape?
Again, you can sleep with them.
Hold on. But you said that it said rape. Grape. Sorry about that. You said it said grape.
Wait, do you think? Grape? So it has to say to grape them. What is implied? Wait. What is implied? I'm asking you, what is implied by having a married slave after capturing her in war? Do you think she's gonna willingly sleep with you after you've unalived her family?
Yeah. Do you think women captured in battle are willingly sleeping with their captors?
Of course not. But that's exactly why.
So what do you call it when somebody has non-consensual sex with you?
But who said it was non-consensual?
That's what willing sex is. When you're willing to have sex with your captor, that's considered consensual. When you've been captured and you have non-consensual sex, that's unwilling.
There you go. That's exactly the point.
So do you think that women captured in battle are having consensual sex?
Let's clarify first. those individuals that are married,
These
are
aren't
not
hard
there, are their
words.
partners.
We'll try
I
this again.
understand that. I understand
FS, we'll try this again.
that. Okay, cool.
Married
Okay, let's try
women
this again.
captured in battle, their family has been murdered, they've been kidnapped, they've been stolen.
Yes.
Do you think that those women are willingly having consensual sex with their captors?
Possibly.
Oh, Jesus. The lies you have to tell yourself to stay in these religions is
But that's
wild
true.
to
That's
me.
Listen, I sent you something.
Ironically, that's not a
Yeah,
lie,
I've got it
because that
open.
does exist.
Listen, you've already
That's
you've
not a
already
lie,
said
though.
enough. I'm going to read you this hadith. Not
you're
the
not allowing-
hadith. It might be a tafsir. It says the majority of scholars are of the view that the private parts of a female slave are the area between the navel and the knees. The Hanafis are the view that her private parts are like those of a free woman in relation to her mahrams. Some of the Hanbalis and Ibn Hazm are of the view that her private parts are like those of a free woman. Weird that free women and slave women don't have the same private parts.
Didn't you say that the part that's covered is like that of a free woman?
That is again the minority of the scholars. It is one of these jurisprudences out of the four, and
The other three, what did they say? They said that the
the
part
majority.
that's
Read the
covered
first
is
part
not the
again.
same.
It says the majority of scholars are of the view that the private parts of a female slave are the area between her navel and knees.
Okay.
That's just the groin. That's all it is. Meaning that her private parts aren't here up. These are not considered private.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I understand that.
Do you think that slave women no longer have privacy for their upper regions?
I understand that question. Yes, they do. However, that part is suggested. However, it's not suggested that they can't cover up the top part.
Okay, so you disagree with the majority of Islamic scholars then?
I'm telling you, we have narrations of the widely guided successors beating women for covering up.
It's also interesting here that we're talking about the rights of slave women when, I mean, you would probably conclude that slavery is wrong, right?
Yes, to an extent, yes.
I love how all these arguments work. Marrying children is wrong today, but it was okay then. Owning slaves is wrong today, but it's okay then. It's almost like you don't believe in objective morals.
I do, because
Oh, you certainly don't believe in objective morals.
I said that to a degree.
Yeah, okay, then you don't. If you believe in objective morals to a degree, you don't believe in objective morals. All right. Well, listen, FS, it's been delightful, but I think we've heard all we need to hear for now.
But the problem is that you don't allow me to defend my position.
I think your position is pretty well cooked already. I don't think there's
many instances.
I don't think there's anything you can say at this point to redeem your image. I think we've done everything that we need to do during the course of this conversation. We know that you're okay with statutory raping children. You think that owning slaves was okay at some point, and all kinds of other nonsense. So anyways, coming back sometime soon, do some studying on the topics that were discussed and coming back. Ems, way to cook, buddy.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for having me up.
Absolutely. I love you, buddy. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Big WMs. I'm going to grab some super chats so we'll get everyone's favorite prophet Daniel up in here. Atheist truck driver coming in again says, people seem to think that this is new. John Mill found 3,000 mistakes in 1707. So atheist, I do agree there's lots of mistakes in the Bible. I did a lot of counting when I was younger. And I went through a lot of those lists of mistakes and whatnot in the Bible, and it turned out a lot of them weren't really mistakes. It's just a bad reading by people who didn't really know the biblical text very well. That's why my selection of mistakes on the Deconstruction cheat sheet is rather small, because they're legitimate mistakes that are pretty obvious. There's a lot of so-called mistakes on these big lists that aren't really mistakes. They're just misunderstandings. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. Says a homeless itinerant dude gets buried in a bougie tomb the same day he's crucified for some reason. Seems legit. Yeah. It's a crazy. There's a slight tweaking of some of the wording. It tells you how completely silly and implausible the Jesus tomb and resurrection narrative is. Michael McLendon, thank you for the super chat. Says some problems, contradictions people had with the text did inspire changes to the text, as the caller suggests. Thus, the difference between gospels. Actually, that's true. And even if you look at the manuscripts of Mark chapter 1:1, where they attribute the quotation from Malachi to Isaiah, there's later manuscripts from the 5th and 6th century that fixed it, and they changed Isaiah to prophets in the plural. And so, because they were basically fixing the text. Same thing when Jesus in Matthew gets the wrong high priest. He names Abiathar as the high priest. I'm sorry, that's in Mark chapter 2, verse 22. Matthew comes along when he retells the story. He removes the mistake. He's like, oh, we got to remove this mistake. Covey Cola, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, what's your opinion on the translation of Proverbs 6:26? Some translations focus on the sin of sleeping with a prostitute, where others suggest it's still better than adultery with a married woman. I don't think I know about this controversy. Let me see what it says in Proverbs 6:26. This must be a newer controversy. Let me pull it up here 1 second. It says, for a prostitute's fees is only a loaf of bread, but the wife of another man stalks the man's precious life. Oh, this is a great proverb. Okay. So we're in the chapter of the warning against adultery. And what he's suggesting is that there are two ways that sex outside of marriage can cost you, right? It says a prostitute's fee is only a loaf of bread. Listen, if you're burning in lust, a prostitute's only going to charge you a loaf of bread. That seems like the better choice. If you go off and you are with another man's wife, that will follow you the rest of your life, especially if he finds out about you, right? That type of thing, it's like a Damocles, I'll never say it right, Damocles sword, right? Once you have this thing, you have a sword hanging over your head forever, right? Because at any point in time you could die. Somebody could find out about your adulterous affair and you could be murdered. So that's what's happening in Proverbs 6. Hope that helps. Let me reread your question, make sure we answered it. What's your opinion on the translation? So some translations focus on the sin of sleeping with a prostitute, where others suggest it is better than adultery. Oh, so yeah, I guess I didn't answer the question. Yeah, I think the best reading of the passage is suggesting that it's better to sleep with a prostitute than to commit adultery. And one of the reasons for this, if you look through the Torah, there's no provision in the Torah against specifically sleeping with a prostitute, unless it's like a shrine prostitute or a religious prostitute. There's no, as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong. I don't recall a single instance where God says, if you sleep with a prostitute, you get stoned. There's lots of laws against being a prostitute. Sims R Us, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, keep up the good work. Well, Sims, hey, thank you so much for being here and for supporting the good work that we're doing here. And Mark, thank you for the super chat. It says, keep cooking, Justin. Don't get burned out. I apologize. Don't get burned out. Take time off when you need it. How do I enable the sound when believers' cognitive dissonance kicks in? We need some sort of emoji or sound or something, a sound effect for when callers are experiencing extreme cognitive dissonance. We'll see if we can think of something for that. But that's a really good idea. And Bob says, God says humans shouldn't commit adultery. God makes humans commit adultery. 2 Samuel 12, verse 11, for what you did in private, God contradicts his mortal. Okay, so this depends on how you interpret 2 Samuel, right? There's a couple things happening. At a minimum, God is causing 10 wives of David to be raped. Now, you could say that Absalom is committing adultery and God caused it. That does check out. Absalom is committing adultery, so we can say this is true. Now, if you believe that the concubines were complicit and consented, then it means God caused all of them to commit adultery. Obviously, the best reading of the text would be that only Absalom committed adultery and that the women were in fact raped and not, it wasn't consensual. But you're right. God, at a minimum, did cause adultery to happen, which is crazy. Rock Hard sent out 5 DZ memberships. My good friend, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ memberships. Big win. And Adele, speaking of Rock Hard, Adele, welcome back to the Super Chat. Thank you so much for the $20 Super Chat. It says, Rock Hard for Doug just finished a class on Paul with Dr. Tabor. Oh, James Tabor's phenomenal. He wrote in his study Bible, it's all about Abraham's dick. After Paul asserted all are Jews regardless of circumcision based on Abe being chosen pre-cut. Yeah, you're not wrong. And even in the narrative, in Genesis, when Eleazar makes an agreement with Abraham, he makes the agreement with Abraham by holding his seed, his sack. That's not clear in the English Bible, but it's rather clear in the Hebrew text. And Rock Hard for Doug, thank you so much for the +1 big W. Hopefully you didn't deconvert on us. And Design says, ahoy, welcoming everyone back to Semen Talk. We arrived at Muslim statutory rape semen talk. It was inevitable. Every time a Muslim comes up, we expect it. It's going to be a thing. And Rock Hard coming back again says, if the text says semen, it must mean semen. Oh, what an interesting point. I never thought about that. So inside for 40 days, the liquid becomes actual semen, much like the South Park cartoon. If you know the reference to the South Park semen. Great cartoon. Thank you, Rock Hard. And Bob, thank you so much for the 1999 super set. It says your trans Jesus comments earlier were so good. Never heard that before. Really got the caller confused. By the way, congrats on trying this full time. You have my support. Appreciate you. Well, Bob, thank you so much. I love the name Bob Bobberand. That's great. And thank you so much for supporting the stream. Because I have such great supporters, it allows me to make cooking Christians like literally a viable career path. Also, now that I'm doing this, I'm going to be finishing my book ASAP. So looking for that to come. My first volume on all of the prophecies that Jesus didn't actually fulfill and how the New Testament's lying to you. It's already half finished. I just got to finish the second half, a little over half finished. So I'm really excited about it. And Carnage Asada, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Good to see you, friend. Says accidentally left some semen discourse TM on speakers while doing chores, and now everyone in my house is pregnant. Who do I contact for child support? So this is the thing. I think FS is probably on the hook for child support. If I had to label somebody, I apologize that you had it on speakerphone. And then because of the discourse, everybody got preggers because of it. We will see if we could track down FS. If I know anything about the CSEA, it's that they can track down people that need to pay child support, because that's how they make their money. So Carnage, amazing turn of events. Thank you for letting us know. We'll track them down. And Iris says an audiobook read by Ems and Seth Andrews would be something else. Ems is awesome, and I learned from each of his interactions on the stream. I love Ems. He is the final boss of Muslim apologetics. There's nobody better in the game. And Reluctant, thank you so much for the super chat. It says just a couple of pounds for the cause. Well, thank you, Reluctant, for supporting the cause. Super appreciate it, my friend. And I'm excited. I'm excited for this new chapter where I get to do what so many poor apologists are doing full time: counter apologetics. There's not a ton of people doing it. Rabbi Tovia Singer does it full time. So maybe one day I'll be able to be as awesome as Rabbi Tovia on the counter apologetics. And Navy says, is toxic empathy a right-wing Christian idea or something stated in psychiatry? So I'm not entirely sure what toxic empathy is. It sounds to me like I can't say the word. Toxic empathy is like what they would refer to as like the overdoing of the body positive movement, where like where they say, oh, it's okay to be obese, you know, you're beautiful. Yeah, that type of toxic empathy, I think, is what the right wings would be. I think that's how we're connecting these words. That being said, in psychiatry, I don't know if they talk about this type of a thing. I do know some actual psychologists and psychiatrists that could give me some better information on it. But that being said, I'm not one of those. So I can't speak competently to it. But I know that these types of talking points are popular in the right wing. This radical acceptance that we do on the left is not, they don't like it in the right wing. Lord Farquaad, good to see you, my friend. It says, do you think Psalm 103:12 claims the earth is a sphere as far as the east from the west? So far, he removed our transgressions from us. So the east from the west makes sense because they're complete opposites. They don't touch. Right? That's how Psalm 103 makes sense, is if you understand that the east is there, the west is there, and never in the middle shall they ever touch. But if you believe in a sphere, then east and west eventually comes around and touches. So saying that the sins are as far as the east is from the west is a useless statement, because the east and the west eventually meet. So I think it's proof for a flat earth. And Evan says, I tell Christians that my favorite Bible verse is Deuteronomy 23:13. When you I love Deuteronomy 23:13, by the way. It said, when you relieve yourself outside, you shall dig a hole and then cover up your excrement. Amen. It gets better, because this is one of those many verses that clearly demonstrates that God is not omnipresent. Because if you keep reading the passage, God is saying you need to bury your feces outside of the camp because my presence walks among you, right? And I don't want to encounter anything undecent. Which means God's not omnipresent. His presence is localized. Larry Beck says, congratulations on the good news. Larry, thank you for the 666. Hail the Dark Lord and hail Nero. And thank you so much for the congratulations and for the super chat and all the support you've lent the channel. I'm super excited about getting to cook apologists full time. And Iggy says, Matthew, I'm going to link every single thing Jesus does to the Old Testament. Jesus sneezes. Matthew, as foretold in Isaiah. That it's funny, but it's true. Everything Jesus did, people are like, oh, this is in the Old Testament. It's not. They even found a way to connect the dead babies in Bethlehem to the Old Testament. Nothing to do with the Old Testament. Nothing. And Marty says, can I get a birthday shout out? I'm 48 today. Hell yeah, Marty. Happy birthday. For another year around the sun. I hope number 48 going into 49. I hope it's the best one yet. Marty, thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate your support, and big W for surviving 48 years. And Jamie J says, I'm going to have to research that equals, oh, I've wasted my life. That is the subtext. When they get up here and they have these confident talking points and then it ends with, oh, I got to do research on that, it really only means one thing. It really only means one thing. The Ungoogleable Man, thank you for the 10-hour Canadian chat, says, I have a text that says 8 or 9 times, the dog Snoopy or Snoopy the dog or the great dog Snoopy. In one instance, it just says the dog. Clearly, this is talking about Clifford. That's such a good analogy. When you've got a text that repeatedly says Snoopy the dog, Snoopy the dog, Snoopy the dog, Snoopy the dog, and then one time it says the dog, it's Snoopy, dummy. It's not Clifford. This is such a good way of dealing with Isaiah 53, because that's exactly what Christians are doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And TC says, is there a real verse on God being outside of time and space? There's not. There's one that you can get to, like in Amos chapter 9, where it talks about God being able to be in all places, and his wrath, you can't outrun his wrath. If you go down to Sheol, he'll bring you up. If you climb to the heavens, his hand will bring you down. So we've got passages like that where God seems to be able to be anywhere he wants to be, but we don't have any passages that literally says he is everywhere. That doesn't seem to exist, and it would contradict all the other passages about him. But he says the one in 2 Timothy 1:19 says, and Isaiah 57:15 seems vague. Why do they always bring it up? So the reason why they bring up these nonsense passages that only hint at God being capable of being anywhere he wants to be, no matter where it is because they have to marry their idea of God with philosophy. The modern humans have discovered that they like the Greco-Roman version of God, the philosophical God. And so they have to find a way to make the God of the Bible be that particular God. So let me read the passage real quick. 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. I think this is it right there. Okay. So it says, for thus says the high and lofty one who inhabits eternity, whose name is holy. I dwell in the high place and holy place. Yeah, exactly. He dwells on top of the firmament, the high place. That's Psalm 150, verse 1, and others. And Isaiah 40:22. And also with those who are contrite and humble in spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble and to revive the heart of the contrite. Yeah. So this is another thing where God can send his presence anywhere he needs it to be. But is his presence everywhere? It simply cannot be, according to the rest of the Bible, if you think all the rest of the verses about God's presence are accurate. Like in Exodus, where Moses implores Yahweh, if your presence will not go up with us, then I don't want to go, right? So if God's presence has to travel with Israel, then he's not omnipresent. John the Baptist, great name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I've started publishing a short series of books on Amazon. Can I send you them for review as they get published? They are fully inspired by the word of Doug. Much appreciated. John, I would love to review it. And as the first official prophet of Doug, I will give you a review and a blurb for the book. And then you can put the blurb on the back of the book. I got your back, friend. And Jam and Jay says, guest needs to look up Shahid. Enemies in Iraq and Afghanistan would ritualistically shave their bodies and wear burial shrouds when engaging us. That's interesting. I didn't know that, actually. Jam and Jay is either current or ex-military. I'd love to hear about your experience over in the East with the Muslims. DM me on Discord sometime. I want to have a chat. And Vinny, my friend, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Very generous. Vinny says, congratulations, you have earned it. If you catch up on your reading list, I can't wait to hear your take on the Letters from the Earth by Twain. He cooks the Bible in 56 pages. I think you'll be impressed. It's an unknown gem. Listen, I recently was at Barnes and Noble's and I almost picked up some Mark Twain. And I was like, no. I've got other stuff. That I have to get first. But let me put a note in my system here to make sure I pick up a copy of this one. It's a short read. I'll get it in, Vinny. Thank you for the suggestion and for the reminder. And Chris says, what's up, Justin? How you been? Chris, I've been great. How have you been? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for asking. Just doing what I do. We're just up here cooking. And Shantz, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm surprised no Christian has tried to use Ezra 6:11 as a prophecy about Jesus having to be nailed to wood for threatening to destroy the temple. Any thoughts? I thought this actually does get mentioned in Christian circles. Let me double check myself. Is this the curse? Hold on. Cursed is he who hangs on wood. Let me double check. All right, Ezra 6:7. There we go. It says, furthermore, I decree that if anyone alters this edict, a beam shall be pulled out of the house of the perpetrator, who then shall be impaled on it. The house shall be made a dunghill. Yeah, interesting. There's a lot of in the book of Ezra, there's a lot of punishments for breaking the law that are severe. Like he's grabbing women by the hair and cutting their hair off, and he's having married men cast out their foreign wives. It's a brutal book. Like Ezra, you think about how they came back from Babylon and they reestablished themselves in the land. It was brutal what Ezra had them do. It was rough. Kyle K coming in again says, I think I remember last live you said you were going to look into philosophy studies. Crash Course Philosophy is a great YouTube channel. Actually, I'm subscribed to it and I've watched a lot of their videos. It's kind of old, but I think it's pretty good. Yeah. It's Crash Course Philosophy is with the Crash Course series. I always forget the name of the guy. There's two guys that do most of those shows. I forget their names, but they're both phenomenal. John Green, I think, is the one I'm thinking of. I think John Green did a number of the philosophy episodes. Marduk says, what's your top 3 wildest books in the Bible? I read Ezekiel last night, and that's the craziest one I've read so far. So Ezekiel is insane. It's out there. I think for the money, Judges is out there as well. The book of Judges is unbelievably insane. And then after that, after Ezekiel and Judges, give me a second to think on that one. The Song of Solomon's wild, but it's not crazy. It's not insane. You know what I mean? Give me a second now. I got to think. The book of Numbers is insane. There's some horrific stuff happening in the book of Numbers. Numbers 31, Numbers 15, the bronze serpent. There's some crazy stuff in there. The talking donkey, Balaam's talking donkeys in the book of Numbers. I gotta say, it's like Ezekiel, book of Numbers, book of Judges. I would put those in the crazy order. That's a good question though. On this rock says neckbeard, cringe, atheist, but God not real though. I have no idea who you're talking about. Are you saying I'm a neckbeard? I don't think you know what that means. Neckbeard refers to like a severely obese person that grows a big old neckbeard to hide the fact that he doesn't have like a jaw or a chin. Well, I'm certainly not in the shape I was when I was 20 something. Neckbeard wouldn't be an apt description. Gouge Your Eyes Out says, Justin, when is your book dropping? I've been dying to learn about them prophecies. Actually, I've been hoping to drop it this year. Now that I'm doing this full time, mission number 1 is going to be dropping the book. That's going to happen ASAP. Expect it very soon. On This Rock coming again says, Scripture isn't the only form of authority or revealed truth in Christianity. You really have to go deeper than Reddit atheism do even approach this topic. Well, first of all, On This Rock, you're wrong. That's only true if you're Catholic. If you're Catholic, you believe in apostolic authority and church authority. Most Christians in these live streams are not Catholic. They don't care about apostolic authority or revealed truth outside of the scriptures. They believe in scripture alone. So it's a silly thing to even bring up. And if you think that there's evidence for your God outside of the Bible, you're more than welcome to get into the live stream and prove it to be true. And Dago Days, my good friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says from one of your OG fans and friend, you are a tight friend. Says there's absolutely no one who deserves all of this success more than you. So proud of you, my man. Keep cooking. And pray I see some demons soon. Love you. Well, I love what you're doing, Dago. And I really hope after all this time trying to get yourself demon possessed, you can finally make it happen and prove us all wrong. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. And G says entropy is essentially a ratio, does not change underlying value. Entropy is essentially a ratio. Oh, double chat. Yeah. It is. Entropy is impossible to measure inside of a universe that we have no access to firm data for as to the size of the amount of stuff here. And Atlas Die, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, just joined the Kraken crew. Big W, friend. I'm getting a double dose of grilling tonight. All of yours and the brats on our grill. I love it. Eat some brats for me. I can't eat while I'm on stream, but I love a good brat. And thank you for joining the crew. And thank you for subbing, my good friend. All right. And with that, let me grab 2 more super chats. We'll get Prophet Daniel in here. Debbie says, Jesus walks into a motel. I love this already. We got a good joke. Jesus walks into a motel, puts a handful of nails on the desk and says, can you put me up for the night? That's a classic. It's a goodie. Congrats, Justin. I'll never take you for granted. Or Doug. Thank you so much, Debbie, for the support and for the joke. I love a good joke. I really appreciate that. And thank you for always being here supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. As well as Johanna always supporting the stream. Thank you so much, Johanna. Says, Jesus, if real, was probably hermaphrodite. I think I know what you're trying to say. Hermaphrodite. Outwardly a man, all woman inside. Yeah, Jesus was trans. That's what I'm saying. Jesus was trans, my friend. Good to see you, Johanna. And Connor, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, no No, it's not much, but this should cover most of the shipping costs for the Bible. Thanks again for signing it. I'm hyped. Aaron Raw is next on the signing list. Connor, I got the Bible. It's downstairs on my table. I'll be signing it and mailing it back to you tomorrow. So thank you so much. I got your back, my friend, and I'll definitely leave you a special note in the Bible as well. Thank you so much for sending that out to me, though. Welcome in, Prophet.
Hey, Daniel. Justin, how are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. First of all, Daniel, what type of prophet are you? Are you the strictly Christian persuasion?
No, I'm a Muslim.
That's what I thought. Yeah. And I've heard your shtick before. You think that the Hebrew Bible predicted Islam?
Yeah, it does.
Sure. I disagree with that, though. So.
Okay. So, yeah. The other day when I was talking to AXP, I saw your comments. You were commenting and about Daniel being fully written during the Maccabean revolt, right?
No, I didn't say that. So Daniel was written majorly in the 2nd century, which is why it's written in Hasmonean Hebrew, which didn't exist during Daniel's time period. The other parts of Daniel, which is in Aramaic, are not actually all that large. And it's also interesting that the majority of the details in the book of Daniel match what we find in the 2nd century. He knows the 2nd century very well and gets details wrong about the actual time frame where the real Daniel would have existed. Like, he completely flubs the lineage of Belshazzar. Belshazzar was not the child of Nebuchadnezzar. Belshazzar was the child of King Nabonidus, and King Nabonidus was not even related to King Nebuchadnezzar. He came through divine succession.
Those things are irrelevant anyway. So I heard you speak about these things some time back, even on another video. You were like having a conversation with a Christian.
Bertram, thank you for the fireworks.
You did mention that the whole of the Daniel was written during the Maccabean revolt.
I didn't say that.
A response video. You did say that.
I didn't say that.
I made a response video.
I never said that.
I made a response video.
Well, you're wrong.
It's there.
I've never once stated that all of Daniel was written in the 2nd century.
Okay, that's fine. So do you agree that
parts of Daniel were clearly written in stages? I've said this 100 times.
Yeah.
Daniel was written over a period of probably 200, maybe 250 years.
Okay, so let me get to the point. What do you when you think Daniel's? I mean, I just want to know one thing from you, straight on Prophet Daniel. Why do you think Prophet Daniel is even relevant?
Oh, he's only relevant because you think he's relevant. I don't think he's relevant for anything.
Okay, like from the scriptural premise, we have two sort of approaches. One is a conciliation approach, and the other is a conflicting approach. If you want to understand the biblical passages, just like you did when you were starting the stream, you were having an explanation of Psalm 110. That was a conciliatory approach. You did explain the original impetus of Psalm 110 to the Christian, and how Christians misunderstand that to be the prophecy about Christ in Matthew. All right, so that's a conciliatory approach. I would like you to do a similar exercise with Prophet Daniel, chapter 2.
Yeah, I literally already did. I said, whoever wrote Daniel got wrong the family of Belshazzar, who wasn't related to Nebuchadnezzar. It's completely irrelevant. It's saying the same thing. It's also true that the prophecy of Daniel chapter 9 never came true. The prophecy was for what's going to happen after Antiochus Epiphanes was toppled. That didn't actually happen. That was a lie. So Daniel just says things that are blatantly not true.
Yeah, those things are completely irrelevant. I'm not even pointing.
So it's not relevant that Daniel says things that are untrue?
Obviously, the Bible contains a lot of writings of the prophet, writings of the scribes, writing of historians and stuff like that.
What evidence do you have that Daniel actually existed?
So yeah, that's the thing. That's the point, right? So do you agree that Daniel as an individual existed? Or
it's
not?
Almost like I asked you a question. I said, what evidence do you have that he existed?
Well, if you want to even argue or have an argument about the Bible, then you have to actually believe in some of the primary things in the Bible. So the Bible claims Prophet Daniel to be a prophet.
I'm asking you about Daniel. I said, do you have evidence that Daniel even existed?
I don't have evidence for even anything. I mean, I don't even
There
have
you go.
evidence for Abraham's existence, for example.
Right.
Whether Abraham existed, we don't have the evidence for it, right?
Yeah, so based
Do
on
we?
what I know about Daniel, I don't even believe that Daniel existed, much less that he was a prophet.
Okay, based on what I know of Daniel, I believe that he existed and he was a prophet during captivity.
Sure.
How about that?
You only know that because the Bible said it.
That's correct. So can
So
we
you
have the
so you
premise?
so you don't
When we
know
are
it.
dealing with evidence from the Bible, when we are dealing with evidence from the Bible, don't we think we should consider the premises that the Bible lays out and then we can refute it?
Well, the Bible says things that are untrue. So if the Bible's
That's
full of
correct. So
things
we
that
can
are
refute them,
untrue,
correct?
then
We can
I would
falsify
say this
things
is
that are
another
untrue.
one of those things that are untrue.
So when the Bible makes claims that are untrue, don't you think we can falsify them?
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's correct. So I agree with you, right? So the Bible makes some claims. For example, the prophecies that you rightly explained, Psalm 110, right? You said this is an oracle of Almighty God to David. That was correct, right? So that was a conciliatory approach in actually understanding the Bible for what it is. So why don't we have a similar approach going into understanding Daniel chapter 2? Are you ready for it?
I have no idea what you're asking for.
Look, all I want you to understand is there is a prophet, Daniel, during captivity in exile in the court in
I
Babylon.
disagree.
Right?
I don't think he was.
You might disagree on the historicity of the whole thing, okay? But that's just the information that's found in the Bible. So do
But
you
I
want to
don't
even
think the Bible's
consider
true.
having an argument with the Bible? So if you are considering an argument with the Bible, you have to sort of take what it says on face value. If the Bible claims
No, I
Prophet
don't.
Daniel existed during Babylonian captivity, you take it up as a challenge and then you falsify it. All right.
How could you falsify whether or not he existed?
Look, if this is the kind of argument, then we can't actually.
Prophet, I know this is. I
proceed.
know you don't like my questions because it puts a burden on you. It's a very easy
No,
question,
it's
though.
not about that.
If your claim is that
Your
prophet,
question is like,
if your claim that prophet Daniel existed, how can that claim be falsified? What's the method?
no, look, what you're claiming right now is
It's wild that I asked you a question and you're not answering it. I'm asking you, is there a method to falsify the claim that you're making about Daniel? Is there a way to do it?
Are you aware of it?
It's a yes or no.
Are you aware of a method?
It's a yes or no.
Are you aware of a method? I want to know.
It's a yes or no.
I think I have one, and that's what I'm trying to do with you.
Okay,
But
so
do
then
you
the
have
answer
one?
the answer is yes. Then
What I'm asking is,
I'm
do you
waiting.
have
I'm
one?
waiting for a yes or no.
I did say to you that we have to take the information that the Bible provides us on face value, and
I'm
then we can proceed.
I'm
to
asking
find the
you,
information.
do you have a method to falsify the claim that Daniel existed?
Yes, I do.
Great. Okay, what is it?
The claim that Daniel just made about interpreting the dream for the king of Babylon, and if that dream interpretation would be would not be realized in real world scenario, then that would disprove his existence.
Well, it didn't come true.
Yeah, it would disprove his existence. Yeah, that's correct.
Well, it didn't come true. The last kingdom,
What do you mean it didn't come true?
last kingdom is the kingdom of Greece, and after the kingdom of Greece was supposed to be the kingdom of God that brought about the peace signified by Daniel chapter 7, and it didn't happen because after the kingdom of
Okay,
Greece fell, they
let's-
only had a
let's
period
analyze
of
that.
peace for about 100 years, and then the Romans came and kicked their ass.
Okay, let's analyze that in detail. Are you willing? Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, do you agree that the gold head in that statue was the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar's empire? Do you agree that?
It's Babylon, yep.
Okay, good. So, what about the following empire that subsumed the Babylonians, silver-chested Persian Empire? Do you agree on that?
No, it's the Medes,
Why is it the Medes?
because that's the empire that came next.
So, what did Medes control?
They controlled most of Persia, and then they were the first ones to take control over Babylon. It was a period of years before the Persians actually overtook the Medes.
So,
oh, you haven't read history. Oh, I keep forgetting, Prophet. Yeah, you haven't read any
look.
history yet.
Okay, no, look, don't make these snide remarks. Okay, I'm asking you some questions. Have some courtesy to answer those questions. All right. So, what did the Medes really control the Holy Land?
The Jerusalem?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how much territory they controlled, but they did control Babylon.
So that's something that we have to research. All right.
Well, I don't think it's relevant.
Now, look, it's relevant for the fact that
I don't think it's relevant at all.
Okay, I'm going to say something. Please have a listen to it.
So if the Babylonians are in control of all of Palestine, and then the Babylonians get toppled by the Medes, then the Medes control all the territory that Babylon controlled.
So what is the historicity of this event that Medes controlled, Medes took over the Babylonians?
You can literally just read a commentary that talks about the history from John J. Collins, one of the most well-respected scholars on the study of Daniel. You can read a basic.
Can you bring it up?
You can read a basic Christian study Bible. The New Oxford Annotated Study Bible clearly states, given this passage, the other kingdoms, although not named, are after Babylon: Media, signified by silver; Persia, bronze; and Greece, the iron and clay. This fourfold pattern of kingdoms appears in the sibling oracles, Babylonian and Greek writings, the Qumran scrolls, namely 4Q Pseudo-Daniel. A divided kingdom, so on and so forth, was Alexander. So all the scholars who are engaging in scholarship on Daniel agree, based on the literature and history that we have, that the four kingdoms are Babylon, Media, Persia, and then Greece. And the Grecian kingdom is named as the last kingdom more than once in the book of Daniel.
So can you bring up some information on your screen about the Medes?
What do you want to know about them?
Yeah, I just want to see about their empire.
What do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know about their empire, basically.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
The timing of the takeover of the Babylonians and the timing of the Persian takeover of the Medes.
It'd be in the late 6th century. Do you know anything about this?
Can you please bring up some information?
But you're going to need to be somewhat specific. What kind of information would you like to be had? Because that turns out there's a lot of information.
So what I'm
there's a lot of
information.
There's a lot of information on this people group. So you need to be specific. What do you want to know?
So what I'm actually looking forward to is, how long did the Medes hold the land, the dominion in that land? And when did they defeat the Babylonians? And when did they get defeated by the Persians?
The timeline exists. I can find it for you.
Thank you.
In fact, I think I wrote an article about it a couple years ago that probably still has a timeline in it. See, 1612. According to, yeah, it sounds like you haven't actually done any work yet. I don't think you've done any work. According to classical historiography, Media emerged as one of the major powers in ancient Near East after the collapse of Assyria under I can't even say Sixares. I not pronounce that correctly. He reigned from 625 to 585. The kingdom's borders were expanded to the east and west through the subjugation of neighboring peoples, such as the Persians and the Armenians. And this went on. They went all the way west and even conquered Babylon. And when Cyrus came into Babylon, there wasn't even a fight.
So who did Cyrus fight? Who did Cyrus defeat to come to take over the Babylonian Empire? I mean,
nobody. It's one of the most
Don't you think the Persians defeated the Babylonians?
Prophet, stop asking me questions if you don't want the answer. So one of the greatest things that people know about the Persians conquering the Babylonians that nobody actually talks about because it's not a popular topic is that the Babylonian Empire was in shambles. The Medes and the Persians walked in to a failing empire because the last king basically lost his mind and left. Nabonidus left his reign. The whole what was left of the empire was in shambles. Even the regular offerings and sacrifices ended up getting disrupted. Even their New Year festival was disrupted.
So that's your wishful thinking.
It's certainly not wishful thinking.
the simple search would tell you the Babylonians were defeated by the Persian Empire led by Cyrus the Great in 539 BCE.
That would be wrong. That would be misinformation by people who haven't actually studied history, that are repeating talking points. Hold on.
This is not a Christian thing.
That are repeating talking points that are popular because they haven't actually talked to real scholars or real historians. If you go to an actual historical source that documents this time period, they will give you a timeline of exactly how the events unfolded.
So what I'm saying to you is, I'm not even referring to a Christian source.
I never said it was a Christian source.
Yeah, a simple search on the internet gives you the information that the Babylonians were defeated by the Persians in 539.
They weren't defeated. They walked in virtually unopposed.
Well, that's your narrative.
It's not my narrative. That's what the historians actually say. Actual historians with actual PhDs, not whatever website you've pulled up.
I mean, just do a simple search on the internet.
I have.
So does it say that the Medes defeated the Babylonians?
Yes. If you actually read history, when they chronicle the time period, they will go into the detail and show you how stop it. You're about to interrupt me. Don't do it. They'll go into the time period in great detail and show you how the leader of the Medes were the first to get there. When the Persians rolled into town, they had to first get rid of the Medes or take over the Medes and then stroll up into Babylon and finish taking over Babylon. It was a war that had very little bloodshed.
So for how long did the Medes held the kingdom over the Babylonians? For how long?
Only a couple years.
Okay, so that's not even a functional empire, correct?
They were a functional empire.
Well, that's not. It's just not the case.
It was the case.
The case that the Bible makes.
Not,
if you read the prophecy
not only was it the case, it's the case that was laid out by the Greeks, by the Romans, and by the Jews.
This
So all
what is called as wishful thinking.
It's not wishful thinking. I can literally the texts are all quoted here. John J. Collin goes through all of the Jewish sources, all the Roman sources, and all the Greek sources where they specifically name the four kingdoms as the ones I gave you, which is why my study Bible says, which is why my study Bible says the kingdoms are Babylon, Media, Persia, and Greece. And then they even tell you this comes from the Babylonian writings, the Greek writings, and even in the Qumran Dead Sea Scrolls, they list the four separate kingdoms. And I've read the Babylonian writings. I've got a copy of them on my bookshelf behind me, and I've seen in the Babylonian writings where they mention the Persians and the Median people being different kingdoms.
So why should I approve of that information, Justin?
Because it's from scholars, it's not from me. It's from scholars, not from me.
And look, according to the prophecy of the Daniel, like if you read the Bible properly, it says the empire that's going to subsume and administer for a time. Right? So even if the Medes came in and demolished the Babylonians for a couple of years, that's not assuming authority over the land.
Yeah, it certainly is.
It's not assuming administrative authority over
yes,
the land.
It certainly
so
is.
It's not a kingdom in any sense of the word.
Yeah, it certainly is, yeah.
Understand that?
Yeah, it is. You're wrong.
So, look, selectively reading...
It doesn't matter if you're the president for 4 years or 40 years, you're still the president. It doesn't matter if you're in power for 4 years or 40 years, you're still in power.
So what I'm saying is, did the Medes have administrative capability, capacity in that region?
Yeah. That's
for how long?
That's why all the ancient sources list them in 4 successive kingdoms, because in the ancient world they knew. Hold on, Prophet. I don't know why you keep interrupting me. You need.
I am not interrupting you, mate. Go and have a look.
In the ancient world, they knew for a fact that they were 4 separate kingdoms, which is why they are dealt with in the ancient literature as 4 separate kingdoms.
Now look, can I say something now?
It's crazy that you theists never know when to talk. I don't know why it's so confusing to you. Like when I say something and then I stop talking, that's when see, now you're doing the wrong thing. See, now you're talking while I'm talking, which is not when you're supposed to talk. I've never understand why I have to treat you guys like fifth graders.
The problem being you're not on this video ninja here. I can't see you here. I can only hear your voice, and that's pretty confusing. Okay, so a face-to-face sort of arrangement is a better arrangement. If you can show your video here on Video Ninja, that'll be good. So I can have a sort of a face-to-face interaction. It's difficult to talk to you when you are, when I can't see you and you see my movements, my body language, and I can't see yours. There's always this difficulty of having a good conversation.
Okay. Fair enough. If you can't see my face, I agree. If you can't see my face, it makes it one step a little more difficult. I get that.
Yeah, thank you. So
all that.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is that we need to understand the biblical prophecy for what it claims. Okay, the Bible says very clearly in that prophecy, the kingdom that subsumes Babylonians and administrates the land, right? So the administrative capability of Medes, even if I were to agree with you, your wishful thinking, it's only for a couple of years. And they were chucked out pretty soon. So the Persians that subsume the land mass and have the administration going on is for a longer time. That's the proper
No, the length of time is not relevant.
That's the sort of kingdom. You're interrupting me.
Because you keep repeating the same thing you've said before, and I've already told you why it's wrong. So repeating it doesn't make it right. Like if you say it 5 times, it's just wrong all 5 times. For example, even the ancient Greek historian Herodotus says that the Medes were there first as the administrative power.
It's not compelling, though. It's not a compelling.
Herodotus is not compelling. Sorry. The people who lived back then, who all described the 4 kingdoms as being 4 separate kingdoms, they were all wrong. Some guy living 3,000 years later, he's the one that got it right.
The information, there's overwhelming information that says the Persians defeated the Babylonians, and you want to just rob Medes into it to have your visual thinking.
I'm not doing it. The ancient sources do it. Herodotus is doing it. The people who were living there at the time are the ones that told us that the Medes were there first.
The ancient sources could be wrong.
And you could be wrong.
Why do you grant them the
because they were there. They were there. The same ancient sources that were there that said the Median Empire got there first is the same ancient sources that were around when Daniel was written. Daniel was written during a time period where they understood that the Median and the Persian Empire were initially 2 separate empires before the Persians swallowed up the Medes.
So so there was a battle between the Persians and the Medes, is that what you're trying to allude?
Yeah, the Persians had to overtake the rulership of the Medes before they even got to Babylon.
So they had a battle going on between the Persians and the Medes?
Yeah. Do you think they just walked in and asked for it? Yeah.
So what's the battle? What's the historicity of those battles?
It sounds like you just need to read a history book.
Now look, this is what it is. Something that's overwhelmingly clear, and you want to go and have an interjection there and for a couple of years and then argue a case that empire would have been the most likely candidate to explain the prophecy.
I'm not saying you have to believe it because I said it. I'm saying it because that's what the history says. That's what scholarship says. I agree with the historians and the scholars. You can disagree with them if you want, but bring a quotation from another scholar that clearly says opposite.
You're the one who's making this claim. The most important thing.
I'm not making the claim.
Let me finish.
I read the claim from a Christian study Bible written by a guy with a PhD. I happen to agree with the guy with the PhD. You don't.
Okay, let me finish. The most important aspect of that prophecy is the kingdom that takes over the Babylonians should have administrative capacity over the Holy Land.
It doesn't say that.
So if you can prove to me from that PhD source that the Medes had the administrative capability over the Holy Land, then you have some facts sharing with me. You know what I mean?
The Medes were in power. They had conquered the kingdom. And it doesn't say in the prophecy of Daniel that they're going to have administrative powers over the Holy Land. It just says that there's a succession of ruling powers.
No, it does. It does. If you go back to prophecy, Daniel 2 prophecy, okay? Where is it? So let me pull out the verse for you. Do you want to show that on the screen?
Sure. What do you want me to read?
Just bear with me. Okay, verse 31. Daniel 2, verse 31.
Says, you were looking, O king, and there appeared a great statue. That statue was huge. Yeah, what's the actual part where it says that?
Yeah, just bear with me. Just bear with me. I'm finding down. All right, just bear with me. Okay, verse 37.
You, O king, the King of kings, to whom the God of heavens has given the kingdom, the power, the might, and the glory, into whose hands he has given human beings wherever they live, the wild animals of the field, the birds of the air, and whom he has established rule over all of them, you are the head of gold.
Yeah, okay. So when it says here in my translation that I'm reading here, Your Majesty, you are the greatest of the kings. The God of heaven has given you sovereignty, power, and strength and honor.
Over what?
So he's made you the ruler over the biblical language, it says inhabited world.
Okay? Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's almost like they didn't know how big the world was.
That's correct.
Yeah. So the prophecy's wrong. Prophecy's wrong from the beginning.
No, wait a second. So that's where you should not make a mistake. Okay.
I think you've made the mistake. The biblical authors didn't know how big the world was.
Let me explain. You talk about hermeneutics, do you? So when you talk about hermeneutics, you should know that this prophecy is talking to the Hebrews primarily, stating that their world has now been taken over by the Babylonian
No,
king.
this is not a prophecy to the
Their
Hebrews.
world, the Holy Land, is being now taken over by the Babylonian king.
This is not a prophecy to the Hebrews.
That's correct. So what I'm saying to you is, in the Hebrew context, their world was taken over by the Babylonian king.
We're all aware of it.
So their world meant Holy Land for them.
Their world was in Babylon. They were in Babylon. No, I don't agree.
Why don't you agree?
Because the world means the world means the world.
Okay. Prior to their exile, if you go to Jeremiah, Isaiah, and read those books,
I've read them.
They talk about their world, as this part of the Holy Land that God promised Abraham, right? So God promises Abraham this land. It's their world. It's God's vineyard.
They
tenants.
do not refer to the Holy Land as the world.
Did God promise Abraham a part of that world?
He promised him the territory that is roughly synonymous with what we call Israel, although depending on what passage you read, it can go all the way to the Euphrates, but they never did own territory all the way to the Euphrates.
So whatever God promises to Abraham and then settles the Hebrews there, and they establish the first temple, the Davidic kingdom, that's their world.
It's not.
Well, it's overly clear in the Bible.
It's not.
You read the world for Hebrews was the Holy Land.
That's a lie.
That's the whole fuss about the Holy Land.
That's a lie.
Why wouldn't you agree?
Because you're a liar.
Why wouldn't you agree?
Because you're lying.
It's not a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie.
Bible.
It's not there.
It's in the Bible.
It's
guys.
not.
Come on. I mean, if you can't really agree to this, I mean, there's no point.
I can't agree to your lies. Yeah, there's no point in you getting up here lying.
Don't you think?
Unlike you, I've actually studied the book.
Don't you think God promised Abraham and his progeny this piece of the land?
No, I don't. I don't believe God exists.
Okay. So you have no premise to talk about the Bible because you don't believe God exists.
No, I can definitely talk about the Bible because I've studied it professionally with actual scholars.
So the thing is, the fact of the matter is, with the Bible, people who believe in it, they believe its contents to be from God.
I know.
Correct?
We all know that. That's just like the Muslims believe that the Quran is from God. We know how holy books work.
Well, the Muslims also believe that the Bible to be from God as well.
I know, but they believe it was corrupted.
Okay, the point being,
do you not believe the Bible was corrupted?
The Bible was corrupted to the fact that Jeremiah himself says the scribes have written it with the lying pen.
Was Daniel corrupted?
I'm sure it was.
How do you know what parts are corrupted and which ones weren't?
Like the way you did it, you went to Psalm 110 and you showed, oh, that's an oracle from God to David, the master, right? So that's how you know. That's how you know to differentiate between voices of God, voices of the prophet, and voices of the scribe and other historians.
So
if you read the Gospels, for example, if you go into the Gospels, Matthew, if you go into the Gospels, you know the parables of Jesus Christ. Those are Jesus's words.
How do you know that?
And the storytelling, the birth narrative, the resurrection.
No. How do you know that?
Those are the words of the scribes.
How do you know that?
Well, it's very clear, isn't it?
No, it's not very clear. How do you know that the words of Jesus are words he actually spoke and not words that people just put in his mouth?
Okay, this is how you know it, okay? If you go into the birth narrative, you have parallels in Greek literature, Greco-Roman literature. If you go into the resurrection narratives, there's also literary parallels to those narratives as well. But if you go into the parables of Jesus Christ, you will not find, or you will not come across any literary parallels.
Wrong again.
Okay.
Hold on to your underwear. You're not going to like this.
Oh, come on, man. Are you trying to pull something on the screen? Are you?
Nope, getting a book. This is one of my favorite books from when I was in seminary. It's called Stories with Intent. It's a very large volume. How many pages are in this beefy volume? This one is 800 pages. And it's a book written literally just on the parables of Jesus. And in every single parable, they list the ancient sources that mirror the parable that Jesus was telling. And some of them come from Jewish sources. Some of them come from Greco-Roman sources. Some of them come from other sources. Because as it turns out, Jesus's teachings weren't as unique as you think, and neither were the parables. And this book does a good job of detailing where a lot of these parables were rooted within the ancient world.
Is that material available online? Like, can you pull those pieces of those on the screen?
No, I had to pay money for this book. If there's an ebook, I'm not aware of it.
But can you take pictures of those and put it on the screen?
No, the book is on the screen right now. Everyone can see it but you. It's called Stories with Intent. A comprehensive Stories with Intent, a comprehensive guide to the parables of Jesus. It's the name of the book.
I'll have to look into it.
Jesus' parables aren't unique.
But since you've read the book, can you discuss at least one?
Sure, I don't care. What do you want to discuss?
Okay, just bear with me. I'll be back in 5 seconds, all right? Just be back in 5 seconds.
It is the best book on the parables. If you guys ever want to read a book on the parables, that's the source you want.
Okay, I'm here to see one of the examples that you would actually show me, and I'm interested to know this. I can't hear you, Dan. I can't hear you, Justin.
I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Okay.
By the way, I mean, this is a compliment. I'm really impressed with you and Derek from Mythvision.
Yeah, he's pretty smart. He downplays how smart he is, but he's smart.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, no worries. What I'll do is I'll post a link here in the chat.
Just tell me the verse.
No, it's not the verse.
I thought you wanted to read a parable.
No.
I'm so
confused. Waiting for you to show me something.
What do you want me to show you?
Like, I thought you were sharing with me one of the things that you've read from the book that you just showed me.
No, I was just showing you the book.
No, I thought you would give me one example from the book.
Oh, one example from the book. You can say like when Jesus says it's easier for a rich man to enter heaven than for a camel to go through the eye of the needle. It has been documented elsewhere and in this book as demonstrating that this quotation existed both in the actually there's a Islamic quote that's very similar, and there's another Jewish quote from the Talmud. I forget what chapter it was where I found that one, but anyways, let me just open up to
Let's have a look at the parable of the tenants, for example.
The tenant farmers.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we got a section on that. Let's see. Unfruitful servant.
So I'm posting a link here that I want the people in your chat to have a look on my channel.
Do you want to do Matthew 21, Mark 12, or Luke 20?
Matthew will do.
Matthew 21.
Matthew 21. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
All right. Let's see. There we go. The wicked tenants. Let's see. There's a whole section for early Jewish writings that parallel this. One is Wisdom 2, verses 10 through 20. Josephus 5, 272. In the Wars of the Jews. And also in Antiquities 9, 264. And also in the Greco-Roman writings of Plutarch.
I'm interested to know the Greco-Roman writings of Plutarch. What sort of parallels do you get from that about this parable? I'm very interested.
I haven't read it, but the reference is going to be MOR, which I think he wrote writings on morals, and the reference is 236. Let me see what that book was. Yeah, Moralia. Yeah. So it's going to be in Moralia 236a. And he's saying that there's a parallel here.
But you haven't read it, is it?
No, I haven't read Plutarch.
Okay, so I will make some arrangements to read that. If you can just paste the name of the book for me, please.
Of Plutarch or the one I'm holding in my hand?
I'm very interested to see a parallel in the Greco-Roman literature, so Plutarch would be my preferred
I have no method for showing it to you, but you could just look up the reference. It's Moralia. In English, it would say Morals. Plutarch's Morals, section 260 or 236.
Just bear with me while I make a note of it. Section 2.
236.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm keen on learning this stuff. If there is one, and if there is a mimesis of this parable, then that would explain a lot about the nature of human intervention into this religion.
So here's the deal. The parables of Jesus, to me, are not compelling reasons to believe anything that the Bible says about Jesus. I could.
Why not?
Because I don't think that the prophecies were fulfilled by Jesus. Not even one of them were fulfilled by Jesus, which means he's just another false Messiah. It doesn't matter if he taught really cool parables.
I didn't quite get your premise on just because the prophecies of the Old Testament were not fulfilled by Messiah. Is that the premise, that you should not believe in the parables of Jesus?
No, what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if Jesus had really cool parables. He was a nobody. He was a fraud. He was a liar.
That is because
he claimed to be the Messiah, and he clearly wasn't. Then he claimed he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and he didn't. He's a fraud.
Okay. I've got a point here, and I want to see what your response is going to be. Okay. Jesus clarified during his ministry that he is actually deferring the job of the Messiah and to another future prophet, and
Show me that verse.
delegating it to a future prophet.
Show me the verse.
Okay, so the verse being yeah, just bear with me. I need to pull that. All right, just bear with me.
And keep in mind that it also doesn't matter because Jesus was a liar and a fraud. But either way, I don't think that verse exists.
Which one is it? Like, I mean, you confuse me. Are you interested to learn about the deferral, the delegation, or not?
I'm asking you. Show me the verse. I want to see it.
Okay, so yeah, then just stick to it, please. Yeah. Okay, so in Matthew 21, verse 43.
Okay.
So he goes on to say, I tell you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a nation that will produce the proper fruit. Anyone who stumbles over that stone will be broken to pieces. So Jesus during the first century.
Wait, what version are you reading?
I'm reading the NLT.
I wouldn't read that one. That's a paraphrase.
Okay, it doesn't really matter to me.
Oh, it certainly does matter because I don't think it says nation.
Well, you can pull up. NLT does say nation.
No, I'm saying the original text probably doesn't say nation, which is why you won't find nation in most of the English translations. Mine says, therefore I tell you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people that produces its fruits. Okay. The one whom falls on this stone, so on and so forth. So this is clearly referring to the Gentiles, which is why later it said in the New Testament that God is allowing the Gentiles to take over through the gospel in order to make the Jews jealous. That's in the book of Romans.
Wait a second, please. Wait a second. First of all, I would like to understand what is your contention to the word nation? Why wouldn't you be okay if a synonym to people such as a nation can be used?
Well, because a people and a nation are two different things.
How so much different if it's relatively spoken to a different people from Hebrews? How is it different?
Because people is indefinite. People could be anybody.
Even a nation could be any nation, right?
A nation could be any nation, but people doesn't have boundaries. So a nation, we would say, if I said peoples, it could be US, Canada, Mexico. It could be Canada, Mexico. It's just people. If I say nation, now you're talking about a specific people.
No, it's not specific. So even nation is a common noun. Nation could be any nation. It could be America. It could be Australia. It could be the UK.
But it's singular. A nation is a singular group of people.
That's correct. Nation has peoples in it.
Exactly. That's the point. A nation is a singular group of people. But when you say people instead of a nation, you're talking about an indefinite group of people.
I personally don't see a problem in it. I don't really understand your contention with it. Okay, so let me ignore that and let me proceed. All right. So now I would like to bring a point here that you previously had a different understanding because of a PhD historian who thought about the empires.
Multiple
PhDs.
multiple
in the
PhDs.
First century, okay. In the first century, what is appropriate is you understand the Bible from a biblical authority. And Jesus, during his time, was the biblical authority. Okay. And Jesus goes on to say, anyone who stumbles over that stone will be broken into pieces, referring to the stone and the rock prophesied in the book of Daniel. Correct?
I
Do you
don't
agree?
I don't necessarily disagree or agree with that. I think it's irrelevant because I don't believe that Jesus has any authority. I'm not a Christian.
That's fine. But when you come and debate the Christians or the believers in the Bible, you have to understand their premises.
I do. I was a Christian for 20 years. Why do you think I went to Bible college in December? You think I went to because it was fun?
Correct. So, okay, as a Muslim and a believer in the Bible, Christ is the authority to me and not any random historian.
He can't be the authority to you.
Why not?
Because you think the Bible's corrupted. You only like the authority of Jesus in you only like the authority of Jesus in the parts that you like, and then you dislike it in other parts. So when he's making up lies about the Hebrew Bible, you don't like that.
Such as what?
We already went over one, Psalm 110.
Well, that's the interpretation of the scribe, don't you think so?
Right, yeah. Every time you don't like what Jesus says, you just blame the scribe. So you don't believe in you don't believe in Jesus' authority in the Bible. You pick and choose which verses you like based on what you think is going to support your perverted religion.
No, it's not that. So stop being I come here with mutual respect, so I want to respect you and I expect the same.
Listen, I didn't insult you.
Okay, look, the thing is with that, that's why when I said, how can you differentiate between what pieces of literature was spoken of Christ? I told you parables are the ones that don't have literary parallels. So you have to really stick to the parables to understand the ministry of Christ.
Well,
so
I disagree. We already went over this.
When the scribes come and write their interpretation and their fulfillment of messianic prophecies, and they're providing interpretation and commentary in the gospel, within the gospel, we should be able to really differentiate them.
So there are like 22 prophecies in the book of Matthew that Jesus didn't fulfill even one of. How many times does Matthew have to lie to me before I just say this book shouldn't be trusted?
Now look, you're not understanding perhaps what I'm saying.
It's almost like you didn't hear my question. How many times does Matthew have to lie to me before I say this guy is not telling truths?
Matthew may not be telling you the truth. I
Right.
agree with you.
And how many times does he have to do that before I can say we shouldn't trust this book?
But do you think?
Answer the question.
are you aware of-
How many times does the gospel author need to lie to me before I say we shouldn't trust a book?
Once.
Good. Well, he's done it at least 22 times. So I don't trust
you don't have to
Matthew
trust
because
Matthew.
Matthew
You don't have to
is
trust Matthew.
because Matthew is a liar.
Okay, my question to you is: are you aware of a red-lettered Bible?
Yeah, I own multiple of them.
Okay, that highlights the letters spoken of Christ.
Do you think that red letter Bibles are unique?
I think they at least.
What
do a good
country
job
are
of
you
highlighting the
in?
speech of Christ. Now look, those things are irrelevant.
Prophet, the red letter Bible is the most popular print in America. Like three-quarters of all Bibles printed in America are going to have red letters.
So, do you think you are professional in doing this job at the Bible, at the Gospels, by having to overrun over the teachings of Christ just because Matthew lied?
Me being professional has nothing to do with Jesus lying.
No, you have to be professional in your business.
I am professional. Yeah, I studied with actual professionals, got credentials to actually interpret and read the Bible. And as it turns out, Prophet Daniel, I agree with the majority of the academic level scholars on the interpretation of most of these passages. You disagree. You agree with apologists. I don't. I don't find any of those arguments convincing, which is why I don't agree with them.
I don't agree with apologists either. What I'm trying to say to you is you did a professional job when you explained the Psalm 110, correct? I agree with you completely. But you don't use the same standard to interpret the rest of the Bible.
I do.
The rest of the Gospels.
I do.
You don't.
I did.
You say to me that Matthew lied, so therefore you have to discard Matthew completely. How professional is that when examining
what
a
I
piece of
said is
literature?
if Matthew tells me a bunch of lies, I'm going to take the entire book with a grain of salt. Because you don't have a method of knowing every time he lied. All you know are the points where you could prove he was lying. So if a liar lies to you 100 times and you can prove he lied 20 times, that doesn't mean the other 80 lies didn't happen.
I think you have a difficulty here to sort of decipher the text that's not Matthew. You have the difficulty, correct?
I don't have any difficulty deciphering texts.
I don't have any difficulty either. I can
decipher
the text, Matthew's text from the text that's not Matthew.
That's not what the word decipher means.
Maybe I'm using a wrong word.
Yeah.
So correct me. Give me the right word.
Probably compartmentalize would be a better word for it.
Okay.
Isolate might be a better word for it.
Okay, so I don't have any problem isolating the text that's Matthew's.
I agree. I never said that you shouldn't trust Luke because Matthew was lying to you.
So what's the point that you're trying to make?
My point is that multiple lies exist in all of the Gospels. I think Matthew is the most egregious of them.
Probably.
So obviously that's my whipping boy since he tells the most lies.
But that doesn't really preclude the fact that Jesus actually spoke.
I'm sure he did.
And he had his own teachings.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure there are some parts of the Gospels that are preserving actual things Jesus said, but you have no way of knowing which ones.
Well, that's where scholarship comes into picture, doesn't it?
No, scholarship can't definitively tell you.
No, that's where the scholarship and the skill of a human comes into play. And you being so talented, I'm appalled why you have double standards.
I don't have any double standards.
When you want to justify, you go back to the sources and you pinpoint, oh, this is what it is. It's not even a. I mean, the way you did it in this same very stream, you explained to people about Psalm 110, and that was great. I mean, I agree with you completely, 100%. So why wouldn't you do the same thing when it comes to the gospel, the writings of Jesus.
With what? What do you want me to take apart?
Why wouldn't you sit down and sift out the words of Christ in the Gospel of Matthew?
I started with Matthew 22, where he tells a lie on Psalm 110. You can also go into Matthew. I'm thinking of Mark 2. He tells a falsehood in Mark 2:26, but that's not in Matthew.
What about this chapter 21 that we are currently reading?
What about Matthew 21? What about it?
Yeah. So do you think these are lies?
Which part?
Told by Matthew?
Which part?
No, the whole of the chapter 21.
Well, I would never say an entire chapter is a lie. You have to take each individual saying by itself.
Okay. So when we are actually breaking down the text here in verse 43 and verse 44,
do you understand?
Why wouldn't you?
Do you understand why Matthew 21 is fundamentally different than what we're doing in Matthew 22? In Matthew 21, Jesus was quoting a passage that he clearly didn't read in the original language, that he clearly didn't understand. That's not happening in Matthew 21. The only Old Testament quotation that shows up in Matthew 21 is at the beginning of the chapter when he rides the double donkeys, and then Matthew spuriously attributes the prophecy of Zechariah 9:9 to him, which he didn't fulfill.
So I was trying to bring you to the concept of deferral and delegation to a future prophet. And that's why I made you read these verses 43 and 44. And apparently 44 sort of tells you authoritatively that even Jesus in the first century thinks the prophecy of Daniel is yet to be fulfilled.
Oh, I don't think so. He told the Pharisees,
and that's going to be in the future. And that's going to be in the future.
He told the Pharisees in just a couple chapters in Matthew chapter 26 that he's going to fulfill the prophecy of Daniel when he comes back riding on the clouds, Daniel chapter 7.
Why do you ignore the words that we're reading here, that your kingdom will be taken away from you and given to a people? Why do you ignore that?
It just says people.
That's correct.
The Jews, yeah, the kingdom of the Jews were taken away. And then what happened?
From them.
And then what happened?
From them, and then will be given to a people, right?
It'd be given to people.
Okay, will be given to people who will produce proper fruit.
Yes, right? Exactly. It will be given to other people who will produce the fruit. It will be given to heathens. It will be given to Gentiles. And in Jesus's other parables, he says similar things. He talks about the fig tree.
I agree with you.
And says,
okay, let's read on. Let's read on. Anyone who stumbles over that stone will be broken to pieces. Correct?
Yeah, the church.
So that people will come and hold.
The stone was built on the Christian church, which is why he told Peter that he's going to build on that rock. So the rock is the Christian church. That's the stone. Not the Muslim people.
Why not? Why not?
Because it's clearly referring to the Christian church. It was literally written during the birth of the Christian church, looking back to justify the Christian church.
Okay. If that is the case, if that's the case, anyone who stumbles over that stone will be broken to pieces was not fulfilled, because Islam became that empire.
I agree. It wasn't fulfilled because Christianity is not true.
No, because you're not correctly understanding it.
No, because it's not true, and neither is your religion. Your religion's equally as false. Your religion is equally as false as Christianity. The only difference is that Jesus didn't touch little girls and your prophet did.
My prophet didn't touch little girls.
Your prophet married a 6-year-old.
No, he didn't.
Your prophet married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage at age 9, according to Hadith.
He didn't. I don't believe in it.
Oh, so the Hadith is lying.
Of course.
How old was she when they got married?
Now look, the Quran lays down a very clear criteria for marriage.
How old was she according to the Quran?
The Quran doesn't talk about Aisha.
So the Quran doesn't give her age.
The Quran lays down a criteria for marriage. Are you interested to know about it?
I've already read it. And in fact, I literally just read it with a guest prior to you. So I'm asking you specifically about Aisha's age. Does the Quran ever tell you what the age of Aisha was when she was married?
He didn't give you the criteria for marriage.
I didn't ask you about criteria. I said,
That's
did
fine. I don't want to. I don't
I
want to change
said,
the topic
did the
now.
Quran? You're changing the topic. Did the Quran give the age at which Aisha was married?
No, the Quran gives a criteria for marriage.
Okay. Does any text within the Islamic world give her age?
The only text that you have to rely on in Islam is the Quran.
So you don't believe in any of the hadiths?
We can go on trying to falsify the hadith, but at the end of the day, we would have done nothing to falsify
Do you
the
believe
Quran.
in any of the hadiths?
I'm not required to believe in the hadith.
I didn't ask you
As
if
a
you're
Muslim,
required
I'm
to.
required
I
believe in
asked
the
you if
Quran.
you did. Do you believe in any of the hadiths?
I'm telling you, I believe in the Quran. I don't believe in the
I didn't
hadith.
ask you that. I said, do you believe any of them?
I don't.
So you don't believe any hadiths, only Quran. So you're sola
It's not
Quran.
required of me. It's not
I
required
never
of
said
me
it
to believe in
was.
the hadith.
I'm trying to get your viewpoint. So your viewpoint is you believe in the Quran, but you don't believe in the hadiths.
That's correct.
Okay, and I agree. The Quran doesn't specifically say what the hadith says about her age of marriage.
That's correct. But the Quran does give a criteria for the age of marriage, though.
I don't think it does. In fact, we just went over this.
It does.
Actually, Ems, are you
What verse?
Ems, are you with us, buddy?
I am. I'm asking what verse.
So, what do you think we should do? I mean, I would like to talk about these things with you in great detail. So, do you want to?
What's the verse?
Oh, you're looking for the verse? Okay.
You said you had a verse for me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Ems.
Yeah. Like, this is insane. Why was he going over the Bible for like 2 hours? And by the way, similarly to the last guest, Muslims are taught to do everything but talk about the Quran. It's a literal thing they teach in apologetics.
Okay, go to 4:6.
All right, Quran 4:6. We just read that earlier.
Now, again, guest, could you show me where it says the age of marriage in Arabic? Go ahead.
Can you pull the verse up on the screen, please?
Yeah, give me a second. I pulled up Quran 4:6 and it brought me to Al-Isra 17:4, but I think that's what we want.
No. It is chapter 4, verse 6.
Right. Okay, give me a second. The Quran.com is...
Who's this robot that talks next to you? Is that a robot or?
No, it's not a robot. It's my friend Ems, who is a native Arabic speaker and has extensive knowledge of the Quran and the Islamic faith.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so I've got the page pulled up. Let me see if I can get the text. This is weird. I've never seen this before. Everyone in the chat, look, I pulled up the passage in the Quran and it won't show up. It's just giving me blanks. The Quran gave up on me, Quran.com. Weird. Oh, I can see it in Arabic, just not in English. What? Oh, there we go. Now we got it. It says, test the competence of the orphans until they reach a marriageable age. Then, if you feel they are capable of sound judgment, return their wealth to them. Do not consume it wastefully and hastily before they grow up. So, at what age is a woman competent to get married?
No, it doesn't even say that.
Oh, what's it say, Ems?
It doesn't say age of marriage.
Because my English translation says until they reach a marriageable age. What does it actually say?
It says if they reach puberty, then give them their inheritance.
Come on, he's lying to you outright.
I'm not lying.
Marriage.
Prophet Daniel, do you speak Arabic?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course,
I don't speak Arabic, but I know the Quranic Arabic.
So you don't speak Arabic?
I don't speak Arabic, but I know the Quranic Arabic.
Ems, your native language is Arabic, right? Just checking.
Could you tell me what the word nikah means? Go ahead.
So what does the word nikah mean?
It means to fuck.
You're a silly man.
I can literally have Justin put it on the screen.
So you're a silly man for the reason that nikah here is marriage. Okay?
No. Again, if they reach nikah, means to reach puberty.
The ontology of marriage in Islam. The ontology of marriage in Islam. is for the reason that people seek out intimacy with each other, correct? So seeking out intimacy with each other is
No, there's a difference. There's a difference between
identified as
again.
marriage.
There's a difference. There's a
All right?
difference
Seeking
between
intimacy is
zawaj
identified as marriage.
again.
And nikah
There's
here,
again. There's a difference between zawaj and nikah. And nikah
zawj
is a different name
zawj is your
again.
spouse.
And nikah again, no. Marriage is not. Zawaj is not vows. Zawaj is marriage. The reason we call zawaj nikah is because it is the contract that allows you to do legal nikah, which is legal sex.
So according
you can literally
to
find this, you can literally find this in Lisan Arab.
according
Again,
to
the most authoritative Arabic lexicon. And go ahead.
according
Why don't
to
you just speak with
Wiki,
your normal voice? I mean,
that's his normal
why do you have
voice,
to have
Prophet.
normal
According
voice
to
to make it difficult?
wikiislam.net, nikah means the sexual consummation of a marriage.
Okay, so the marriage, the ontology of marriage in Islam,
The
or
sexual
in Eastern
consummation.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So that's the consummation, the event of consummation. I have no problem. Is called as marriage.
Again, when you say if they reach nikah, that could literally mean again in Arabic to reach puberty, which
Okay,
is
that's
again
fine.
the interpretation.
That's fine.
Again, the verse is not talking about marriage. The verse is talking about giving the orphans again their property once they reach the age of marriage.
Okay,
Wait, not the age of marriage. The age of again, I misspoke. The age of puberty, which is again the interpretation held by the scholars.
Yeah,
Goodness,
in fact,
this
I'm looking at
robotic
the.
voice is so disturbing to me.
I'm
This
looking.
robotic voice is so
Yeah, I know.
it is disturbing.
Getting
Again, your
cooked
God
is
decided
very
to give you a
disturbing.
defect. That's his fault.
So, according to the Tafsir, it says until they reach the age of marriage means the age of puberty, according to Mujahid.
Look,
why does it? Why?
that's fine.
Why is it that the Tafsir agrees with Ems and not you?
Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. I have no problem if
And
you want to
Justin,
read.
I'm gonna send you a thing just put it on the screen. This is from Lisan Arab.
Guys,
Again, the tongue of the Arabs lexicon.
All right, give me a second. This is from the lexicon.
That's a lot. I can't listen to the
Like
robotic
classical
voice.
Arabic lexicon.
So disturbing.
You can't listen because you're talking. So, according to the lexicon, it says the origin of marriage in the words of the Arabs, and it was said that marriage.
It is mistranslating the words. So again, it says also nikah, the origin of the word nikah, which is again the word that we're discussing here. In the words of the Arabs, is having sex, and it was called in marriage was called fucking because it is the contract that allows for permissible fucking.
Pretty crazy.
So just to be clear, a native Arabic speaker who has lexical sources and the Tafsir all agree. You're the only one disagreeing on what these words mean.
Okay, now look, hang on, Justin. The way you study the scripture is not that you go back to some medieval times of commentary. Someone who's written a commentary. It's just not appropriate to do. All right.
Oh,
Anyway,
the
even if you
Muslim
wanna do
scholars
that,
are
if you
wrong.
want to do that,
Wait,
even if you want to
do
do that,
you
of
have
course,
do you
we're
have
also human
do you,
beings.
do you have credentials in studying Islam?
I mean, he
I
doesn't
have
even know how to speak the
translated Holy
language.
Quran.
No. Do you have credentials though?
You haven't.
I have translated the Holy Quran.
But do you have credentials?
I don't know what you mean.
Or do you have any formal
Exactly.
training?
I have studied the Quran all my life.
So no, you don't have any formal educational training. So I'm gonna trust.
It doesn't matter to
I'm
me.
gonna
I don't
I'm
believe
gonna
in this
trust
sort of
the.
degrees that
I'm gonna trust the
you
Islamic
guys are
scholars that
fond
have the
of.
formal training.
That's fine. Let me proceed here. What I'm trying to say is, even if it is just fucking, for example, I mean, let me agree with this robot of yours. Even if it is just fucking, all right. Let's say what the
That is
verse
literally
says.
what the word means.
Okay, let's see what the verse says. It says, "Hatta idha balagu nikah," until they reach the age of fucking. Is that how you translate
Which
that?
is puberty, yes.
Is that okay? I'll give it to you. If you want to use the word fucking, I will use the
That
word
is literally
fucking.
the meaning of the word.
But look, when I use the word marriage, you had objections to that, correct? You made objections
Yes.
to that, correct?
Because again, in this
And you want me to
context,
use the word fucking here?
again, in this context, it means the age of puberty. which makes sense in the grand scheme of things.
I will
Again,
now use the phrase age of puberty. Are you okay with
go
it?
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, now give me some time. So it says وَابْتَلُوا الْيَتَامَ حَتَّى إِذَا بَلَغُوا النِّكَاحَ فَإِنْ آنَسْتُم مِّنْهُمْ رُشْدًا. When you find they are capable of sound judgment, that's when you proceed with marriage. فَدْفَعُوا إِلَيْهِمْ أَمْوَالَهُم. That's when you give them the dowry as well as the property that belong to them.
What is sound
It
judgment?
doesn't even mention marriage. It doesn't mention,
Sound judgment is left to
marriage
the
at all.
people and to the... Hang on,
And it
robot.
doesn't.
Please don't disturb the robot.
Habibi, again, Daniel, it doesn't mention marriage. It is talking about inheritance.
You're being crazy. So, Justin, do you agree? Even if it is the age of puberty, do you agree the word used there to define the age of puberty could actually mean marriage in that society?
No, it
Would you
doesn't.
agree?
I have no opinion
No, it
on the
doesn't.
translation of Arabic words. I don't read Arabic.
Look, you just have to. What you have to do at this point in time is go and take a look of the translators who have translated that to be marriage.
I would
Why
just.
But I can show you translators. You know what? I'm going to show you other translations that do not translate it to marriage.
This robot of yours is very annoying to me, actually.
I know it's annoying to get cooked by a guy who knows the book better than you.
Actually, I want to be talking to you guys.
It's not
You,
too
not
often
the
that
robot.
someone comes up and gets cooked on the Bible and the Quran.
No, I'm not getting cooked. You're getting cooked at this point in time. Don't you think so?
I'm not even making the argument. You're arguing with Ems right now.
No, what I'm saying to you is, okay, even if granted that that's the age of puberty,
I don't know where my Quran
the
went
Quran
to.
has a criteria. The criteria being in anastum minhum rushda. If you find sound judgment in them, that's the criteria, guys.
Right, but what is sound judgment? Are
left to the
9-year-olds
society.
capable of sound judgment?
No, they're not, right? We
I'm
don't deem
asking
them to
you,
be-
are they? So at what point does a person become sound in judgment?
That is not the age of puberty, though.
I'm asking what point is it? What age is
Again,
it?
and listen, I sent it to you.
Oh, you
And
sent?
also, again,
Okay.
this has nothing to do with marriage. The verse has nothing to do with marriage. Like, why are you inserting the fact of them attaining sound judgment into marriage? It is talking about
Is
pure and
the
about
verse
property.
talking about fucking?
All right, let me
I know
read.
it is talking about inheritance.
Let me read this
But again, you're gonna lie
translation.
and twist it.
You're silly, man. You're silly.
And you're a dumbass.
When the verse is talking about إِذَا بَلَغَ
So I'm going to read the
Again,
passage.
you do not know the language.
It says, "And test the orphans until they attain puberty. Then, if you find in them maturity of intellect, make over to them their property." It says, "And do not consume it extravagantly and hastily," which you would expect if this is referring to the care of the orphans.
It is talking about their inheritance, in which you're going to keep it for them until they reach puberty and then give it back to them.
So what
This
is the
doesn't.
age that girls
This
reach puberty, guys?
this doesn't actually sound at all like marriage. This whole part that we're reading sounds like what you're supposed to do with orphans and their inheritance.
No, it is about marriage. If you go back to verse 3,
But it's
it
not.
is about marriage. The context is of marriage.
No, wait. Go back, Justin, let's go back to verse 3, in which it allows you to marry children. Because it tells you, if you're scared that you're not going to be just with the orphans, then marry women 2 and 3 and 4.
All right,
It literally tells you that you can marry orphans again. An orphanhood in Arabic is only attributed to those who haven't reached puberty.
Yep.
So sure, let's go to 4:3.
Yeah, let's go. We're going to go all the way back to 4:2. Says, "Give the orphans their wealth when they reach maturity." It's almost like the context is telling you this is about orphans. "And do not exchange your worthless possessions for their valuables, nor cheat them by mixing their wealth with your own, for this would indeed be a great sin. If you fear you might fail to give orphan women their due rights, if you were to marry them, then marry other women of your choice, 2, 3, or 4.
And Justin, let me just pull up the lexicon for the word orphan in Arabic. It's going to tell you that orphans is only applied to a person who hasn't reached puberty. Once they reach puberty, and this was also said by the Prophet, once they reach puberty, they're no longer an orphan.
I love it.
So it is telling you can marry orphans.
Silly guy, this guy, silly guy.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm silly.
Yeah, because you're not even taking the translations on their face
I
value.
showed you a different translation. And also, why would I go to the translation where I speak the language?
When the Quran is talking about marriage, it is
Was the
describing
Quran sent out in English?
marriages. You
It
can
doesn't
marry
talk
1,
about
2, or
marriage.
3, or 4.
It doesn't
That's
talk about
clearly
marriage.
about marriage, guys. It's
I know,
clearly
I
about
agree,
marriage.
I
The
agree, I
Quran is
agree,
talking
I
about
agree.
marrying one,
Again,
two,
I agree.
three, four.
Habibi, again, in verse 4:3, it tells you, and of the orphans, if you were to marry them, and you were scared of not giving them their due rights, then marry of the women 2 and 3 and 4. But the problem here is orphans is only applied to prepubescents. So 4:3 is telling you can marry prepubescents.
But do you recognize the fact that the context has marriage in it? The context is of marriage in it?
The context
Yeah,
of 4:3.
marrying prepubescent orphans.
It's not prepubescent orphans.
It is.
It is.
Again, al-yut in Arabic. Again.
No,
You know what?
this
Find
is
me,
like,
find me, find me a single. Find me a single. Just a second. Find me a single Arabic lexicon in which
this is
the
being
phrase yatim, in which
This is
again,
being
in which
recklessness.
again, find me a
This
single
is-
Arabic
this is being
lexicon.
reckless.
Again, find a
So
single
the
Arabic
Quran
lexicon.
is laying
Just a
down a
second, Habib.
criteria for
Just a
marriage.
second.
It
Just a
tells
second.
you when you find sound judgment in them,
It
that's the
doesn't.
time
It is
for
talking
marriage.
about when you find
So it's
sound
entirely,
judgment.
it's
Daniel,
entirely
you're gonna have to
given
listen.
society
You're gonna have to listen.
to come and decide
Again,
what the
you're gonna have
marriageable
to listen.
is.
That is
all
not what
right?
it says. You're literally
Look,
just lying.
if you go back,
You were literally just lying.
Just so you know,
Robot?
Prophet
You're
Daniel,
literally
no
just
one
lying.
can hear you when you talk the same time as us because your microphone's lower. So,
Again,
I mean, if you want to be
when you
heard,
go to every
you
single-
don't want to talk over us.
When you go to any single lexicon, show me just one lexicon that defines orphans as anything but prepubescence. It literally tells you that this is a phrase that is no longer used once a person reaches puberty. That is number one. Number two, when you're reading the actual context, verse number 2 is talking about their property, and then verse number 3 is talking about if you were to marry them. If you were to marry them. And then verse number 4 and 5 and 6 is talking about their inheritance, when to give it back. And it is not talking about marriage. It is talking to you about when they reach puberty, then test them, and if you see judgment in them, then give them back their property. And this is the interpretation of the scholars and the people that lived at the time.
Mr. Robot, have you read the verse 65:4? Have you read the verse 65:4 where it talks about
where it talks about marrying and consummating and then divorcing prepubescence, yes.
So
yeah, we all know that one.
The word for puberty in the Quran, okay, the word for menses in the Quran is mahid.
Jamil, and I'm not talking, yeah, Habibi. And again, puberty and menstruation are two different things. I could say that if she reaches puberty, or I could say if she reaches, again, if I say that, I could say
hang on for a second.
ihtilal.
I will pull up Lane's lexicon, okay? Hang on for a minute. I will pull
Jamil, go
up
ahead.
Lane's lexicon, all right? Just bear with me.
I don't know if the
Okay.
translation is
Actually.
helpful because it says, as for your women past the age of menstruation, in case you do not know, their waiting period is 3 months. And those who have not menstruated as well, or not yet menstruated in some translations.
And also, he's showing a contradiction in his worldview at 65:4, because he agrees that it is talking about those who haven't reached menstruation.
Hang on, I'm trying to pull the Lane's lexicon here, all right? Just hang on.
Divorcing a girl who hasn't reached menstruation is pretty crazy work.
And by the way, that is after you've consummated.
Yeah, because there's no marriage without consummation.
Okay, look here. The Lane's lexicon. Okay.
I showed Lisan al-Arab, which is again more authoritative, but sure, go ahead.
Okay, the primary meaning, the Lane's lexicon says the primary meaning is he married her. And the secondary meaning is he had sexual intercourse with her. Okay?
Jamil, when you go to actual classical Arabic lexicons at the time of the Prophet, like Lisan al-Arab, it tells you the reason marriage is called nikah is because it allows you to have legal sexual intercourse. I showed it on the screen.
So why would you have problems in agreeing that the word nikah means marriage? Why would you have any problems with
Because
that?
it also means to reach the age of puberty according to the classical scholars and
It doesn't
the
say
classical
that.
lexicons.
The
It is literally what it
lexicon
says.
doesn't say that, mate.
Lane's lexicon was written by an Englishman in the 1900s. I do not care.
You do not care. You're
Wait.
selective.
So-
you want to just see.
You're appealing to a man from the 1900s who was a British man.
So Lane, the guy who wrote Lane's lexicon, was actually Edward William Lane, not a native Arabic speaker.
And I'm appealing to literal Arabic lexicons written by classical scholars at the time of the Prophet. They would be more familiar with the linguistics of the time.
Yeah, listen. If I learned anything from my time learning Greek and Hebrew and other languages, is that I'm going to use a lexicon from people that either have PhDs in the field of study, preferably people who speak it natively.
So a guy who goes on to write a lexicon, he's still not credible source for you guys. Yeah.
Again, I gave you a literal classical Arabic lexicon by classical Arabs. And also, what he said is not entirely incorrect. But the problem is, the word in its originality is sleep is having sex with. And again, let's even grant it. Which is, I wouldn't do that normally, but let's grant it. You're going to have to show me then how you're able to marry prepubescents in 65.4. Go ahead.
Okay. Now you're making sense to me. Okay, if you talk like this, you actually make sense to me. All right. So
sure.
So when we proceed in the Quran verse says, okay, hatta balagun nikaha, when they reach the puberty. Right? Now let me finish, Mr. Robot.
I mean, you're saying the Arabic wrong, so I have to correct you.
Let me finish. You can correct me later on.
Go ahead.
Would you agree? Okay.
Sure, but it is disrespectful to say the Quran wrong, but go ahead.
So when it says hatta idha balagun nikah, when they reached the age of puberty, okay, I don't have any problems with that. فَإِنْ أَنَسْتُم مِّنْهُمْ رُشْدًا, when you find sound judgment in them, that's the criteria, guys, right there.
Yeah, of what? So criteria of what? No, wait. Continue reading. The criteria of what? The criteria of what? Go ahead.
So the Quran clearly says, when you find sound judgment in them,
then do what?
That's when you return the wealth to them. And the wealth also includes the bridal gift that you're supposed to be giving.
That is simply a lie. That is a lie. That is simply a lie.
It's inclusive. Go ahead and show it. That's when you return the wealth to them.
Yeah, I want to see where it says that.
That's when you return the wealth to them. The wealth
and also what you just said implies that they already have been married and consummated with. Yeah. Because the mahr is only given at the time of consummation.
And anyway, I mean, the point.
No. You're going to engage with this. You said that it includes their bridal. Again, you said it includes the mahr. The mahr is given at the time of consummation. So these prepubescents, after they've reached the age of puberty, you give them their wages for consummation. Go ahead.
The point being, do you believe that girls reach puberty at the age of 9, and it's pretty?
At the time of the Prophet, it used to be 15. But go ahead.
No, silly. You're being silly.
They used to be, because again we have scholarly works from the time in which they used to say that the average age of menstruation is 15. But go ahead.
Not just during the Prophet's time, girls hit puberty at 9, but also
they could have, but the average was later on.
Let me finish, Mr. Robot. Not
Go
just
ahead.
during the time of Prophet Muhammad did the girls reach puberty at 9, but also in 1937, when a 22-year-old Charlie Jones married a 9-year-old Eunice Winstead in a child marriage in Tennessee. In 1937, also girls hit puberty.
Yeah, because
at 9.
again he was a PDF file.
Yeah, he was a pedophile just like your prophet.
And only then, the Tennessee, the government of the USA, decide to come up with a marriage.
Yeah, because the government of the USA was not divinely inspired by God.
Here, man. Just give me some time to speak and don't interrupt, please.
This has nothing to do with your prophet again. The government of the US is not God.
Has given the permission to the society to decide on the marriageable age.
That is a lie.
By saying you have to find
some
judgment in them.
It doesn't say that. That is for returning their wealth.
Hey,
you saying it multiple times. Again, you saying it multiple times doesn't make you correct. You're literally just repeating the same lie again and again and again. Lying over and over is not going to make you right. It is. If you're lying to literally 1,000+ people, then I'm going to correct you. You literally repeated the same lie multiple times. And everybody, if you want to see what he's lying about, go read the verse for yourself.
You're not letting me speak, Mr. Robot.
Go ahead.
You're not letting me speak.
It's actually Dr. Robot, by the way.
Dr. Robot, you're not letting me speak.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying, the Quran has a criteria. It says it gives the right to the society to be able to decide the marriageable age, and it is not the puberty. The Quran is very clear. It says puberty is just not that criteria. The criteria being sound judgment. Sound judgment is that criteria on which a society will decide.
What is sound judgment?
Yeah, sound judgment to manage their financial affairs.
Right, because they're orphans. Because they're orphans getting their money back.
And you have, okay. When it comes to marriage, the Quran, in another verse, I will just find that verse for you. The Quran.
What does it say? Go ahead.
The Quran just say the affairs of marriage for people who are not orphan and orphan are the same. The Quran has a verse which says for orphans and for girls who are not orphans, it's the same.
You do realize that just proves child marriage again. Because an orphan in classical Arabic lexicons, again, an orphan in modern Arabic lexicons, in classical Arabic lexicons and standard Arabic lexicons, it always means that a person who has lost his parents and has not yet attained the age of puberty. So yes.
The Quran is giving the opportunity to the society to be able to decide on the marriageable age. Okay,
that is a lie. That is not what it says. It is talking about inheritance. It is talking about inheritance.
The Quran says, it's imperative statement. The Quran says, when you
repeating the same lie again and again does not make you correct. Again, I just showed you that this is talking about inheritance. And even you said it is returning to them their mar. Again. So really, so when it says return to them their property, it is not talking about inheritance.
You're not understanding. You have to go
I'm not understanding the... Oh, really?
You got to go back and study that a bit more.
To study Arabic.
Says the guy who has not studied any. So if I've learned anything about our conversation from the Bible is you have like really sophomoric takes on the Bible that are just mainstream softball Christianity takes. You haven't engaged in any scholarship of the Bible. My assumption, and I could be wrong, my assumption is that you've studied the Islamic scriptures in the same way. You probably haven't really engaged in the scholarship.
And it is even worse. Like, I can tell why he sticks to the Bible.
Yeah, because he doesn't know the Quran. Yeah. All right, listen.
I would be really interested to see even the Salafi school of thought, people who are in our Salafi school of thought, even they wouldn't agree with this Dr. Robert of yours.
That you're a liar, because I can literally show you again multiple contemporary Salafi scholars and also classical ones that tell you specifically that the Prophet slept with her when she was a child.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Robert.
It's almost like he doesn't hear anything you say.
Do you agree that it's okay to sort of deduce marriageable age from chapter 65, verse 4?
We lost him. Where'd he go?
Dr. Robert? Hello?
I think he lost his connection. Hold on. He's not in the box anymore. He must have dropped his phone or lost his connection.
Okay, Justin, we were actually talking about the deferral and the delegation made by Christ to a future prophet. Do you want to talk about that? Or do you want to
He didn't say anything about a future prophet.
Okay, do you want to talk about this in a proper debate setting?
I get challenges to debate on modern debates like every time I go live. It's not worth my time to go on a moderated debate with you for you to say all the same bad talking points. Everyone who watches modern day debates already watch me.
No, I'm not talking about modern day debates. I'm just talking about a debate between me and you.
Where? You're already here.
Like with a proper time agreement on times. Like you have your first 15 minutes, I'll have mine, and then we'll have refutation times. Do you want to agree on that sort of an arrangement?
I'm more than happy to schedule a moderated debate on my channel.
So I didn't get you. I'm sorry. Are you in agreement or no?
So yeah, I'm more than happy to schedule a moderated debate on my channel.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So when do you want to do it?
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm willing anytime. Just write a response to me on an email.
Well, what topic do you want to do?
Like we can have a range of topics being discussed.
You got to pick a topic. That's how debates work.
So let's first of all talk about this delegation of Christ or deferral of Christ.
Okay, so you want to make the first debate about whether or not Christ was predicting the coming of Muhammad through delegation to a new prophet.
Yeah.
Sure. Sounds fun.
Okay. So I'll be looking forward to your email on that. Okay.
Yeah. Keep in mind that it's up to you to demonstrate that the prophet is Muhammad and not Joseph Smith. So good luck on that.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a nice chat. I enjoyed it, and
I think it was
except
fun.
that the robotic voice was very annoying.
I mean, because he was proving you wrong at every step.
No, it was not about his assertions or claims. It's the very nature of the robotic voice. It's really annoying to the ear.
I love his voice. In fact, most people here think his voice is soothing.
Probably, but yeah,
I'm back. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
It comes out. It comes across on your stream as a novelty or something fancy. It does come across like that, but when you're talking one to one, it's very annoying.
I can understand him.
Could you?
No problem.
No, could he? Yeah. Could you repeat what you said when I was gone?
Yeah. All right. So Justin, I'll have some things here to look after. I got to go and pick up my kids from school.
Fair enough. Thanks for coming through.
So, yeah, not a problem. I'll be looking forward to your email. Just confirm to me the time and the date that you're comfortable with, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Have a good day.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Have a good day, Dr. Rob.
I'm shocked by the amount of time somebody comes up here and gets cooked and then demands a formal debate. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So what did he say when I was gone?
Nothing. Once you left, he pivoted back to wanting to do a formal debate with me since he didn't like how it went. You didn't miss anything.
Did he not see what he said? He literally told you that it is talking about giving them back their bridal price.
Mm-hmm.
So once they reach puberty, give them back their bridal price. And it is only given after you've consummated.
Right, yeah. That's when you get the bridal price.
So you slept with a child.
He was just doing his best. He was talking in circles, trying to get out of the corner he painted himself into. That's all.
But yeah, thank you again for having me back on. So,
Thanks so much for coming up, man. I appreciate it. We spent some good time on Private Daniel. I think he got a thorough cooking.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let you get back with your stream or super chats or whatever.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Have a good night.
Cheers, man.
Bye-bye.
Let's get some dubs in the house for Ems. What a guy. What a guy. All right, guys. I'm gonna read these super chats finally. Sorry that I'm sure we got backed up because we talked to Daniel for so long. But Walking Dad says caller, like most of them, needs Bio 101, and that is the case. Listen, every time I've ever talked to a Muslim apologist, they have no idea how embryology works. They have no idea where sperm comes from. They have no idea what it means to be mature enough for marriage. These are topics that they'll never be able to fix. And Larry, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, friend. And Callus, thank you for joining the Kraken Crew Elite. And John the Baptist, my good friend, says, imagine faking divine revelations just so your child brides don't seem creepy. That to me is so many cults. There are so many cults that have to develop some sort of a theology to justify their sexual conquests. It's the most fundamental sign that you're in a cult. And Walking Dad coming in again, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, again, the easiest way to know if a holy book was written by men is to discern how it treats women. And I could not agree more with a sentence. If you're reading a holy book and women are degraded and they're objectified, that is a ancient book written by goat herding men who think that women are property. It's not from God. And Alex says, thank you for educating and teaching us. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm passionate about it. I love it. And that's why I love people like Ems, because he can fill in a lot of these gaps on the Muslim nonsense. I did finally pick up a newer copy of the Quran in a better translation that I'm going to be reading. So I'm excited about that. JJ says, kids in car seats can't consent. Gross. That's such a good point when you think about it, because in a lot of real family situations, there are literally 9 and 6-year-olds that are in booster seats. My son is 6. He sits in a booster seat. Kids that are still sitting in booster seats have no business being married. Vara, thank you for the Japanese yen, maybe? Thank you so much. It says, love and thanks from India. I was way off. That's not Japanese yen. Monday morning at the office used to be boring until Justin started cooking Christians in medium rare for Doug. I need to get a slider on the screen for calculating the doneness of the guest. I promise I'm going to get the graphic working. I'm going to make it work. Frank, thanks so much for the $10 Canadian super chat. Says it's astounding to me that much of the human race believes in stories made up by Bronze Age goat herders sitting around a campfire making shit up to entertaining themselves. So this is the craziest thing. There was a famous saying that was, what was it? Oh shit, I forget the difference between religion and mythology. I'll remember it later. But you're right. A lot of these things probably didn't start out in what we would call a religious framework. They became part of a religion later because people think that everything is sacred from the past. And I've told lots of stories about crazy people in the church that think certain things are sacred, like a pastor wearing robes. I knew people that left the church when the pastor decided not to wear robes anymore. There's nothing sacred about wearing a robe, but it was a practice that, became sacred at some point. And now it's, if you buck the trend, you're evil. Rory says, the Doug abide, so don't panic. Never panic. Doug is rock hard for you. Stay low and zigzag. Plus, keep a towel close. If you're rock hard for Doug, you need to keep a towel close. Says, light the propane, start the fire, prepare the theists for the roasting. And Rory, we're roasting. We are roasting. We're broiling here with propane. And RW, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, we had a Christian argue that grape is part of the 10 Commandments, where it says, do not commit adultery. What? How is grape the same as adultery? One is not even illegal. So, right, Deuteronomy 22 verses 28 and 29 literally tells you if you capture a woman, you seize her and lie with her, and you're found out, you just pay the bride price. You're not like killed for raping an unwed woman. Now they could in tribal cultures, they could kill you for that kind of thing, but the Bible doesn't explicitly prohibit it. But no, graping, forcing somebody non-consensually is not the same thing as adultery. Adultery is sleeping with another person's married property, or yourself being married and sleeping with somebody else. That's adultery. Noah's Lions ate Debbie on the ark. Great to see you. Says, check your text for semen pic. Did you please tell me you sent me an emoji for semen? Oh my God. This is magic. I've got a foreskin emoji and semen emojis. Guys, it's going to get lit up in here. We've got baby paste now. We've got Hebrew hymens. We got semen emojis. We're getting off the chain. We are getting so many good emojis cracking. I'm going to get them loaded up ASAP. Thank you so much for that. That is an amazing addition. Okay. Big W. This is why our community is the best. This is the best community on the internet. This is why the internet was made. Snappy Turtle, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, elevator music for cognitive dissonance. I do like that, actually. Can I debate you next from an agnostic deist perspective? Most of your guests are zealots. So, Snappy, I do occasionally get to debate agnostics and deists. It happens that it's not common. Like, we don't have many of them. Because a lot of agnostics aren't that passionate. That being said, yeah, sure. If you have a passionate view about an agnostic deistic concept, you're more than welcome to debate me on it. And Mike, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, my friend. Boogalorian says, if God is not real, I assume is what you mean. If God is not real, then explain LeBron James. Checkmate, atheist. Shit. You did get me there, okay? All right. I don't have a good answer for that. Unfortunately, when I look at the characteristics of LeBron James, it lines up to the biblical God. He's a bit of a jackass in real life. I know because he grew up where I grew up. And he's a prick. That being said, he did a lot of good things for a lot of people here once he got famous. So maybe he got better. Either way, he helped out a lot of kids. Chase says, "Do you have any thoughts on Richard Rohr? Does he have more holistic approach to scriptures? Seems less dangerous than most priests." I actually don't know who Richard Rohr is. That's a new one for me. Richard Rohr is certainly new. Let me look Richard Rohr up. Interesting. Let's see, Richard Rohr. He's got quite a few books published. He's an American Franciscan priest. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so he's a Catholic priest. A lot of them are really liberal. He's a writer on spirituality based in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Ordained to the priesthood in the Roman Catholic Church in 1970, and then moved to Cincinnati, so on and so forth. Okay, so he's definitely of the non-legalistic trend, probably comparable to like the Universalists, if I had to guess. I'll have to double check some of his content. People like that, they're not really a problem for us. Like if all of the Christians were like that, where they're just focused on their spiritual life and being the best person they could be and helping society and getting in touch with their spiritual side, we wouldn't be here right now. That's why we have so few debates against like Hindus, because they're not like super militant out here trying to like throw people in hell for not following their religious viewpoint. There are some things to not like about Hinduism, but for the most part, like Buddhist, Hinduism, well, they're fairly peaceful. The reason why we do these live streams is because a lot of the religions are not peaceful, and it can be tricky sometimes, because even you've got religions like Judaism that used to not be peaceful, and then they were peaceful for the majority of history, and now we're back at a point where it seems like they're not that peaceful again, although it seems to be because they're a branch of the USA. Brianna says, has Christianity been inspired by previous myths? Oh my gosh, yeah. In fact, this is even the earliest disputations. Like if you read disputations of Origen and Justin Martyr, you'll find that a lot of the arguments against Christianity is comparing it to the nonsense from Greco-Roman mythology. So yeah, as early as Christianity was having arguments with non-believers, they were accusing them of stealing from the pagans. I highly recommend reading as a primer the 7 books that Origen wrote, disputing the writings of Celsus on the true doctrine. But Rook, thank you for the 666. Hail the Dark Lord says, queer neurodivergent atheist here, raised on Bob Jones and Bill Gothard. Wow, that's I know exactly who you're talking about. I know exactly the people you grew up with too. It says, thanks for calling this harmful shit out. Your work matters more than you know. Well, thank you so much for letting me know. And I agree. When I first got online talking about deconstruction and things like that, I didn't know how important it was and how toxic Christianity had become. Because when I was in the faith, I was surrounded by pretty normal, nice Christians. It wasn't until I got online that I found myself inundated with the most toxic people on the planet. So now I'm cooking. I'm cooking everybody. Maybe, thank you so much for the 199 says, the loser came for personalized history lessons. That's basically it. Listen, even like Herodotus talks about this, as we were discussing earlier. If you just read the ancient historical sources, they treat the Medes and the Persians as separate empires. If you just read the writings in the rest of Daniel, he tells you the last empire is Greece. The shaggy goat is at chapter 8, I believe. The shaggy goat, either 8 or 10. The last kingdom is Greece. He tells you the last kingdom represented by the shaggy goat is Greece. It's right there. T-Maz says, are you making a multiple volume book series? If so, what are the topics? How many volumes? So sounds awesome. T-Maz, I am. I'm almost done with the first volume. It is on the prophecies of Jesus, but just in the Gospels. It's going to be like 600 to 800 pages. It's gigantic. It's a full-throated response demonstrating that Jesus didn't fulfill any of the prophecies laid out by the Gospel authors, not a single one of them. Volume number 2 will deal with all the rest of the prophecies past the Gospels. So it'll be a 2-volume series. It'll be a huge work. I'm already halfway done with the first volume, about halfway done, somewhere in there. So it's gonna be beefy. I'm excited for it. Maybe says Phone calls are too much for him, I guess. It's fair. He was saying that he had a hard time tracking the conversation because he couldn't see me visually. Maybe next time I go live, I'll create a duplicate of the live stream and send it to him. We can work that out. Daisy says, I don't know ancient history that well, which is why I don't make extraordinary claims about it. Actually, Daisy, that would be the smart thing to do. If you haven't read the history, if you haven't read the scholarship, if you don't know any of the source material, you shouldn't be making definitive claims about the history just because you got on Google and there was something that came up on Google that agreed with you. And Rook says, funny how the more certain someone is about their God, the less humility they seem to possess. This seems to be the case everywhere I look. The people that are, they come up here bound and determined that their God is real and they're going to prove it. They're the least not like nice people. They're the least likable people that get up here. And maybe coming in again, thank you, maybe says, go to his channel. This is plenty of schadenfreude. Yeah, I believe you, actually. I think I looked at his channel once, but I actually didn't watch a video yet. I need to check out some of his videos. And Bridget, thank you for the $5 over Venmo. Bridget says, when you are famous, you're going to get... Oh, okay. When you are famous, I think you're asking, when you are famous, are you going to forget us? Take care. I will not, Bridget. I will never forget. I've got so many great OG fans on TikTok and fans on YouTube. And like, I recognize when people filter in, I see people in the comment section, I remember your names. So like, one of the reasons why I can recall so many Bible verses, like sometimes when I'm pulling up Bible verses, like the last time I legitimately read the book, like that particular book, like I still remember quite a few quotations from Ecclesiastes. I haven't fully sat down and read through Ecclesiastes in over a decade, but I have a pretty good photographic memory. So I can recall verses and chapters and verse numbers just because when I was reading it, my brain snapped a picture and said, okay, and now it's in there. It's permanent. So it's weird. But yeah, will I forget my early audience members? Absolutely not. The early audience members make this channel what it was. I'm nothing without my supporters. And Kyle, thank you for the super chat again. It says, I like your space background. It looks like an Oath's Halo soldier in the background. So I actually forget how I ended up making this background. It was a conglomerate of multiple things. I think I found this moving space background, and then I found the circular frame, and then I added this little animated character into it. Now, if you're watching on the horizontal stream, my horizontal stream has a different background, unfortunately. I no longer had the components to make this moving background that you're seeing on the vertical stream. So I made a new background for the horizontal stream that's similar, but it's just got moving stars and space with the spaceman. But yeah, I'm glad you like it. I love space. And Grant says, thanks for helping with my deconstruction journey. I was wondering if you've read Zealot by Reza Aslan and what your thoughts were. First of all, I have. It's upstairs in my attic. It was a decent book. I read it a long time ago when it first came out. It's a decent book. I mostly agree with him. I believe Jesus was part of like a religious zealot movement, end times apocalyptic preacher, just like those that we found at Qumran. He obviously failed. And I think he has an interesting take on Jesus's situation. So yeah, I mean, there are things that Reza and I don't agree on, but on like the major claims of that book, I think they're pretty. It's a pretty good take, actually. Maybe coming again says guest is a professional crybaby for real. He was crying a lot. And we'd overtalked him a little bit, but I think we're getting tired of his nonsense and lying. Maybe says this was all lead up to Muslim fan fiction. I know he went through all that Bible nonsense to get to the fan fiction of Islam. Small Johnson, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Super appreciate that, my friend. It's generous, very generous of you. And maybe says rare double roast and pretending to speak Arabic. He did know some Arabic. He could speak it. Obviously, he wasn't good at it because he had to get his speech corrected. But yeah, it's not often you get to roast somebody on the Bible and the Quran. That's a unique experience. I love that. And Buget says, guy was so mad you aren't just a white guy to run over. Yeah, you know what? I suspect Prophet Daniel has built this apologetic approach with the book of Daniel. And a lot of people aren't prepared for it, because if you're a Christian, the Christian interpretation of Daniel is relatively similar to what he's doing. So my assumption is he's running these arguments against Christians, and Christians don't know what to do with it. I'm not a Christian. I can just tell you what the book is actually about without putting the spin on it. And Jamma J says, cooked him halal, then wrapped him in bacon. Yums with M's capitalized. I love it. This is awesome. He got wrapped up in bacon for sure. And Jamin says again, cognitive dissonance emoji idea. Brain sharded to G&D ground. Brain sharded to ground, or shorted to ground. A brain shorting to a ground circuit. I could go for that. That is a good cognitive dissonance idea. I do kind of like this. If you see any images that could be used for that, send them my way. I can put something together. I do like that. Maybe coming in again says every talk with a Muslim is a defense of pedophilia. Yeah, it is. Every time we talk to a Muslim, it turns into pedophilia apologetics, because the majority of the Islamic world is okay with it. And Brian says, ask if he believes the sun set in a muddy spring. Oh, we didn't get to talk about cosmology with that last guest, but we do love talking about the cosmological issues with the Quran and the Hadiths. Carlos, thank you so much for gifting out 20 Deconstruction Zone membership. That's huge, my friend. And great to see you here tonight. I appreciate you always being in the stream and supporting, and your generosity goes a long way. And anyone who's got a membership to the Kraken Crew Elite has access to the cheat sheet. I did add a new tab for resurrection accounts outside of the Bible. I think you'll find it interesting. I'll be adding more to it this week. It's an exciting time to have a cheat sheet. And let's see. Jay. Make sure I read that. Jay, no name, just Jay. If you could add an 11th commandment retroactively, what would it be? Keep the kitchen open. I like my Thea's medium rare. If I could add an 11th commandment, I love that scene with Mel Brooks where they had 15 commandments and he drops a tablet and he's like, 10 commandments. But if there was an additional commandment, I would say the additional commandment would be like, thou shalt not be a jackass. I think that's a good one. I think that's concise enough. And Solomon says, does the Bible condemn pedophilia? No, not really. There's like one passage in Ezekiel where God mentions that he passed by Israel and she was not yet at the the age or the preparedness for marriage. So there seems to be an idea that like you can't just boink babies. Like there's some sort of age or time when they become prepared, but it doesn't actually tell you when. And Debbie says, I feel like religion is just codified OCD. No offense to those with OCD. I mean, a little bit. Like in order to be an apologist, you have to have a little bit of OCD and hyperfixate on really weird small items. And then completely overlook like huge swaths of context, like what they do with Isaiah 53. You know what I mean? And Wolf and Joker says, Christianity makes me feel all Job 10:11. Well, I vaguely remember Job 10, but I want to hear the exact quote from Job 10:11 so we can fully lament with you. He says, I loathe my life. Oh, sorry, the text is blocking it. I loathe my life. I will give free utterance to my complaint. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. That's a good one, actually. If you ever needed a good lament, to cry out, Job's got you covered. I do really appreciate some of what Job has to say. That is a good one. There's another amazing saying about being fed up that doesn't get brought up a lot, but in the prophecy of Jeremiah, I think chapter 6 or 8, God says, I am full of wrath and I am weary of holding it in. If that doesn't paint a picture of the all gracious God, nothing will. I am full of wrath and I can't hold it back any longer. And Wolf and Joker says, or like Job 7:16. Oh, well, now we got to go to Job 7:16. See what is in Job 7:16. There's so many goodies in the book of Job, actually. 7:16, he says, I loathe my life. I would not live forever. Let me alone, for my days are a breath. I don't think would is a good translation. In Hebrew, it's probably a cohortative. And he's probably suggesting I would desire to not live forever. But I can't verify that. I haven't looked at the Hebrew text. I'm just making an assessment based on how they translated it into English. But yeah, that's a good one, actually. I like that one. And Jason says, I'm going to have nightmares about walking and possibly running snakes. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is if there were actual snakes with legs at one point, then it's possible that some species similar to that still exists. You just haven't encountered it yet. And Newsy, thank you for the $4.99. It says, guest asks about the context. Justin explains, guests, that doesn't matter. Great job, guests. Burn all credibility instantly. Praise Doug for going full time. Well, thank you so much, Newsy. And that is the case. They will come up here and scream about context. And then when you give it to them, they want to do nothing but ignore it. And that's the name of the game. Words don't mean words. Context only matters if you think it helps you. Otherwise, context is completely irrelevant. And thank you for the congratulations. I'm 1,000,000% thrilled that I'm going to be able to spend so much time cooking theists and bringing people out of these horrific cults. Stephen, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, glad I could make it to the cookout. Christian casserole with a side of Muslim macaroni. That was it. We got a double portion, better than Elisha. We got a real double portion tonight, friends. And Design, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, this moment of silence brought to you by the prophet that begged for this cooking. Begged. Yeah, that's the craziest thing. Prophet Daniel has been calling me out for like at least 2 weeks. Debate me. You're afraid to debate me. You won't debate. Buddy, I'm right here. I'm live all the time. Anyways, he got a little taste of what he wanted, so it is what it is. Designed coming in again says, I'm afraid Prophet Daniel has broken. He's completely broken. He has no idea what he's doing. But it made for an interesting conversation. Fry says Daniel failed on Talk Heathen. Oh, I didn't get to see him on Talk Heathen. I saw part of him on The Line when he talked to somebody on The Line. Says Zen comes here to get cooked 8 different ways. So sad. He should have cut his losses this afternoon. I've seen him on a bunch of the big platforms peddling the nonsense, getting cooked every time, and he never learns a lesson. He's completely incorrigible. He thinks he's right. He's clearly not. And he has no recourse. iReactor, thank you for the 666. Says, Justin, why do you think Muslims show M so much more contempt and disdain than they show you? Prophet D was so polite to you and just nasty to M. It's because they recognize when M shows up that he knows what he's talking about. He's got the expertise, and he can cook them. It would be like if I showed up to debate somebody, and then all of a sudden, some guy who disagreed with me, who I knew was a better debater to me, just showed up. I was like, oh God, he's going to ruin everything I had going on. It's going to make this way harder than it needs to be. I think that's why he was like it, because he knew he was going to get cooked. And Ruth, thank you for the $9.99. He says, our humans, I love that. Our humans said, what a way to end the weekend, Justin. You and Ems were as hot tonight cooking as it is outside here in Midwest. So happy to hear this will be your full-time gig. Rock hard for Doug. Well, Ruth, thank you so much for watching and supporting and liking and sharing and super chatting. It's the engagement with the viewers like you that make all of this possible. So I want to serve you. You've been so good to me. I'm here to serve the audience. So we're going to do as much work as we can. And Master, thank you for the 49. Says M is definitely Darth Vader. Oh, 1,000,000%. I don't care about Star Wars fans. Am with the Empire on this one. What a character and combo. Great show. Well, thank you so much, Master. And I agree. Ems is amazing at what he does. I haven't met anyone better. He's unbelievable. I would love to propel his work. And Afro says, when you make the graphic of doneness, make past well done. Thank you, and I appreciate the congratulations. I do need to have an amplifier 11 slot where it's not just well done, it's like burnt and on fire, and like the fire alarms going off. Manuel Puente, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks, Flying Bird. Totally appreciate that. A big W, my friend. Good to see you tonight. And I think we only got just a couple more super chats. Midlife Crisis, man. I love that name. Thank you for the 39 ZAR. Says, why has nobody bride JP on Romans 10, 9 and 10? I don't know, actually. But Romans, it's funny how many people want to appeal to the gospel message and who's a true Christian, who's not a true Christian. And then they fail to realize obvious verses like Romans 10, 9, and 10, where Paul literally just says, all you need to do is confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord, that God raised him from the dead, and so on and so forth, and you'll be in the kingdom. Like, you don't have to go through all these extra steps, according to Paul. But then again, Jesus contradicted that. Mostly Gizzards, my friend, thank you so much for the $10 super chat wrap up. He says, great live, Justin, keep cooking. Mostly Gizzards, thank you, and I appreciate your support. And I had fun. I think it was a great live. I especially enjoyed the double cooking at the end. You don't get a lot of those. Salman says, can you explain Deuteronomy 20:14? Well, Deuteronomy 20:14 is horrific. This is the law about going to battle against other cities that are far away from you and what you can do with them. So let me pull it up real quick. So Deuteronomy 20:16 says, as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. So this is referring to the Canaanites. Now this commandment, the nations far away from you, you don't have to kill all of them. The nations living here in the land of Canaan, those people you have to annihilate. You have to do a harem. You have to kill all of them, men, women, child, and infant. Don't leave anything that breathes alive. That is the command. And God will get upset with you, as he did in Numbers 31 and also in 1 Samuel 15, when they don't kill all of the inhabitants, because that is the command. The point of killing these people is to completely remove them from the land. Get rid of them entirely, which means they have to leave or they have to be dead. One of the two. And Debbie, thank you for the super chat, says blue tongue skinks are kind of like snakes with legs. Oh, I didn't know that. They are the wiener dogs of the lizard world. Also, I'm super proud of you. Well, Debbie, thank you so much for the information, and thank you for being proud of me. I'm going to look up the blue tongue skink and we can all learn something together. I've never seen this guy. This is really interesting, but you're right. This guy looks like just a legged snake. I can't believe I've never seen one of these. Debbie, thank you so much for informing me. Holy shit. Okay. So this is a blue tongue lizard or skink. Dude just looks like a snake with legs. I'm sure obviously there's different variants of it, but shit, there you go. There you go. All right. Is anyone live right now that we can go raid? Who's live right now? I'm going to check TikTok real quick and YouTube. See if anyone is live that we can go raid. I'm up way past my bedtime on this particular Sunday night. Let me see. There's a live button on YouTube. It looks like, oh, Thinker's live. Yeah. All right. I'm going to show you Thinker's. She's got a YouTube and a TikTok. We're going to go raid the hell out of Thinker's live stream on TikTok and on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, you already know how to get a hold of Thinker. You already know where she's at. If you're watching on YouTube and you're not following Thinker yet, her title on the channel is Arch Thinker. Her handle is Think Beyond Dogma. Let me blow that up. There we go. Think Beyond Dogma. And her tag is Arch Thinker. She's live right now. 47 people watching. Let's bump this thing way over 100. Let's get 100 people in there at least. I'll see you over there in just a minute. But Arshthinker is an awesome friend of the channel. She's wicked smart, and there's a bunch of other people that are typically on her panel. That are just as smart. And Lord says, look up Eastern glass lizard. Let's see. Let's see what an Eastern glass lizard is. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Was just a snake. Wait, is it a snake or is it a lizard? What is happening? Eastern glass lizards have no dark lengthwise stripes below the lateral side groove or under the tail, distinguishing them from other glass lizards in our region. Blah, 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 blah. But it just looks like a snake. I'm so confused right now. I'm going to do Eastern glass lizard versus snake. I mean, is there a difference? Ooh. Says glass lizards have eyelids and can blink, but snakes have immovable transparent scales and can't blink. Oh, they're lizards. They don't have scales. Oh, that's so interesting. So there is a legless lizard that has locomotion like snakes. Holy shit. I'm learning a lot tonight. This is amazing. The glass lizard. Shit. What if Genesis was actually a glass lizard and not a serpent? Not a snake. Something to think about. Something to think about. All right, friends. I'm going to see you over in Thinker's live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the love, appreciation, and